Dungeon International. So, Nagura, we've added 2 more dungeons today into the pool, but what do these have in store for our team? I know we were hoping for that Ecodome.
Yeah, Ecodome is super exciting. Of course, we do start 1 key level higher today. But Ecodome is this one dungeon that we saw last week on a 23, but only by Holy Method. So the question is, looking at how a good Miscount was performing yesterday, and there's not too many keys they can go higher on from the ones that it already did yesterday, maybe the 24 Gambit, right? But potentially we can also see the 23 Ecodome attempted by Miscount or from other teams as well. So that is something I'm looking really forward to. And then of course we also have Streets. I think for Streets it's going to be a little bit less likely that we see a 23, but Ecodome is definitely something that could be possible.
It's possible, right? I mean, Ecodome was one that we even saw with Holy Method, like you were sort of saying. It's such a good comparing one. They had such a fast route through. I'm really interested to see if the teams are able to kind of replicate that today, or how much further they can push some of the ones that we've already seen, because we know they can go higher, theoretically. But, I mean, Tettles, we will be saying goodbye to you on the desk here in just a moment. Do you have any thoughts about these dungeons before you take a little break here in our morning?
I think that today is the day that we're going to see a lot of 22s put up. I think that like 21s and 22s are going to be the only acceptable key level to not get you eliminated by the end of the day. So expect really high level dungeons. That Ecodome Aldani, I think that 23 could even be on the table today, depending on how much time the teams have.
All right, awesome. Well, you did great today with the top 5. Go take a rest here for a little bit. We're going to have Nagura and Zyronic picking things up from here. So Zyro, take us into the action, day 2 of Group B.
Yep, all of our teams spreading out amongst the 2 new dungeons. We talked about this last weekend. The teams know every dungeon that's going to be given to them over the course of the weekend, heading into the weekend, so they can practice it. And they're going to have a plan for what they want to do on every single one of the days. Your DK dying to the first pull in Streets of Wonder generally isn't part of that plan, Miscount. I wonder if they're just going to be resetting since that happened there. Yeah, we're gonna see a reset. That was weird. It looked like they were like running in place for a second there. Did you see that, Nagura? What is scaffolding doing? Hold on, what are we... Why are we running across the cliffs here? We're scaffolding! Thank you, Tettles.
Yeah. We see some skips coming through here. We also see... There's 2 warriors. So 2 Fury warriors here being played, which is also very cool to see. From scaffolding and also from Coinflip Muko here. Also 2 mages that I'm seeing as well. So very, very cool to see the different kind of... Wait.
He's playing Demo.
Oh, he's Demo Warlock. I was like, wait, didn't Destrola get banned for 07? So he's now playing Demo Warlock, and the Moonkin still from Vickman coming in as well.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm not going to sit here and harp on anything that 07 has done, any of the choices they've made this weekend, because they have been consistently just timing keys all day long, and it's put them in that number 2 slot. I mean, we were talking about the Stopper Show. Tettles was talking about scaffolding having really cool strategies, but just not really panning out for them. That 21 Priory, 2 wipes 25 minutes in, cost them almost an hour yesterday. I mean, if it's working for 07, why try to fix what's not broken?
Yeah, I agree. And as you said, they might have missed some 2 chests on the lower levels compared to the other teams, but they were pretty consistent to get up to the score that they're at right now. Obviously, they're still missing some points compared to Miscount, but I mean, Miscount just performed out of their minds yesterday. They even performed better than they thought they would. That's why they ended up just kind of stopping early. Did not mess up their spec variety rules, so yeah, I don't think you can really compare their performance to them. Of course, today with only the 2 dungeons that have been announced, I think there's a lot more room for those higher keys to be pushed though, and I think that is really where 07 shines with their consistency, right? So I honestly think that 07 is gonna has a good chance to just show off what they can do in the higher key levels and not be held too much by those missed 2 chests in the lower keys, which maybe is partially because they have Vickman and Royben not necessarily being able to multi-class too much on the DPS role, considering they're both healers.
Yeah, it's actually kind of crazy when you consider all the things that technically could have gone wrong for them, and if they didn't, if they weren't looking at the leaderboards at all yesterday, I guarantee you there might have been a world in where they were like, man, we played terribly today. I'll bet we're near the bottom of the leaderboards because we missed out on so many 2 chests. We're playing weird specs that are out of the meta, but they just found themselves in the number 2 slot. So I'm really looking forward to the rest of today to see if 07 can continue that level of play, continue to just not make any major mistakes, and if they'll continue to be in that top 2 slot at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely gonna have to look at what they have to offer for today. I also, since a lot of teams are here in this Ecodome, we're gonna have to keep a little bit of an eye on the two chesting to see like how close everyone is. Of course, also in the streets, we see Miscount and Coinflip Muko walk in as well. But yeah, with the higher key level now, I'm assuming there's not going to be any 3 chesting going on anymore, like we saw yesterday in the 17s. But I'm assuming that a lot of 2 chesting will be happening on the 18 key level, both for Ecodome and streets as well.
Yeah, well, I'm not too sure about that. We'll have to see what Miscount can put together in the Ecodome, because we also didn't think there was any chance or any reason to 2-chest a 22 Gambit yesterday, but, well...
Good point, yeah.
They made it look very easy, and Ecodome is one of the keys that has a lot more, headroom available on the timer, so we'll have to see. Fortunately, we're not going to see that for a little while, as we see Miscount have actually gone to the Streets of Wonder instead of the Ecodome Eldani. And the interesting thing about the Streets of Wonder is that plays into one of their players' comfort picks. We see Hearthjacks on the Arcane Mage.
Yeah. We saw the Arcane Mage yesterday as well from Krona, but Krona from Scott in the streets as well. And of course we also see the Brewmaster being picked by Miscount too. Very cool to see the differences here in tanks again. We currently see Proud Paladin, Brewmaster and Guardian Druid being played on the screen right now, so very nice when it comes to the tank variety for sure. And it looks like Coinflip Muko did manage to finish off the boss first before Miscount, but that's because Miscount did actually have to reset this key once, like at the very start, right? Having some issues, immediately reset things, so Coinflip Muko a little bit faster in comparison, but I'm assuming that was just like initial like a warm-up mistake, or maybe it's also possible that they just like had something wrong selected as well. Sometimes it looks like they wiped in the first pull, but it really was just somebody like realized, oh, I have the wrong talent or the wrong trinket or whatever, and then they just sewn out real quick.
Either way, it was like 30 seconds. They just died and reset it, so not too big of a deal. One more containment cell going off here at the last moment. Looks like the call is made to actually just try to burn the boss down, but they don't have the damage for this. Okay, they swapped to the containment cell at the last second. No deaths will be had to the warring blades in front of the boss, and Miscount will be on their way. We're also seeing the Brewmaster as a pick here from Miscount, who had their Guardian Druid banned out yesterday. Actually just kind of following the same strategy that we saw from Holy Method, although it looks like Miscount have done this on purpose, rather than the accidental Guardian ban that we saw from Holy Method. I'm interested. I mean, it looks like, well, obviously we know this was their plan, right? Yesterday they literally stopped 25-30 minutes early because they didn't want to accidentally ban out the wrong thing, so it looks like the Brewmaster was just always in the cards for them today.
Yeah, I think so as well. I do think that they just planned on doing this, especially for those 2 dungeons, and maybe also for the... well, I'm assuming not for the higher key levels from yesterday. I'm assuming the Gambit will be done on that Proud Warrior, presumably. But yeah, I think the lower key levels, or the homework keys that they have to do here to play up the streets and their Ecodome are probably going to be played with that Brewmaster. And then I also wanted to talk about Drivepack a little, right? Because Drivepack is the only team that actually had... basically just played the same comp in every dungeon yesterday and ended up banning those 2 important specs that most of the other teams managed to preserve. But now it looks like they are actually playing around the spec variety rule a little bit more than what we've seen yesterday, right? They have this Red Paladin, which maybe is something they potentially want to ban, and then they also, of course, they have to play the Guardian Druid, or they have to play a different tank because the Proud Warrior was banned. But yeah, maybe they just want to stick to this Red Paladin and see if they maybe get that banned instead of the Elemental Shaman and the DK. But they also play the Frost Decay.
They're also playing both
both. It's
of
gonna be really
those.
difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, this might be hard for them.
I think they're in a situation where they just have to go for broke, right? They have to try to go for it right now. So they're just going to say, well, if we make it to Sunday, that's a W for us, so let's just play the best we possibly can with the specs we have available to us today.
Yeah, maybe that is what they're doing, because of course, since their Havoc Demon Hunter has been banned, they have to replace that 3rd damage dealer, and I guess Red Paladin is their best option for their 3rd DPS. Maybe that's why they're playing that Red Paladin, and they're just going to be sticking to it. Because it's going to be very difficult for them to overtake the Frosty King Elemental Shaman if they're going to be playing it in those lower key levels as well.
Yep. Also, let's see, are they going to be skipping past the Sentinel? Oh, it was actually just a good enough patrol for them to not even have to do any Shadow Meld skipping. Which is a good thing, because their Shadow Meld wasn't available. Cordy's still is on cooldown for the next 10 seconds here now. Oh, nope, but we do drag the Sentinel in anyways, so we're going to see our first view of one of these overcharged Sentinels zapping the team incessantly. The second that shield goes down, Shattered Core being cast, and you can see even on the 17 here, these little zaps, in addition to the Farstalker leaps, do a ton of damage to the team, even on 18.
Yeah, this is just so crazy. This is why they try to avoid these Sentinels at all costs on those higher key levels. We've seen lots of different strategies from the teams last week, where we saw Shadow Melt potions being used. We saw different kinds of double skips coming through, where one player used their Shadow Melt moving into another direction, and the rest of the team walked into the other direction. So we'll see if that's something that will continue here as well. And of course, Cordy does go down here to Farstalker leap as we were talking about it, but they do have a battle rest to get him back up to continue this pull and hopefully recover it. But yeah, obviously these teams were able to watch what happened last week, and they potentially were able to copy some of these Sentinel skipping strategies if they choose to do so as well on the hierarchy levels.
I mean, these pulls in the middle of the dungeon as the key level goes up are just insane amounts of just death-dealing events non-stop. You get clipped by a warp, you get one shot. You get Farstalker leaped 2 times in a row, you get one shot. You break the shield, don't have a personal up, you die. There's so much that can go wrong the entire time. Also, the tank is in danger of dying as well. They're tanking, 15, 20 mobs, so there's a reason we saw Holy Method wiping in this section of the dungeon almost non-stop when they were going for their 23s. Took them nearly 2 hours to get through to Bot and Nawaj and get to that last section of the dungeon, and even then there were some issues there too. So it's a lot going on. Easily get Coggy overloaded in this section of the dungeon. See if our teams will have taken that into account. They'll definitely have practiced the 23 after seeing Holy Method do it last weekend. Be interesting to see if any of our other teams can pull that key off this weekend.
Yeah, I would love to see at least one of the teams attempt the 23. Maybe even today. Like, Miscount, obviously going to be the most likely team to attempt the 23 today, because looking at what they did yesterday, it's going to be unlikely to see them try Arakar or Priory again, because they already have the 22 and the 21 respectively, which is going to be hard to go higher than that. They still have the 23 Gambit they could do. I mean, they could attempt the 24, but I think it would be a little bit difficult. So after that, they can just try and push the keys from today as well. So I think Miscount, of course, the most likely team to attempt the 23. And as you said, they also saw Holy Method do it last week. So I'm kind of hoping that we'll see another 23 attempted. But yeah, as you said, like this middle part of the dungeon, and also the second boss that we see scaffolding fight right now, especially with the strategy that these teams are playing, where they pull additional trash on top of the boss as well, is just so dangerous. And we've seen even Holy Method have issues around here. So definitely not going to be easy in those higher levels for sure.
Yeah. The fact that Miscount was able to two-chest it, they were 6.5 minutes under on the 22.
Yeah.
The math works out damage-wise to be able to time
For the 24.
But
I mean,
it's just a matter of living things, right?
yeah.
Like, there are so many potential one-shot events that happen in that key at that level. Purifying Burst, just the little ability that Hilbrand does that hits 3 people, that does 27 million damage. So that's pre-mitigation, I guess, but still. The Hyperlight Jolt, the AoE that breaks the stars on the final boss of on Celia, 29 million damage. And the big one, Tidal Stomp, which notably Miscount pulls 1 extra giant of compared to every other team.
True.
Every single Tidal Stomp does 30.5 million damage on 24. And also, these mobs are all living longer on that key level, so they're going to get more stomps, they're going to get more Purifying Bursts, they're going to get more Hyperlight Jolts to live through. But, I mean, if there's any team that can do it, it's going to be them. I mean, they're insanely fast in that key.
I would love to see it, but even though the math works out, it's still going to be really close, right? And then you always have, the math only works out if they play it the same way as they do in the 22, right? Which means that they cannot play more defensively, and they have to play the same kind of like pulse and whatever, which on the 24, as you said, because everything does so much more damage, yeah, maybe they survive these abilities, but they will have to play more defensively. Maybe like do something that they don't have to do in a 22, which automatically costs them damage, and then all of a sudden the math might be not working out anymore, right? So I personally am doubting the 24, but I would for sure love to see it.
Oh, I mean,
but,
I think we would all love to see it, right? But I mean, there's another thing as well, right? There's another consideration you have to take into account is if you don't need to time the 24 to qualify, why would you volunteer that information to the other teams in group stages? Keep it in the back pocket.
Don't say that.
Listen. I'm just being practical here, right? Like,
I know.
This is a team
right.
they've had the potential for a long time. If they can keep that information away from the other teams as long as possible, give themselves a better chance at global finals, which it looks like they're going to cruise their way to with the way they've been playing this weekend. Why would you? The other teams will have they'll have this incessant nagging in the back of their mind where it's like, man, can Miscount do the 24? Should we even bother practicing this? And then if they do practice it and it's not possible, they just waste practice time. I don't know. It's just, I think that's a powerful tool to wield if they have it available to them.
No, yeah. I, of course, agree with you. It does make a lot of sense to not show the 24 if they don't have to, right? Of course, depending on how today goes, right now they are sitting pretty on their score. But of course, anything can happen, right? If it looks like there's two or more other teams that can get close to their score, and that they are potentially like in danger of not making it to Sunday or not making it to the top 2 tomorrow, then maybe they have to think about actually showing that 24, right? But if they're not in danger and they feel like they're sitting pretty on their score, then of course it does make a lot of sense to just not show their strategies and not show their cards to the other teams for that global final. So, yeah, unfortunately, you are right. But obviously, they're not going to be holding back any kind of strategies here in the 18 just yet, as they're trying to get through the streets here. They already finished off 2 bosses, and they have most of the enemy forces. So it's going to be a lot of back-to-back bosses here that they're going to be fighting, and some extra trash that they're going to be pulling on top of the last remaining bosses they still have to do. And looking at the timer, +3 is not going to be happening anymore with 7 minutes left. That's just not going to be enough. But +2 seems to be pretty easy for them, at least with the strategy that they're running here.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to see a +3 of the Streets of Wonder. It's really just the Ecodome that I think might be an outside shot. And we can actually take a look at our teams running Ecodome Aldani here and see if there actually is a potential here. 07 seems to be the furthest progressed here. They've already gotten past the first pull in this third section of the dungeon. And I noticed something, looking at 07 in particular here. Oftentimes I look over and the demo lock is either at or near the top of the meters on every single pull. I'm not too surprised by this. Like, they don't have one of those classes in the group that's known for doing insane overall, like your Frosty K's, your LA Shamans, your Destro Locks. But at the same time, Demo's not a class that's known for, like, excelling at anything in particular. They're just kind of generally good at everything. But, I mean, Shelly being a Warlock main, making it look really, really good in this lower key. 2 minutes left on the 3 chest. They're not going to be getting a 3 chest here, but does kind of leave open the question, if you're more aggressive with your routing, if you have a better comp, is the 3 chest possible? Is it something that you should even spend time going for here?
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it, if you manage to get the 3 chests, right, you would unlock that 21, and then technically speaking, you hit the 2 chests at 21 and then straight unlock the 23, right? Only having to run this dungeon 3 times to get the same score as Holy Method did last week, which, like, that sounds very easy, but that would be incredibly difficult to actually execute. Not to mention the fact that Holy Method wiped for hours before they even managed to get the 23 done, so I think that's pretty unlikely, but I would love to see that. And again, one of the things, or one of the reasons why we sometimes don't see those like 2 or 3 chests, especially if they're kind of close to execute on the lower key levels, is because of the spec variety rule, right? If you have to play specs that maybe are not your main comp, or something that you're not super practiced for when it comes to how much damage you can output, then you might just not be able to hit those numbers and be as fast to be able to unlock those 2 chests. That's why we saw yesterday a Miscount managing to 2 chests in 19 prior to unlock the 21 immediately, and I think Scaffolding also managed to do so, while all of the other teams did not manage to get the 2 chests in.
Yeah, that was interesting. And there's levels to that as well, right? Even though both of them 2-chested the key, Miscount, in their 2 chests and 3 chests throughout the day, they didn't have to do as insane of strategies as we saw from Scaffolding. I think the clearest example of that was the Gambit, right? The 17 Gambit that both of the teams 3-chested. Scaffolding did some insane pull, double Starseer into boss with Lust. It actually wiped them once. Whereas Miscount just kind of pressed W, and I think a lot of that was, of course, the routing. Their giant strat seems to be very, very powerful in that key. But that just kind of goes to show, like, they've changed their mentality this season. We've always talked about Miscount as a team that's really good, but, like, they don't quite have the stuff when it comes down to it at the end of Global Finals. They've been practicing differently this time. And Tettles was talking about how they take more time, planning out their routes, talking about what they can do better in the key, rather than just sending attempts nonstop, and very clearly seems to be working out for them here.
It's definitely working out, and not only are they incredibly fast, they're also just so consistent, right? Like, especially yesterday, I think they reset a key maybe twice, and it was like at the very start of the key as well, so like they barely wasted any time yesterday. And yeah, today again they had to reset their streets once because they wiped at the very first pool, but it's like nothing, right? Like that time loss basically doesn't really matter for them because they're so fast in their keys at their timing that makes up for all of the time that they've wasted, like having to reset a dungeon on the first pull. So like Miscount, incredibly consistent and just super, super fast. But yeah, now the teams are approaching the end of their first dungeon that they're running here. We can see both Scaffolding and 07 that both decided to go to Ecodome first, fighting that last boss here. Both of them having, actually Scaffolding, the only one that has enemy forces already. 07 will have to finish off some mobs as they're fighting this boss. Yeah, it looks like both of them are going to be able to +2 this key with quite a lot of time left. So both of them pretty fine on the timer, which would mean that I'm assuming that most of the teams or all of the teams can at least +2 the 18 Ecodome. And then we do see the teams that are in streets that they also have a pretty good +2 timer, but it's not as easy as the Ecodome, it looks like. Coinflip Muko are on that second to last boss, and it looks like their timer is getting a little bit close for the 2 chest for sure.
Yeah, I think they're going to be on the good side of this. They'll have the Bloodlust coming up near the start of Soasmi here. 2 bosses with 6.5 minutes left should be fine. We've also talked a lot about Soasmi, particularly last weekend, where it is the final boss of the dungeon, but it has a pretty low amount of health, right? It blinks around a lot, it goes behind walls, it can be a little annoying to deal with, but the actual health value is pretty low, so it's more like a 3 to 3.5 minute boss than, the 4.5 minute bosses that you expect to see at this key level. So I think they should be fine. Here we go, first completions. Coming in for our teams, they're Scaffolding, completing their 18 Ecodome. They'll have unlocked the 20, and likely will go there right afterwards here. 07, a little bit behind. Still 30% on the final boss for them. Miscount just about to finish off their second to last boss in the Streets of Wonder. Still notably under the 2 chest timer here as well, so having a better go of it than Coinflip is. They have a death from Drive Puck here on the final boss, but with 3.5 minutes left and a battle res for the Ellie Shaman here, I think they should still be good to go for the 2 chest, but it's going to be a lot closer for them.
Yeah, definitely going to be a lot closer with the 4 deaths they have on the board as well here. The last battle res being used, they still have some creepers around, which shouldn't be too dangerous to deal with. They notably don't really do very much, but they definitely want to make sure they don't have any more deaths, because if they do, then I don't think they're going to be able to do the +2 here, which would definitely not be great for them, considering that they already have a lot of catching up to do compared to the other teams, considering that yesterday didn't go incredibly amazing for them. And of course, Vikman does go down at the very end here, but still within the 2 chests and still being able to finish off the dungeon here.
Yeah, Drive Bug, yeah, like you said. Okay, well, they don't
count.
Yeah. Well, that's the other team. They're in Streets of Wonder. But yeah, they need to pull a couple of extra mobs here at the end. Their timer's kind of sus. I'm not too sure. Coinflip also looking a little sus, but it looks like Postmaster's going to be killed off. Probably 4:10, 4:15 left on the 2 chest timer. We have to run to the last boss. We have to wait for the RP to spawn it. This is going to be a little tight. They'll have the Bloodlust on pull, which is the best time to have it, but I don't know. It's going to be close. Not going to be close for Miscount at all, though. 6 minutes left on the 2 chest timer. Still haven't popped the Bloodlust. They're probably going to wait for this wall to go up. Maybe the next double technique, and the second that goes, they'll probably send the Lust.
Yeah, Miscount more than fine here on their plus 18. But I want to take a closer look at Drivepuck, because Drivepuck is about to finish off their run, and as we talked about, they still need a little bit of enemy forces as well. They have 1 minute 30 left, so I think it's going to be really close. Is there something they can pull into this boss to finish it off with the boss here at the very end? I don't think so. I think they're going to have to run back and actually pull something afterwards. 1 minute 20, I think it is possible, but it's going to be pretty close here. They're going to have to finish off this boss soon and go find some trash. I wonder if this is something that was a mistake, or if they specifically do another trash pull after the boss here in their route.
That would be a very interesting routing of this dungeon. But Soulscribe is going to go down with about 55 seconds left in the key. Going to try to cast Eternal Weave one time, but going to get killed off beforehand. And remember, Drivepuck's in a bad spot here. They have no battle rises, so any mistakes on whatever pull they need here. Oh, did they not realize they didn't have count there? It took them a while. Like, it looked like they were standing around a little bit. Fortunately, their tank realized instantly, we need count. What are we going to pull? That's not what you want to pull. I don't think one Ritualist is going to be enough here. I think they're going to have to kill... I don't think this is going to do it.
I also don't... I don't know. I think the timer is going to be too close for them. 25 seconds. Having to go through a pack like this, even finishing off one caster will not be good enough. They can't just focus on one mob. And this pack is definitely not ideal. We have 13 seconds left. We also have a Burrowing Creeper here as well.
What?
Which
that mob is illegal.
Correct.
What?
That mob is not something you want to pull. It's also just doing so much AoE damage to everyone. And just randomly burrow charging people, which...
we do have
one Shadow Melt, but it's just going to recast. And we're over the 2 chest timer now. So at this point, they just want to finish off the trash that they need. But yeah, Drivepuck missing out on the +2, which means you're only going to be able to get the +1 here if they manage to finish off this trash.
Like, the Ritualist plus the Elemental wasn't enough count. They'd have to kill the Pact Speaker to get count. I don't know what this Creeper is doing in the pull. I don't even know how that pulled. These Burrow charges do so much damage if they go on the wrong person, fortunately. One went on the healer, who melted it, and then the next 2 went on their DK, who, I mean, they don't have a raid buff, but they live through everything, so they're totally okay. Kill the Pact Speaker, guys. Let's get out of this dungeon. They did get the Bloodlust.
Why they put a skull on the Creeper?
I don't know.
Is it not enough?
No,
the
Pact
recount, it has to
18
be
count.
3.
It is enough.
Yeah.
I don't know either.
I'm confused. I think they might also be confused.
Maybe they're trying to put on a show, Nagura. Maybe that's the play.
Maybe like, we can kill a Burrowing Creeper, guys.
I mean, the Burrowing Creeper is like, at high key levels, this thing is almost as bad as Bubbles was in Floodgate. That Shifting Sandstorm does so much damage. The Burrowing Charge, zaps. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
That's with Shift and 20% avoidance. He took 30% of his HP. That one-shots you with nothing.
There it is.
Pretty sure. There is the key timed, but not a 2 chest like we've been talking about. All of our teams completing their first runs of the day. Top 4 getting their 2 chests. Go away, Windows Defender. Go away. Oh, that's on my screen. My bad. Drivepuck, unfortunately, the only one to 1 chest it. But we were talking about Drivepuck at the start of the day here. Like, they really needed to have a good day. And that is not the way that you want to start the day, unfortunately for them. Second run's already underway for most of our teams, though.
Yeah, they also have to figure out what the issue was here, because as you stated, it didn't look like they immediately noticed that the trash was missing, at least not everyone. So I'm assuming that it was a mistake that just went unnoticed throughout the run. So they're gonna have to figure out what was missing, and they're gonna have to make sure they're not making the same mistake again. I'd be very surprised if they pull this Creeper again next run. But maybe they're surprised. Maybe this is just their route. Maybe they just want to play this. But it looks like all of the teams are moving back into the dungeon that they started out with. So immediately going into that +20 for both Scaffolding and 07 in the Ecodome, and Miscount and the Coin Flip also going into the 20 in their streets. Of course, Drivepuck, not going to have that available to them, but I'm also assuming that they do the 19 immediately afterwards.
Yeah, I would assume they're going to go right back into the same key, even though they won chess today. It's got to be a frustrating scenario to be in, already knowing you're behind, not able to pull off the 2 chests due to just missing count. Normally that's, one of our other teams that does that. But still, you got to play on. There's still plenty of time left in the day. We already saw yesterday that really all it takes in order to be at the top of the leaderboard today is just playing consistent. Yeah, Miscount might be out of reach for a few of our teams. I think 07's the closest. But 07 yesterday, we talked about it. They didn't really have any fantastic 3 chests or 2 chests. They had a couple here and there, but they just didn't have any really bad resets throughout the day. They had a very solid day. And I think that's something that DrivePug can achieve, so just have to go for it today.
And definitely have to go for it. As I was looking at scaffolding, gathering up this pool, and I just saw Lascelles like doing the most damage on that Guardian Druid. And I was like, are the other people just waiting? And yeah, I think that's exactly what it was. So of course, doing the gathering part, which is the most difficult part usually whenever you're gathering one of those bigger pools. Then they're trying to make sure that Lascelles can get the aggro and everything and gathers everything up before they can start doing their big damage. But now I do see Speed and Shu especially just popping off. And Krona on the Elemental Shaman as well. As I talked about earlier, Krona did play Mage yesterday, now switching to Elemental Shaman. Honestly, Krona is multiclassing quite a lot. Krona, of course, known to be a Moonkin main, but playing quite a lot of different classes now as well. So very cool to see that multiclassing coming through.
Doing that. Any particular reason why?
Yeah, I don't know. Very strange. I mean, to be fair, we do see a surprising amount of Moonkins this season in the MDI.
A lot more than I thought we would see, for sure. The class, I feel like Moonkins might have over-exaggerated how bad their class was, because there's this guy in my guild, I don't know if you know, do you know Noctis? Guy is an absolute machine on Boomkin. He's like topping meters on that class. I think that class is actually really good right now in Raid, but
okay,
everyone's
please don't say that.
I think it's actually good.
No, please.
And I'm a no
cannot believe
hater.
you just said that on broadcast. Like, wow. Like, please, it was not good.
Okay,
no,
it might have not been good
that.
In progress,
Stop
but like
this
right now,
anti-propaganda
I think
here.
it's really good. In Raid,
This
I
is
want to
just
be clear.
getting worse and worse.
Anyways.
I would just like to mention that Cyro is speaking for himself, and I do not share his opinion.
Listen, all I know is they pop their cooldowns, they do nothing for like 10 seconds, and then they get 2 star surges that do a ton of damage. And if those things crit, oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, Shelly wanted to show off the demo lock. He did give us a +1 with that pick, so we appreciate that. Shelly, maybe show the AF lock today as well, so we can see that. But after dealing with that, he swapped to the Frost DK, so no more Warlock shenanigans here in this dungeon for 07, it appears.
Interesting. All right, so we already see a swap here. Huh. Yeah, I wonder why that is. So obviously Vickman's still playing this Moonkin. What do you think their strategy is for bans for tomorrow, for 07 here in particular? I mean, I guess they just don't want the Frosty K banned. That's why Shala didn't play it on a low-key level, and he's just using Demo Warlock whenever the Frosty K would maybe go over the count. And he just plays the demo on like maybe the 18, both in Ecodome and Streets, and then switches to Frosty K. Guess they want the Moonkin to be banned for tomorrow. And maybe the Shaman. Rest Shaman?
Oh, they want to ban the Moonkin. That class is insane.
Apparently so.
I don't know. It's been a surprising pick. I didn't think it would be like as good for Mythic Plus. I guess the reason it's being Mandy dropping low, Phase Blade's Warp Strike, careful. That's not something that can easily take out tanks or monitors. I remember seeing Now tweet about last week. He almost broke his monitor because of Warp Strikes from Phase Blades last weekend. But the poll is together. We're good to go. Yeah, the thing about Moonkin and Mythic Plus, right, is even if the damage is never like insane, their utility, Mark of the Wild, is almost always a solid pick. One of the few classes that still has a defensive that heals the group in the form of Nature's Vigil. Please bring back Ancestral Guidance. I miss that button so much. Anyways, I think it's just a good utility clip pick for them. So, and it's been working out. So again, don't fix what isn't broken. They're just casually trucking along.
Yeah, I think Vikman in particular, it makes sense for him to play that Moonkin, of course, whenever he's not playing that Rest or Druid. But Casual does go down to a Warp Strike here. They do have that Battle Rest available to get him back up. The plus 20, already one of those key levels where things can go wrong pretty quickly. But it looks like they might be able to recover this, and they're also going to get another Rest up very, very soon. So far, so good for all the teams that we can see, at least on the screen right now, in their plus 20 run. We just see that one death on 07 here. Otherwise, all of the teams are very clean so far. Scaffolding already on that second boss as well, as they're pulling quite a bit of trash on top of it. Not all at once, just throughout the boss fight, just gathering more and more trash, which is obviously very efficient. That is something we've seen teams do last week as well, quite a lot. And then Miscount and Coin Flip, they are in their plus 20 streets. And I think in streets it's a little bit harder to like pull trash onto bosses. There's obviously some that we see pulled, that we can see on Miscount here already. But, you know, there's just so many bosses. And there's some trash you have to kill. So pulling more onto bosses is just very hard in this dungeon. I feel like being more efficient in this dungeon is hard to figure out. And Streets has been a dungeon in particular where teams have done the craziest strategies and the craziest things. But so far in Streets, I haven't seen any team do something like super particular yet. So maybe on the higher key levels today, maybe we can see a team like Miscount pull something crazy off. I would love to see it.
Yeah, I think the craziest strategy that we've seen is last weekend we had a team have their priest run to the other side of the dungeon, open the portal, and then get pulled to this boss from the Grip of Hunger cast that it does, where
True.
it pulls everyone in.
Yeah.
That's really it. Now, what if you also tagged some mobs right before you got pulled from the Grip of Hunger and got some extra trash on top of the boss? I feel like this dungeon is kind of wide open. I think between now and Global Finals, or maybe even this weekend, we could see a team just bust out some cool tech that makes this dungeon go a little bit faster. You know, consolidate some trash on top of a boss, get some funnel in, make Havoc Demon Hunter or Arcane Mage more valuable in the key. I think this dungeon has a lot of potential still.
I do think so as well, that generally there is like more stuff you can do. The pull line, honestly, that will be super cool to see. It's just like, I feel like a lot of the teams are playing like that certain amount of trash that they just play, and they would have to skip those like normal pulls, like especially after the first boss, like the core hounds and the mini bosses. They would have to skip those to be able to pull more trash onto bosses to not go over a count, right? Obviously, you don't want to do that, and that is something we haven't seen very much. So I wonder if that's maybe something that some teams are going to be trying out or considering for, especially for the global finals. Definitely want to see some cooking in the Streets of Wonder for the teams. But yeah, let's take a look at where everyone is. Scaffolding about to finish off their second boss here in their plus 20 Ecodome. Miscount still fighting their boss here, looking very good though. And you can see Scaffolding just pulling more and more trash onto this boss, but looking very strong. Like, this is also a boss that just does so much damage to the teams. Like those spears, and then the intermission phase, just crazy amount of damage. Even on those plus 20 keys, it can be very hard, especially if you're playing at certain classes that maybe you wouldn't be playing in your main comp. But doing a really good job so far.
Yep, just clean gameplay from Scaffolding. We needed to see more of this from them yesterday, and hopefully they're able to keep up this level of play throughout the day, because they're going to have some work to go back and do, right? They still have to go back and do 21 Priory. They still have to push up the Gambit quite a bit as well. They have a lot of work to do to catch up to 07 and even potentially Miscount. This team definitely has the capabilities of playing at that level, but again, didn't see much of that consistency yesterday. Unfortunately, an extra intermission phase here for Scaffolding, going to cost them an extra 20 seconds or so. We're looking for the 2 chest in this 20. The timer is going to be quite tight on that here. 4 minutes left on the 3 chest, so about 10 minutes, 20 seconds or so left on the 2 chest here for Scaffolding. It's going to be 3 massive trash pulls and then 1 boss with extra trash on top of it. I think the timer works out. They're also going to get a Bloodlust near the end of the 2 chest timer as well. That'll come up during Soul Scribe. But of course, you need to be clean between now and then, so see if they're going to be able to pull that off.
Yeah, we will see. 07 did have a death, unfortunately, during their boss fight here in the second boss. They did manage to use their last battle rest to get Vikman back up on that Moonkin. So hopefully they don't have any more issues throughout the boss fight. But so far, so good, as they're gathering more trash into that boss, like we saw Scaffolding do as well. And then Coinflip Muko also has a death on their boss here in their plus Sunny Streets. The Hunter going down, but it managed to use that Battle Res, get them back up. So hopefully they are able to recover here. They still have some Peacekeepers alive that they pulled onto the boss. And something very similar that we've also seen last week, and Miscount also did execute that same pull as well. Watch out a little bit to make sure you're not letting any of those cast through, and also like the field can be a little bit annoying, but other than that the Peacekeepers don't actually do very much, and the boss, especially at the very start, it's not too dangerous for these teams either.
Yeah, it should be okay. I mean, your one range player will get targeted by a charge as long as they don't get all the charges at the same time, which I don't think can even happen anymore. I think you're going to be okay. Dispels do a lot of damage at this key level, so you know, a charge plus a dispel going off could be an issue. But I think they're going to be good to go as both of those Peacekeepers are dead. The Bloodlust comes back off cooldown, and we're off to the races here. Scyther getting that buff as well, going to stack with the Bloodlust, and he'll be able to do a ton of damage once he stacks those orbs and gets his damage buff online. One more set of debuffs going out. Scyther's going to get removed in melee. Not doing a lot of damage though, had personals available for it, shields on top of them as well. Coinflip looking, you know, pretty solid to start the day here. Got their 2 chests done, albeit a little bit slower than we saw from Miscount, but still, consistency is key.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Coinflip in general is a team that maybe we didn't talk about them too much overall, because we talked about Miscount, of course, being like in that, being the overwhelming favorite and being in the #1 spot, performing so well. And then we talk about like Scaffolding and 07 being like the 2 runner-ups that probably or potentially would be fighting for that 2nd spot for the global final maybe tomorrow. But Coinflip, Muko, like they're doing really well. I mean, they were 3rd spot coming into today, and looking at their Streets performance here as well, they're doing really well. They also played around the Spec variety rule pretty well yesterday too, where they did get to some of their best or some specific specs banned that they wanted to, which is something that, like, I remember last season when we had a little bit of a different spec variety rule. Sometimes we saw the teams that maybe were a little bit of a lower seed coming into the weekend. Sometimes we saw them perform really well on the first day and kind of, you know, competing with those like 2nd, 3rd seeded teams. But they only were able to do so because they were playing like their main comp, while the top teams were kind of sticking to those like secondary comps to play around the spec variety rule. But Coinflip Muko, they didn't do that, right? They definitely played around the rule, and you can see they're also sticking to that Fury Warrior and playing all of those off specs again to be able to preserve their good comp here for tomorrow. So I think Coinflip Muko definitely has a pretty good chance and looking pretty good to potentially even make it to globals if they're going to keep up their gameplay.
Yeah, again, I don't want to sound like too much of a broken record, but it's the consistency factor, right? Like look back at Group A. Right, obviously, Holy Method was consistently timing keys for like the first 11 hours of the comp. Oh, wait, no, Kira, talking of consistency, tank going down on this pull, that's not consistent, but being able to actually fix a pull after your tank dies, that is the key for a top-end team. Being able to mitigate disaster when disaster strikes. Normally a tank dying is an insta-wipe for a team, especially on this pull. Fortunately, most of the trash was dead. They had the instant battle res onto Kira. I believe Yargi also died, but he will be rejoining the team through the portal network in just a moment here. They've kept that 2nd battle res available as well, so a good mitigation here from Miscount. A little unfortunate of a death, but they're able to keep it to a minimum. Back to the conversation about consistency, right? Only Holy Method in Group A was consistent for the first, 2/3 of the weekend, and the only reason they didn't consistently time a key for 2.5 hours is because they were literally attempting a world first 23 Ecodome Aldani that we didn't even know if it was timeable. So consistency across all 3 days is going to be super important. And again, the only team outside of Miscount that was really consistent for all 5 hours yesterday was 07. So I feel like the door is wide open. If the rest of our teams can stay consistent with their keys today, get access to those higher level keys and time them quickly, I mean, the door's really wide open for the main prize of the weekend, which is, not to not get eliminated yesterday or today, but to be one of the top 2 teams that qualifies to globals.
Yeah, 100%. So We're going to see if all of the teams are going to be able to stay consistent today. And Miscount here. I want to think about the 2 chest timer here in a +20. Do you think that's something that's possible? Especially with the 2 deaths they have on the board now. Obviously, it's mainly just bosses left for them to do. They have to fight this boss. Still have to do Mailroom as well. And they have to do Soasmi. I think it might be a little bit too close. But no, how much time did they have on the 18 2 chests? Because that one seemed to be like a really fast run where they didn't have too many deaths.
I want to say they had about 3.5 minutes left. They pulled Soasmi with 6.5 minutes left. It's about a 3.5 minute boss. Probably about 3 minutes left in the 2 chest. I don't know the exact timer. I'm just pretending to know. Looking at this timer, 3 minutes left on the 3 chest. It's about 9.5 minutes on the 2 chest. They're gonna go boss to boss to boss here. They do have a little trash count left, but that's probably going to be the couple of mobs that are left in the postmaster room. That means each boss kill has to be about 3 minutes, and Zogron and Soasmi are both very short bosses. I think it's going to come down to where that Bloodlust is used. If it's on the pole of Postmaster or on the pole of Soasmi, I think there's an outside shot. But with these 2 deaths, like you mentioned, I think it's going to be very, very tight.
It definitely looks like it's getting a bit narrower, even more narrower than it might be achievable. But, we'll see how it plays out. Miscount had an almost perfect day yesterday. And today, it seems like there's a little bit of turbulence, shall we say, here at the start. But, Zyro, we will let you head off the desk for right now, although we'll see you back pretty soon.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye. You all can't see this, but Zyro is cuddling his cat right now, and it's really cute. So please go take care of that. That's super important. And we're getting Dratnos in. So Dratnos, welcome on for the first time today. Hope you got a good rest last night. And we've got a lot going on with the teams, as we can see. Now, of course, we're kind of talking about where the teams are as they come into day 2. So Miscount having a few stumbles there, maybe the timer looking tighter. Coin Flip being one of Tettle's dark horse picks, and looking to have found a bit more of their stride. But with all of the teams that we have and some of Zyro's discussion about consistency being key, what vibes are you getting? Where do you kind of feel the teams are coming into day 2?
Yeah, I'm just really excited for this kind of showdown that's brewing between Scaffolding and 07, because both of those teams had their different strengths and weaknesses yesterday. The question for me is going to be which of them is able to do better, not just today, but also tomorrow. That means today and tomorrow kind of add together. Really important to play around that spec variety rule as well. We can see a lot of our teams are doing just that. I actually really like the way the strategies sort of developed, that we get to see so many different tanks with the way that teams are playing it, where they play like a different off-meta tank on day 1 and day 2, so we get to see almost everything.
Yeah, it is very cool to see. And also Shelle playing that demo Warlock after getting the Destro Warlock banned out yesterday. Very, very cool to see. Also the 2 Fury Warriors that we saw already as well. And the Brewmaster, of course, as well by Miscount too. So very, very nice to see all of those different specs. We have 1 minute left here for Scaffolding for the +2 timer here in the +20. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it. I believe they will have the damage. But yeah, definitely a bit close here for the +2, even though they have 0 deaths on the board. So might be a little bit of a rough timer for some of our teams today. Definitely something we have to look out for. And yeah, we'll see if they have 40 seconds. I think they can do it.
Yeah, as long as they can avoid any deaths here. So their Lust has just run out. We're not going to have any major cooldowns aside from the Frost Decay cooldowns that have just come up here for Scaffolding. But I think those should be enough to get them over the finish line. The end of the True Shot as well from Speed. Yeah, I think they're okay, but it's going to be quite close here. 6%. It's going to be very close. 20 seconds now. 5% on the boss. There is an Eternal Weave here. Now, normally you'd want to delay your buffs, but here I think you just want to pick them up instantly to try and get through this last 1% of the boss. 9 seconds on the timer. Scaffolding are going to stop the clock with the +2, saving themselves 30 minutes of doing a +21, so nicely played by them. It's something that actually 07 here are not going to be able to accomplish. You can see their timer, 34 seconds, 46% still to chew through on Soulscribe's HP. They are certainly not going to be able to make the +2 timer here, so advantage Scaffolding in the early start of our day here in the sort of war for what may end up being second place out of this group if Miscount continue to perform like they did yesterday.
Yeah, I do also not want to count out Coinflip Muko, considering they came in
True.
with as third place today after Scaffolding had so many issues in their priory yesterday. But yeah, it's just like the story is repeating itself again, it looks like. Scaffolding being able to play really well on those lower key levels, getting those 2 chests in, even the 3 chests that we saw yesterday, but then maybe not being as consistent and performing as well on the high key levels, while O7 consistently not getting those 2 chests in the lower key levels, but then actually doing really well on realizing those points in the hierarchy. So again, same story, O7 missing that 2 chest, maybe not being able to perform as well on those off-specs, having Vickman on that Moonkin, having 2 deaths as well coming through too. I'm assuming it's also kind of difficult for them in particular whenever they're switching the healers, right? So even though both Royben and Vickman obviously can heal and they can also play the damage dealing role that like we've saw them play yesterday too, but switching like your roles as players, like that is hard to do between dungeons, right? Because all of a sudden the healer that is making calls is a different person, right? So it's probably difficult for them to adjust from the lower key levels to the higher key levels just when it comes to shot calling alone, because I'm sure Vickman makes calls differently compared to Royben, so it's just generally harder for this team to adapt a little bit.
Yeah, it's something you wouldn't really appreciate from playing live, right? Because most people on live, you know, you're not going to swap around your character a lot in the middle of a day, but, you know, these players are needing to swap what spec they're playing multiple times throughout the day. Swapping what role you're playing on top of that is huge. I mean, there are very few people that push keys on live as both a healer and a DPS within the same day, right? Like, that is an extremely difficult skill set to not to mention, like you highlighted, the group call-out dynamics potentially changing as well, but just on an individual player level, I think it's a huge skill that's tested by the MDI. I'm reminded, back when we had, you know, the huge affixes that used to change how dungeons worked from week to week at a very fundamental level, something that would happen in MDI as well is you would have to change your affixes from like one dungeon to another, and that was another huge skill. But back then we didn't have the spec variety rules, so some of the skill of learning to play around, you know, from one affix to another within the span of a couple of hours has been replaced by needing to build up this skill of playing all these different specs within the span of a couple of hours.
Yeah, very true, very true. I do want to take a closer look at Miscount, though, as they are approaching the end of their plus 20 streets, and we talked about this before you came on, that potentially they are able to 2-chest this plus 20, but it might be a bit close because they have those 3 deaths on the board. But they're already halfway through the boss here, and they still have 2.5 minutes left, so I do believe they're going to be able to do this, but yeah, Miscount, maybe with those 3 deaths they were kind of worried about it, but looking at the timer, definitely looking pretty good for them at least.
Yeah, so Asmi does not actually have a lot of health compared to other end bosses of dungeons. It's somewhat balanced by the fact that you do lose some uptime, but these teams are very efficient at not losing very much uptime on this boss, so it should melt the last 2 minutes here. Miscount should be okay for this 2-chest timer. They are also playing the Brewmaster Monk here, which Brewmaster has some weaknesses in some parts of these dungeons. Single target damage is not one of them. Single target damage for Brewmaster, quite solid, so able to keep up and really help melt this boss.
Yeah, looking at the damage meter, Kira is doing so much damage on this Brewmaster. Very nice. I think... Oh, it's... No, who else is in this street here? I think it was Coinflip, right? Yeah, I think it's Coinflip that is in the plus 20 streets as well. I wonder if they're also going to be getting that 2-chest in, considering just how close this is for Miscount. So Coinflip is having Bloodlust running here on Postmaster, and they're going to have to do something afterwards. So, yeah, unfortunately, Coinflip Muko is not going to be able to get the 2-chest in, and they're going to have to just run the 21 and potentially 22 afterwards. But yeah, Miscount immediately being able to move up to the 22, which I assume they're not going to go for. I'm assuming that they are going to move into that Ecodome first, because that is something that we've seen them do yesterday as well, and in previous MDIs, it's kind of their strategy that they kind of want to save their high key levels for the later part of the day.
Oh, there. Oh no, this is actually a little scary here. So Asmi blinking away as they sort of make the call to commit, but not fully. And there's a little bit of danger there from those expanding circles. But it looks like Miscount are going to be able to navigate that without even any deaths. Impressively played by our favorites in this group. That's going to move them up to 85 points, and like you said, I suspect that they'll be heading over to Ecodome Aldani next. But for anybody that's trying to keep track at home, I do have the stat for how many total specs we've seen in the MDI so far. Remember, we're not even halfway through our group weekends yet, but we've already seen 24 of the game's 39 specs played. I think a pretty resounding success for the spec variety rule, and a lot of those, of those 24 specs, only 2 of them were played in like just one dungeon. All the others have been played in multiple dungeons, which, yeah, it's just really, really exciting to see as a fan of all the different, variety of different specs that are in this game. It's nice that we've kind of come up with a rule now that is successfully getting to show that in a format that's naturally the incentive for the players drills down to a meta comp super aggressively with the way MDI usually works.
Yeah, I absolutely love the update to the spec variety rule. It's amazing to see all of those different specs and also the different approaches as well that the teams are coming up with, right? I think it adds to like the skill level that you need as a team to really figure out what they can do. Not only do you need to figure out what kind of specs you want to get banned for each day, but you also need to be able to perform well on those specs to be able to get those like 2 chests in, right? Because sometimes it is harder whenever you're playing those off specs to be able to hit those timers, right? So very, very cool to see those teams adapt, and excited to see any kind of future adaptations for teams and strategies that they're going to be choosing to do. But yeah, speaking of Miscount potentially moving to that Ecodome, looks like they're not. So we do see Miscount.
We're just running it back in the... I guess this could, in theory, be a Gambit as well out of them, but... okay, no, it's the streets they've started. They've actually started the key. It's hard to tell sometimes, because, this is the loading area where you go to for both keys. But yep, key is in. It is Streets 22. Miscount have swapped into... looks like pretty much the full meta comp here, except with the Restoration Shaman instead of the Restoration Druid that we see in some dungeons, but... The Shaman's really strong as well, and I think some people just prefer it in some of these dungeons as well.
Yeah, very interesting for sure. I do also, before I saw this Miscount attempt at the 22 here, I did want to talk about Drive Puck. I think they missed the 2 chests under 19. Yes, there we are. Okay. And they don't have the trash. Okay, so this is interesting. I'm not sure if you saw this earlier, Dreadnoughts, but they did the 18. And they were missing the same amount of count as they are just missing right now. And then they went back and they pulled like a creeper and like a weird pack that seemed like something that they kind of had to pull by mistake. Like it looked like they missed something that they wanted to play, and then they had to go back and do it afterwards. We also see their 2 players go down here. They have 2 battle rosters available. Looks like they can just release though. So, I mean, they have enough time to finish this off for sure. They have 4 minutes to be able to do this. But yeah, it looks like it was not a mistake. It looks like they want to pull this burrowing creeper here at the end of the run. So very, very interesting route here by Drive Puck. And they missed the 2 chests in the 18, which we thought, okay, maybe they can make up for it by 2 chesting the 19, but they're not. So they're missing the 2 chests again. That means they have to just slowly work their way up here in the Ecodome.
Yeah, interesting strategy, interesting pathing from them. It looked like the deaths were maybe caused by the boss dying, and then that made its abilities go off that were, you know, like the timer on them. So you have to be a little bit careful whenever you are trying to have the end boss die, but not be the end of the dungeon. Sometimes there is stuff like that that you have to watch out for, but it does look like Drive Pug are still going to be able to time this key. And remember, Drive Pug are coming into today with a pretty big disadvantage. They've had 2 of those meta specs banned that they were using yesterday. They're able to still play, of course, with a lot of them, but they're having to swap into a little bit more of a unfamiliar, uncomfortable specs that they are going to try and use as they even get into higher keys today. So they're playing from a huge disadvantage. Right now, you know, they are the odds-on favorite to be eliminated today, but you can never count any team out for sure. They've shown us that they can do these keys at a high level, so they're going to keep going, and I think there's a good chance that, especially if any of the other teams stumble, Drive Pug are going to be there not far behind, ready to capitalize on that kind of mistake.
Yeah, I do agree, as they finish off this creeper, and they're going to be able to town portal out and potentially attempt the 20 here, or move on to the Streets of Wonder to get those points on the leaderboard. In the meantime, it looks like Scaffolding did move on to Streets. They did not continue in the Ecodome after 2 chesting the plus 20 there, something that 07 was not able to do. And 07 continued in the Ecodome though, so they're in their 21, and it looks like they did manage to finish up that first boss. While Scaffolding still only... They do have this one death on the board that they actually had to use a battle rest for, so for a little while longer, they're not going to have that second rest available, but it's going to come up very, very soon. And yeah, I want to take a closer look at Miscount though, because they are attempting this 22 Streets immediately after getting the 2 just in the 20, and 22 is something that was the highest key level we saw in the Streets last week, so not the easiest key to do for sure.
Yeah, they must have reset as well, right? Because I'm pretty sure it's been more than a minute
Yeah.
and 30 seconds since we saw them start this one up. The start of this dungeon is one of the scarier areas, especially with how aggressively it is pulled by these teams. So we do have to watch out for that. I will say, like, the part we were watching Scaffolding in of the Menagerie, I think is one of the safer areas of the dungeon. Pretty hard to wipe to that particular boss, but these trash pulls that we're seeing Miscount doing at the start here, very scary. A lot of stuff going on. You can see Hearthjax and Yargi playing near that pillar as well to be able to line of sight if they need to. Looks like we've gotten most of this trash pretty low, but nothing is dying yet, so this is one of the more dangerous times for a trash pack, is as everything's getting low, you're maybe starting to run out of those AoE crowd control effects. We're going to see the Thunderstorm come out from AJ to try and keep them under control for a little bit longer. Shield Wall for Kira now. A lot of defensives have already been used here. Both the Reshiwrap's Cloak proc and the Battlescarred Veteran have already gone out from Kira, but he says, you know what? No problem. We're going right into the boss.
Interesting. All right, so the boss being engaged while a lot of trash and overseers are still alive here. So lots of damage going to be coming out to the group, while also having to deal with all of the boss's mechanics, of course. They do want to make sure that that first fixate, the containment cell that is coming out of the boss, is somehow dealt with. You can see how Jack's jumping incredibly low, having double debuff on him as well. But looks like the trash is slowly but surely going down. Of course, Arcane Mage really excelling at those kind of trash pulls into the bosses, getting that extra funnel onto the boss. So I think they just pulled the boss as soon as the Arcane Surge was available for Hearthjax to be able to get that extra damage in. And slowly but surely they're going to be finishing off that officer and that other trash that is still there.
Yeah, this area as well, one of the tough parts about a mage, you have to play Blink instead of Shimmer in this dungeon, so that you can blink out of the containment cells that this boss puts on you. So that's a little bit of a downside, a little bit of an upside. I mean, it's a mage moment where you think about a downside and it's like, oh yeah, I can immune this mechanic with this ability. So I guess it's the price you pay for having so much power in your baseline kit. Kira, though, is dropping pretty low as he's going to continue to pull more trash into this boss encounter. This is going to mean that it's going to be pretty scary for a while longer, and this trash is going to take a while to die, because there aren't going to be any cooldowns for at least another 15 seconds here for Miscount, although once those do come up, these should start melting a little bit more. We're going to have Verb, at least with a Pillar of Frost here in a sec, and Hearthjax does have the Arcane Surge, which mostly does the boss damage, but does do a lot of that AoE as well.
Yeah, very interesting. I did also pull up Holy Methods 22 Streets from last week, because that was the fastest run we've seen in the 22 last week. And it looks like they were playing a similar comp. They were not playing the exact same. They did also have Gingy on that Arcane Mage, but they had Whippy on the Rasta Druid rather than the Rasta Shaman. So other than that, are pretty much playing that same comp. And I do believe, if I remember correctly, that we also did see a very, very similar strat here in the first room and the first boss, where they did pull all of this trash onto the boss as well, slowly, just making sure they get that funnel from the mage in. And their first boss split was 5 minutes and 57. So it looks like Miscount definitely can keep up with Holy Methods' timer here.
Yeah, that timer is definitely looking solid so far, although, of course, a lot of dungeons still ahead of Miscount, but yeah, it's interesting to play the Resto Shaman, sort of on purpose here, rather than because the spec variety rule is forcing you to, or maybe they're trying to set up around it, but I imagine they just actually prefer it in this dungeon. I wonder what the strengths are of it. I mean, when you think about the Resto Shaman versus the Resto Druid, typically the Resto Druid is the better just pure throughput healer. In terms of DPS, both can do pretty similar DPS. The Resto Shaman does enhance your ability to survive some one-shots, because you do get the extra health from the Ancestral Vigor that they provide, so on some bosses that can be pretty comfortable. They also do have, purges, range kick, spells. I wonder, like Curse Dispel, I wonder what you're getting out of it, though, in this dungeon.
Yeah, usually if you don't have like a clear advantage from the Resto Shaman, you kind of want to stick to the Druid, right? Because you get that extra Mark of the Wild, which just kind of buffs your damage on everyone, right?
Sky Fury is really good as well. I think Sky Fury versus Mark of the Wild is... Sky Fury might even be more damage. It depends a little bit on how well your DPS use it. But it does. It doesn't have the versatility, the defensive benefit of the versatility. But you have the Ancestral Vigor that kind of makes up for it, right? It's you get probably even more total one-shot protection from the Shaman. So yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious. Maybe it's just a case of maybe Miscount's perspective is, hey, if there's a dungeon where we don't feel like we need the Resto Druid HPS, we prefer the Resto Shaman just as an overall package.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe. Yeah, it could also just be AJ. Like, maybe they're just like, you know what? We don't care about the Resto Shaman or Resto Druid here. We think it's both good. Just play whatever you like more. And AJ's like, you know what? I'm just gonna. I like the Resto Shaman in this dungeon, so I'm just gonna pick it. That is also something we've seen teams do. Just maybe not at the highest key levels. It's more of like a spec variety rule thing, where we've seen teams just play their comfort specs whenever they had to pick anything to play other than main comp. That's why we've seen a bunch of rogues here and there, and we've seen red paladins and fury warriors. So maybe in the hierarchy levels, that's something that they consider as well whenever they don't see like a clear advantage from one good spec versus another. But yeah, Miscount so far doing really well. Again, going back to that split, comparing it to Holy Method from last week, they're actually 5 seconds faster than Holy Method on that first split. So not an insane difference, but it does mean that they're going to be able to keep up with their timers at least.
Yeah, meanwhile, we have 07 working on the second boss here of Ecodome. So they've already beaten the true end boss of Ecodome, which is the Sentinel before this boss. But this boss still is quite hard as well. So we've seen it claim a lot of attempts last weekend when Ecodome was pushed very high by a lot of our teams. Main thing you're looking out for on this is the targets of the javelins in these main phases. With this particular composition that 07 are running, the Moonkin and the Resto Shaman are sort of your squishy targets. So right now we've got the DK and the DH being targeted, which seems nice on paper because those two are pretty inherently tanky. The DK can just immune it with Anti-Magic Shell, and then the DH, with Blur is going to be totally fine. You don't have to focus the Javelin at all. So it seems good, but the downside is that means now that the next Javelin that's about to come out is going to target Roybin and Vikman, and neither of them have a way to immune off that effect unless you want to count Ankh as an immunity, which Zyro does. I don't know what side of that of that debate you fall on.
Oh, it's totally an immunity.
Okay, yeah, so then they do have one immunity if they need here.
And it looks like Roybin is just holding on to her immunity for this Javelin at least, as they are finishing them off and moving on. We're going to be able to get another intermission in just a moment. Looks like Andy, in the meantime, is going to be grabbing more trash. We can see some of these faceplates being grabbed into the boss here. Of course, throughout this intermission, the tanks can just go and kind of pick things up because there's no tanking they have to do. It's all of the damage dealers and the healers' responsibility to be able to get to aim those through the boss to get the stabilized phase going. And it looks like 07 did a good job.
Yeah, nicely done. We do have some of that trash in on the boss as well. So what we're probably hoping for here on these next spears is a combination of like Shelly being targeted and then either Vikman or Roybin so that we can just nuke down the spear that's on them. And then on the next set, we'll have Casual, hopefully, and the other of Vikman and Roybin targeted. That would be the optimal way to have this go out. Unfortunately for them, again, it's just going to be Shelly and Casual here, which does mean that they'll get to focus down the one on Casual, but once again, they're going to be setting up for a more dangerous second spear in this phase. Although, if you had to pick a spear to be more dangerous, you'd want it to be the second one, because most of this trash should be dead by the time that second spear does come out, and they should be able to focus entirely on that mechanic. Barkskin is available. We have Astral Shift as well. Vikman and Roybin already pre-positioning a little bit as they know they are going to be the targets of the Binding Javelins. Oh! And Blessing of Spell Warding comes out on Vikman there from Andy, something that I hadn't considered, but the Prot Paladin does have itself a moment here, able to just completely neutralize the main danger of that mechanic, which is two squishy players being affected by a Javelin at the same time. That spell warding is just going to come out and completely remove that part of the fight. So we have one more intermission phase for 07 to get through, but yeah, Prop Paladin doing something really cool here. Of the different tanks we've seen, it's been interesting because we've seen a lot of teams kind of gravitate towards the bear for their builder keys, right? That's one of the most common tank specs that we've seen aside from the Prop Warrior. But on the live servers, it's often been the Prop Paladins that have actually been up there and in the key levels with the Prop Warrior. Like if you just look at the Raider.io leaderboards right now, got a couple of people doing really well on the Prop Paladin at the high end. Unfortunately, coin flip here. They had a healer go down. They were trying to stabilize, but it looked like things did not work out for them, so they're going to have to reset their Tazavesh once more.
Very unfortunate for a coin flip, but yeah, I agree. It's very cool to see that the Prop Paladin utility come through. I did also want to mention a coin flip is now switching to that main comp as well, already in this 21 streets that they're attempting. Unfortunately, not getting the 2 just in the 20. But yeah, they switched to main comp, and they chose to play the Resta Druid rather than the Resta Shaman in the streets here. So same comp that we've seen Holy Method play last week. But other than that, also sticking to that Arcane Mage as well. So yeah, pretty much doing whatever the other teams are doing as well, mostly. So very, very cool. Unfortunately, having that wipe after the first boss and losing a little bit of time. It was like 7-8 minutes that were in the dungeon, so not ideal for them. But other than that, I do think that Coinflip Muko has been pretty consistent today so far. So yeah, a little bit of a mistake. Something that I guess it is allowed for them so far. In the meantime, considering
I think
that
they prefer not to, but it
they
happens.
prefer not to. But yeah, it is allowed because 07 did not 2-chest the 20 either, right, in the Icodome Aldani. So far, it looks like they're holding up, or at least comparable to Scaffolding and 07. They're like in the similar boat still for today, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fair assessment of the situation. Coinflip are going to waste no time to get this keystone started once more, so yeah, hopefully that was a one-time mistake for them as they'll keep making their way deeper into the dungeon. Meanwhile, Scaffolding have full count. They're working on the Postmaster. So, this is the plus 18 key. They have 6.5 minutes. The plus 2 chest is still certainly in reach for them. They do have 2 deaths on the board here, which is maybe a little bit of a worrying sign as the key level goes up. Especially because they probably do need to do another key level with their off-meta comp to continue setting up the spec variety rule for tomorrow. They probably can't afford to swap for at least another run of this dungeon, so there may be some issues caused by unfamiliarity with, playing stuff like the Fury Warrior, which is very cool to see out of Scaffolding, but they'll have to make it work in the plus 20 as well, and they probably need to 2-chest that 20 as well. Maybe not need might be a strong word, but to feel comfortable against 07, they're either going to need to start clutching out their higher key runs with fewer attempts, or they're going to need to continue earning more time for those attempts, which has been the sort of dynamic of yesterday, by doing so well in the low keys.
Yeah, I do agree that maybe looking at the timer, again, I think they're going to be able to be fine on the 2-chest here in the 18, but Miscount managed to 2-chest the 20, right?
Right.
They have not too much time left on the timer, but they also had like 3 deaths on their 20 run for Miscount, so we know that the 20 is 2-chestable and it's not like super, super tight, so that is something that we would like Scaffolding to be able to do, because especially after seeing how they 3-chested the 17 Gambit as their only second team outside of Miscount as well, and 2-chesting the 19 Priory, that is something that Scaffolding does that 07 cannot really replicate. So if they start to struggle with those 2 chests as well, while also not necessarily being as consistent as 07 is on their higher key levels, then they might be having some issues for the rest of the tournament weekend. So definitely need to take a look at the timer in the 20 if they're attempting it afterwards, after this 18.
I imagine they will be, yeah. It's probably the dungeon that makes the most sense for them to go to, although that Priory is still looming. They have to go back there at some point to pick up those points that they weren't able to yesterday. We do see a death coming out for 07. Looks like it's going to be a recoverable one for them as they are nearing the end of their Ecodome plus 21. This team were able to put up the plus 20. They weren't able to 2-chest it. They're here in the 21 now. And yeah, things are going okay for them still. This dungeon is still on pace to be timed, which is great news. That means that they'll get then the choice of either coming back in here on 22, or maybe leave this dungeon on 21 for a while and head over to Streets, especially then, continuing to play your off-meta specs probably, and then you can make the call once we're most of the way through the day to swap over to all of your meta dungeons. We do know that the teams plan this out pretty far in advance as well. Miscount, in fact, did so well at that yesterday that they ran out of keys that they could even do without griefing their spec variety rule to come into today.
Yeah, that's for sure very interesting. I also wonder, with 07 not getting a lot of these 2 chests in that the other teams are, 07, they do get additional runs in. That is kind of good for the spec variety rule, but it's also crazy to see them still play their off specs on a 21, right? 21 Ecodome, of course, not an easy dungeon at all, and they're still sticking to their off meta or off spec comp here. So I'm assuming that as soon as they get into this 22, they are going to be switching. But yeah, kind of means that they're going to get some extra runs in with their off specs, which might be good for them when it comes to the spec variety rule. I mean, they still would like to 2-chest them, I'm sure, but I'm assuming that this is their plan all along, and they kind of assume that they're not getting those +2s in, and kind of counted on those.
Yeah, you can make a strategy that is actually it's pretty easy to make the spreadsheet work with either a 2-chest or a 1-chest, because basically when you fail the 2-chest and when you 1-chest instead, it can just mean that you get to play your on-meta specs one dungeon earlier in the other dungeon. So it all works out similarly in the end, depending on how you're strategizing it. Of course, there are ways that you can make this more complicated for yourself if you want to be doing more than 2 total comps, which most of our teams have done. But the core of the idea should be the same, where it's sort of bad news that you missed the 2-chest timer, but it gives you extra flexibility on the spec variety rule, which is nice.
Yeah, as we were talking about, that Coinflip Muko did unfortunately have a full wipe on their first boss here in the 21 Streets of Wonder, so they now had to reset this dungeon twice. The first time around, it was a little bit later into the dungeon, but still overall, they might have lost now up to 15 to 20 minutes now in this 21 Streets. So not ideal, but hopefully they can manage to get that time very soon. Miscount, on the other hand, they did have to reset once very early on in this 22 and also in the 20, I believe. But overall, not nearly as much time lost. And this 22 attempt that they're currently on looks incredibly good, as they are approaching Misa's Oasis here. And they have a little bit of trash left, but that's just going to be trash they're dealing with in the mail room. So, not a problem there. Looking at the timer again, 13:07. Oh, so they're 1 second faster compared to what Holy Method put up last week on their second boss split.
That's good. Yeah, the Miscount would love to just stop the timer right now and say, "Yep, that's us." Just put us 1 second ahead of Holy Method, and that's where we're happy to be. Yeah, we've got the Oasis security spawning in now as well. This section of the dungeon, one of the safer areas for most teams, is once you're inside the Misa's Oasis section. Can't really pull too much trash into this area, so usually something that they've got handled pretty reasonably, pretty reliably at this point. Although I will admit, I've seen a fair share of hard mode deathless runs lost in this area. I don't know about you. This is the area I've seen it wiped in the most.
This can definitely be a spicy area. Sorry, no. It's just me sneaking in as you two were rolling. Just because you were talking a little bit about Miscount and how they were enjoying that, oh yeah, we're 1 second ahead, or even yesterday where they got those times up that were faster than Holy Method. Chat was kind of feeling the same, which is just Nagura, Final Form Marco was saying that they have a feeling that Miscount came into this week with the goal to one-up Holy Method in every dungeon to show them that they have to work harder. So I was just going to slide that in and ask, do you think that seems to be the case? Are they going for that one-up?
I think that's going to be tough. Miscount definitely is playing out of their minds this weekend, and they're performing incredibly well. I think it's going to be a bit tough for them to get one higher in every dungeon compared to Holy Method, because, that would just be crazy. One thing we talked about a little bit earlier as well, I'm not too happy about it, but Cyro rationally explained that for a Miscount, it doesn't actually make that much sense to one-up Holy Method, even if they could, if they're not in any greater danger to not make it to the global finals. And looking at how Miscount is performing right now compared to their teams, it is looking like Miscount is looking pretty good in that first spot, right? And they're not like super close to the other team's score, so they like are not necessarily in immediate danger to being in the third spot, right? So if they would make it to the global finals anyway, without doing doing a 24 Gambit or doing a 23 Arakara, then even if they're able to do it, they probably shouldn't necessarily be showing it this weekend, unless they actually are considering, you know what, we have to do this, the other teams are so close to us. That is something that we're going to be seeing for the rest of today and also tomorrow. It's going to be unfolding very soon. But yeah, unfortunately, I have to agree with Sarah here. It wouldn't necessarily be very smart for them to just one-up Holy Method and show all of their strategies.
Exactly. Like, if there's a whole new key level that you can do, you probably don't want to show it unless you have to. I will say, I mean, they've already one-upped Holy Method in terms of just like timer and pathing in the Arakara, for instance, has already gotten better for them than it did for Holy Method. So I think there's some degree of like, you can tell that there are areas where they maybe have something slightly more optimized than what Holy Method showed last weekend. Although you got to remember, Holy Method may also have been holding stuff back last weekend. Yeah. We know they literally held back the last 2 hours of their entire weekend, where they presumably could have earned some improvements if they wanted to and decided not to. So yeah, I think that both of these teams, they're at least, depending on how the next day goes, right? If Miscount continue to play like they did yesterday, both of those teams will be the best in their groups by like a sizable margin. And then we don't know much more beyond that, because we don't know whether that is them performing at 100% power, 90% power, if they're only using 70% of their power to get through the group weekend and then holding it all back, right? All of that would look the same to us.
Yeah. All I'm hearing is that the global finals are going to be amazing, and I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I remember as well, we haven't confirmed that this is, Miscount. They have a whole half of the weekend they still have to play well to qualify to the global finals. But yeah, given how they played yesterday, if that trend continues, that's sort of what I'm extrapolating forwards.
Yeah, 07 in the meantime did manage to time their 21 Ecodome. It looked like they did not have an insane amount of time left. But they were still playing their off-meta kind of comp, so I'm assuming that they are going to be able to time the 22 at least in the Ecodome, and they're going to be switching to their main comp for that. While I also noticed that Scaffolding switched to their main comp too in their plus 20 here. So we were worried about their plus 2 timer for the 20 here, because it was quite a bit closer for the 18 compared to what we've seen from Miscount. But I guess now that they switched to the main comp, I guess it's a lot more likely for them to get the 2 chests here in the 20 and actually get that same 22 available like we saw for Miscount. Which also means, though, that they're going to have to play around the spec variety rule a little bit differently compared to what we saw Miscount do, right? Because Miscount stuck to their off-meta comp for the 20 and still managed to 2-chest it with that.
Okay, hear me out. Here's what Scaffolding can do to optimize the spec variety rule. Remember yesterday when they didn't time the 21 Priory? You might have thought that was a mistake, but actually what that has done is it means they can go back in to 20 Priory with off-meta specs and just farm an extra key level of playing off-meta specs to optimize their spec variety rule later today.
Interesting.
They're playing on an entirely different level than any of us can comprehend.
Yeah, this is some 3D chess going on here from Scaffolding, but yeah, you are right. They do have more. I mean, even if I don't think it's actually correct that they didn't want to time it, but it is true that Scaffolding will have to time more dungeons today, or complete more dungeons that advance their score in comparison to what Miscount probably is doing, right? Considering just the higher key levels that Miscount has done yesterday. So it makes sense that Scaffolding does have extra dungeons that they can actually play with their main comp, while Miscount doesn't have that liberty because they did so much yesterday that they're not going to be able to play that many dungeons with an off-meta comp today, unless they want to get some of their main specs banned for tomorrow. So Miscount definitely has to watch out a little bit more when it comes to that spec variety rule.
Yeah, I assume that all three really of our top teams, but especially a coin flip as well, probably are in this case as well, where they really don't want to get any of their main specs banned for tomorrow, because it might feel good in the moment to do that, but it's going to make tomorrow so much harder, if you are 07 to compete with scaffolding, or vice versa, if you don't have access to every spec you want for these highest level keys.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting how the teams are playing around that spec variety rule, and it's also amazing to watch, of course, as the scaffolding now is finishing off that first boss. And they, of course, did also deal with all of this trash in that first boss room, so looking pretty good so far. Coinflight Muko did have some issues on their 21, had to reset the dungeon twice, unfortunately, but now this attempt, at least, is looking pretty good. And Miscount, they didn't have major issues, and they're already in that 22 key level, and they are now moving towards Soasmi, towards the last boss. The timer is more than fine for them. They not even past the 2-chest timer just yet, even though that's not going to be happening anymore for them in 1 minute. But they, of course, do have more than enough time to finish off this boss here.
Yeah, I mean, 2-chesting at 22 is a very difficult thing to do. You can do it in one of the Tazaveshes if you're Miscount, but even they can't do it in the other. The Streets timer, a little bit tougher than that Gambit timer, but really impressive run so far from Miscount. And the thing about this timer as well, this is the kind of time... Oh my goodness, as well! This can't be planned. Oh. They have full count. So they're snapping up the Enforcer here. Now, this actually used to be a planned strategy because the Enforcer does an AoE Enrage that would increase the damage taken of the enemies and their damage done. So you used to actually do this on purpose, but there's no way that this is planned by Miscount here because they have full count already. And you can see more Enforcers are snapping up. So this is a failed skip. And this is the worst possible timeline for Miscount because they've hit Lust and they're wiping. Oh, no. So now they're going to have to do the last boss without Lust. Are they going to have time to do that is the question. They think the answer is no. A town portal from Hearthjax. And then they change their minds once more. So the issue here must have been this Peacekeeper. Something must have... They must have still had combat with it in that freezing trap, and then when it broke, it must have aggroed everything nearby and snapped on upwards. I will say, I've seen hard mode Tazaveshes also wiped to that same thing.
Okay, so many things went wrong here. First of all, of course, they didn't want to pull this, right? As you said, it might have been some Peacekeeper being trapped by Yargi then not being able to drop combat, or maybe even somebody else that took combat with the trapped Peacekeeper and not being able to drop it, then getting all of these mobs snapped, committing Bloodlust. Not only did they do that and then wipe, they also pulled the boss before they wiped, which meant that when they came back, it wasn't immediately there either, so they had to wait for the respawn to come in. Now they're able to pull Soasmi. They will have... I do think they'll have the time. Like, this boss is doesn't have that much HP, right? So they're probably able to still finish this. But of course, their timer for a potential time tiebreaker would not be good in this 22, because we're kind of assuming, at least from what we've seen last weekend, that 22 is the highest key level that we potentially will be seeing in the streets. And if that is true for Miscount, then their time tiebreaker is going to be pretty bad if the other teams are going to be able to not do the same thing as they didn't have those 6 steps on the board.
Yeah, exactly. It's I'm still actually encouraged by this result from Miscount as well. Definitely a good decision to not Town Portal. There's still enough time to get this boss done, even though it's, of course, a frustrating wipe. And yeah, I'm curious to see if they'll come back in here on the 23, or... I think you probably just go to the Ecodome at this point if you're Miscount, but I thought that last dungeon as well, and they didn't do it then, so, who's to say?
Yeah, good point. Maybe we do just see them attempt 23 immediately afterwards. But so far they have to finish up this boss here in 4 minutes. Again, it's going to be enough time. Thankfully, they are this fast, right? Because any other team, if they have a little bit of a closer timer, they wouldn't be able to recover 22 with a full wipe, while also committing the Bloodlust to it as well. Which also makes this boss fight a little bit harder for them too, considering that it's just going to take longer without those cooldowns, without the Lust. So... yeah, we'll see if they manage to finish it off, as they are skipping some of these circles coming through here as well. Trying to do it last second.
Dude, it must have been so demoralizing when they made the call to hit the Lust, and then another pack snapped up, and it's like, oh man, what have we done? What is happening in my Keystone? But yeah, it's still being recovered by Miscount really good. And the thing about Miscount as well is their timers are just crazy in every dungeon, right? Their Priory 21, fastest in the world. Their Arakara 22, fastest in the world, and it was like just a one-shot as well. They didn't even need to improve the timer. Their Gambit 22, 2-chested. And now they're going to be able to time a 22 streets with a full wipe and reset and missed lust. And yeah, I mean, this is so impressive because there are teams that sometimes are like, oh yeah, this seems 2 minutes faster in this dungeon because they have a crazy route. But Miscount are just fast every dungeon, every single dungeon. It seems like, oh yeah, this one is their best dungeon. Wait a second, nope, this is their best dungeon. They're all their best dungeon.
Yeah, and it's really subtle things as well in some of these dungeons, right? Because I've been looking out for their routes, and I've been looking out for things that they're doing, and yeah, they do some things that we haven't seen other teams do, like for example in the Gambit with the Goliath pull and stuff like that. But it seems like overall it's really just Miscount just being incredibly efficient with their damage, with their movement, just generally being incredibly fast while not doing something like super crazy or super flashy, like we saw Scaffolding do in that Gambit where they pulled those double star seers into the last boss with Bloodlust to be able to 3-chest a 17. It looked like Miscount just walked in there, didn't do anything that was nearly as flashy as Scaffolding did, and still managed to 3-chest a 17 as well, while also getting those 2 chests in all of those other runs, right? So very, very impressive by Miscount when it comes to their speed. And there we go, Suasmi is going down, and that means they are going to be finishing off this 22 with almost 2 minutes left on the timer still. So really crazy performance by them.
Wow, I mean, impressive to see, even with that wipe, even with some of the issues they had, they are still putting up such fast times comparatively. So hopefully they can keep building back to sort of where they were yesterday with Miscount, and the other teams can do the catch-up they need as well. Now, we are going to, although we started the day with you, Nagura, we're going to have to, I don't know, somehow manage the middle of the day without you here.
Gonna be tough, but I'll see you guys later, don't worry.
all right, we'll see you then. And we're gonna be getting Zyronic in. You know, Zyra, we have been watching the initial work that the teams are putting in. It's well underway on the new keys, as well as, I'm sure, starting to think on what they can accomplish towards the end of the day too. So we kind of touched on it a little bit with Miscount, but Zyra, where do you think that teams are headed next in the day?
Well, Miscount is running out of scoring opportunities.
Yeah.
Obviously they have the Eco Dam to push up. They have a couple runs there, but I suspect we're going to see some similarly fast runs in that keys. It wouldn't surprise me if they're somehow able to eke out a 3-chest in the 18 Eco Dome. And at that point, they're in the similar position to Holy Method last week, where it's like, okay, well, none of our keys are easy now. Let's just do some hard keys for the rest of the day, which, you know, you have 3.5 hours left in the day, Drados. It's going to be a interesting day of keys from Miscount if they're able to keep up this level of play.
Yeah, I was joking a little bit earlier about potential for Scaffolding to use like an extra key level for the Spec variety rule, but Miscount may unironically be in a position where they might say 3-chest the 18 Eco Dome and then be like, oh man, we actually will run out of keys to do today if we just go straight into the 21. Right, maybe we actually want to do an extra builder key, you know, for fun, just to get an extra key done with our off-meta specs so that we can do more keys later today.
I stepped away for like the last 5 minutes of the last shift. What was the actual wipe that Miscount had in that Streets of Wonder 22?
Oh, it was pure cinema. So you know all the mobs that are downstairs, they snapped up, and the ones that used to be snapped up intentionally. Do you remember that when you would snap them up for the enrage? Yeah. Well, those mobs snapped up, and they're a little bit less friendly this time around. When they snap up, they evade for like 10 seconds and just beat your whole group up. And Miscount saw one pack snap up, and they hit the lust to try and react and stabilize. And then another pack snapped up, and they died, and it was a bit of a disaster. But in fact, a town portal scroll started to get cast, but they cleverly canceled it and still timed the key.
Wait a minute, guys. We can still time. Okay, so 6 deaths. A full wipe, they lost their lust, and they still timed it with 2 minutes. I mean, they could 23 streets easily.
Yes.
So
the timer is not going to be an issue for the 23, right? The only thing would be difficulty of the dungeon, but I feel like streets, the timer is usually the gatekeeper, and I feel like this time around, this team just has made that timer look trivial.
Man. The speed has been insane from them. And I don't think that's been, like, the quality of this team throughout the years, right? It's just been, like, they're really good at setting good routes throughout the keys. But it seems like this time around, the speed really is a huge factor for Miscount. They're just getting it time and time again. 2 chests, 3 chests, and keys that nobody else in the group is able to get.
Yeah, I mean, this is a whole new identity for the team. The old Miscount would be a team that would show up and they'd be like, yeah, we can do the same key levels as everybody else, and, like, we're maybe minus 30 seconds from Holy Method or Echo or Wunderbar at the time, whatever a team that has gone through several names over the years, but that was the identity that Miscount used to have. Now, this weekend, they're forging a brand new identity for themselves as, we're the team that comes in and one-shots the key and does it faster than anybody else and makes it look easy, which that's a good identity for your team to have. That is the identity shared by a team like Holy Method, and honestly, Miscount look like they're maybe doing it even better than the champs here.
Super important occurrence in the top right there. Scaffolding a team that needed to have a consistent day to start to claw back the difference between them and 07. A full wipe 15 minutes into their Streets of Wonder 21, resulting in a reset. Hopefully we can get a replay of what happened to them. I suspect it was something in the Postmaster poll area. We'll have to see what that was.
Yeah, it was either in the Postmaster area, or in the pre-Postmaster area, or in the post-Postmaster area.
Postmaster area is easy.
Yeah. That's when things get really crazy.
Is there a Postmaster area?
Yeah, the next dungeon. That's where I save most of my cooldowns for.
Here's a replay. It was the Postmaster. So it was actually the pre-Postmaster area.
Yes,
so this is the poll they did after dealing with the trash before Postmaster. Tank death will definitely result in a wipe. Funnily enough, a tank death here didn't result in a wipe from Miscount, but they had most of the fodder trash dead. It was just the Overseer left alive for them when Kira went down, so they were able to res and get away with just their Hunter dying to that trash pack. Scaffolding going to have to reset and go again. Here's 07 doing the pre-Postmaster poll here. Gotta keep an eye on these junk mails from the Mail Elemental. That plus any extra damage can easily take down a player.
Yeah, junk mail, the most dangerous cast by far here. It's not kickable. It is stunnable, but you have to be careful because you have a limited amount of effects that actually interact with that. So something that players just have to look out for if it's going on them, because if you're not a DK, you are going to get one shot by that when you don't have a defensive up. So dangerous ability, especially as the key level gets higher. Here at the plus 18 level, you could probably let a couple of casts go off and they're not going to kill people if they're topped, but as soon as they start pushing this dungeon, that Mail Elemental is a really important variable to keep under control.
What are we thinking about this Demo Warlock tech pick from Shelly?
Love it.
Just a comfort pick.
Yeah, it's comfort, and it's like he probably would play Destro, except they already banned Destro with the Spec variety rule, so now playing Demo instead. I was hoping to see some AF. That was the Warlock spec I was hoping to see in some of these dungeons, but yeah, Demo's cool as well. That one works out nicely. You know, the single target, right, is pretty nice out of Demonology.
Yeah, I'm not as up to date on my Demo builds as I am Destro and AF right now. But you know, when you played Demo at the beginning of the season, the only talent point you swapped was your Gloomhound for your Charhound. That was it. Like you swapped your single target Fellhound for your AOE Fellhound. So yeah, single target definitely the option. It's not like a funnel single target. It's just like you're pressing your single target buttons and incidentally doing AOE around as well.
Exactly. So, yeah, like it's just the same button that does both.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, it's a solid pick. Demo, very good single target. Fortunately, it wasn't seen in the Race to World first because Destro is just too valuable on the bosses you would have otherwise played Demo on, but doesn't make it any less of a pick. You remember all the controversy around Kalamazoo rating Demo and A in the tier list before the tier, and everyone's like, no, that's an S+ spec, and then it just didn't get played at all.
Yeah, I do remember that timeline. Zapton going down here for Drive Pug. That's an onk. Okay, that's all good. We're not going to have too much trouble from that. Yeah, the Warlock spec situation is interesting. I have also thought that AF would be a playable candidate for some of these dungeons, but that one you would be giving up a little bit more in the single target department, so Demo making a little bit more sense there. By the way, we've talked a little bit about it, but Midnight Beta coming soon. Demo, whole new identity on Midnight, whole new playstyle. If you've been scared off of Demonology before, you should check it out on Midnight when you get your hands on the beta, or you should opt in as well. Make sure you're opted in, or if you've bought the Epic Edition, get in that way. It's coming out in a couple weeks, but yeah, Demonology, very fun spec. I've enjoyed a lot of its iterations. I've enjoyed the current ones, and I'm actually looking forward to trying out the Midnight version as well a little bit more, because it's a little bit more, a little bit harder to kind of mess yourself up with your demonic tyrant launch sequence, which is nice.
Yeah, you don't have to put in the codes every time you go into your cooldowns
exactly,
anymore.
Yeah.
That's kind of nice. Of course, man, I remember the Nether Portal version of Demonology where you literally had like a 20-second code sequence that you had to put in, and if you missed a single button, you're like, well, see you in 3 minutes when I can do this again and hopefully get it done right this time around. It's nice that they've changed that. I actually haven't had the chance to play around it too much. I've been testing mostly like Devourer, Demon Hunter. I really want to play the new spec. Obviously, people meme about how like every time a new spec comes out, it's kind of broken for the first tier. I just like the idea of playing that builder style spec that really harkens back, like you mentioned earlier. It's like the old Shadow Priest, where you build up this huge button, then you try to stay in your cooldown for as long as possible. That kind of playstyle is really fun for me.
Yeah, I think it's like a modern version of it as well. We've seen, Breathis and Dragosa, Void Form, but those designs have sometimes had problems where they feel, sort of punishing or unapproachable for people that aren't, experts at them. And I think Devourer is really beautifully giving you that playstyle, but it's also going to be fun even if you're not like turbo min-maxed at it. It's just going to be a blast regardless. Also, the idea that your filler constantly castable on the move. Takes me back to Miss Pandaria playing Warlock with Kil'jaeden's Cunnings. I absolutely love that. The idea of swapping between ranged and melee to do a couple combos. I just love everything about the playstyle, so I'm definitely going to be focusing on that Devourer spec. It's going to be super fun when Midnight comes out. All right, we do have some teams on break now. Miscount are taking a 10-minute break. For anybody that hasn't been familiar with our tournament rules, our teams are required to take 20 total minutes of break timer throughout the day. They have to take it in the middle of the day as well. You can't just take it right at the start or right at the end. But 20 total minutes of break do need to get taken, or else you will lose 5 points, which is pretty damning for any team's chances, although Miscount are opening up the kind of lead in some of these dungeons where they might actually be able to afford a 5-point loss, but not something that they would like to have happen. Miscount, this was the team, right, that had the biggest problem with the break rule in Dragonflight, right? It was the no-coup defensive that they had to zone out of. That was this team, right? Or was it a different team?
I think it was mandatory,
right? Yeah, okay.
I think Miscount has had brushes with it as well, but nothing quite as obscene as the mandatory one where they had to cancel their knockhood like 20 minutes in just to make sure they took their break timer. Funnily enough, yeah, you're right. Miscount, with the way they've been playing, probably could suffer that 5-point swing at this point, but obviously there's no reason for them to do that, especially after we saw them yesterday say with 30 minutes left in the day. Yeah, I think we're done. We don't want to mess up our bans. We don't really need to do anything else right now. We probably could have seen them play those specs that were going to get banned out anyways and do another key level, but there's really no reason for them to. And they're really just showing that here. Back from their 10-minute break, already in the Eco Damondani, first pull already dealt with. They're just continuing to just plug through these keys at an unbelievable pace. Yeah, I mean, the tempo from Miscount has been a joy to behold. I'm very happy to see how this team is playing, and honestly, I might have a new favorite team here from Miscount. I mean, they've just been... favorite? They weren't a favorite before?
Well, like if you have to have a top one favorite team, I don't know. I mean, this team has sort of won my heart with how strong they've been looking today, and the story of their growth over the past 2 expansions as well. I'm not locking it in just yet. I reserve the right to be won over, in particular by some of the NA teams that we've got next weekend. By the way, if you're a North American World of Warcraft fan, we do have several solid top North American teams coming in, all in the Group C weekend. So I reserve the right to pick one of them, but Miscount definitely have been growing on me.
Yeah, who are the teams we have next week? We obviously have Liquid. That's three members from Perplexed, in addition to Yips and who's the 5th player for them? Another Liquid player, obviously. We also have One Hill fired up on that team. Yoda, Chun, Bond, fantastic North American team. Greg healing for them as well. Is it just those 2, or is there another one that I'm missing as far as North American teams go for next week?
Let me pull up I thought there was one more as well next weekend. Because there's One Hill. Oh, maybe it's just One Hill and Liquid. Yeah.
Still, both of those teams, very, very strong teams. Either of them could easily make it out. That's going to be a fantastic weekend to tune into, but they have to go up against the likes of Mandatory that we've been talking about. That's, one of those juggernaut teams that's supposed to be on the same level as Miscount and, of course, Holy Method. So it's going to be a strong competition next weekend. You won't want to miss that one at all.
Yeah, it's going to be very hyped to watch. And then as well, we, of course, take the next weekend off before Global Finals, but we will be doing a rebroadcast of the China group weekend as well. So mark your calendars. That's going to be on the 17th, 18th, and 19th that we will play that. So it's the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday after the weekend off between Group C and the Global Finals. You can watch our rebroadcast of the China Finals. That's going to be extremely hype as well. I'm curious to see. That region sometimes has some really, really banger teams, and I hope this season will be no exception.
Yeah, sometimes their best teams just decide not to compete. I mean, there's so many really, really strong Chinese teams at the top of the leaderboards if you go to Raider.io like you were talking about earlier. Hopefully we can see some of those top teams compete this time around and really show us, the strength of that region. Thinking back to the top-end teams like Skyline back in the day, winning one of our TGPs, they definitely have that capability and that caliber of player over there, so make sure you don't miss that rebroadcast. Checking back with Miscount here, though, in the 19 Eco Dome. Going to be a very quick Azikar kill here, and we'll see, are they going to just adapt some of the elements that we saw from the Eco Dome 23 from Holy Method last week and see if we're going to see those double skips come out here. Going to be tough without a Hunter, actually. And they do only have the one Shadow Meld, so probably not going to be any double skipping here on this 18.
Yeah, it would be possible with Meld Potions. That is something that I think it's called like the Umbral Essentia or something that you can play that lets you do a double skip. But it looks like Miscount have a different strategy here, potentially. Okay, yeah, so Yargi off to the side, grabbing this. This is going to be just the Shadow Meld. But it looks like maybe they just pulled those two Devourers already. I didn't quite get the chance to see. So, yeah, we don't even need to skip on the way out that way. Just the one. It's going to be Yargi with that Shadow Meld. Now, when we've seen Holy Methods do this dungeon, 2 minutes after that Shadow Meld, pretty much exactly, in their high keys, it's time for their next Shadow Meld to get past the next Sentinel. But I wonder what Miscount will do, especially if they don't need those full 2 minutes to skip past the Sentinel that is blocking the boss area from them right now.
Supposedly this is something they would have practiced during their, during the lead up to the group stage here when they get told, okay, this dungeon's going to be on an 18. If we're going to go for the 3 chests here, what's our plan going to be for the skips here? If that pull does last a full 2 minutes, like you were talking about, it doesn't on the higher keys for Holy Method, they don't have to worry about it. But, they're 5 minutes into the key, their initial potions should be back up. All they have to do is have one of their players hold on to that Umbral Essentia cooldown and just do the skip instead of the Shadow Melt. So we'll have to see if that's the play for them as they're finishing off that pull just now. Coin Flip Muko healing here in the 21 streets. Obviously not going to be going for the 2 chests here, but with 5 minutes left on the timer, they should be good to go. And, if the damage is low, the Bloodlust will be back up in about 2.5 minutes, which will be well inside that timer. So, barring catastrophe here, they should be good to go for this streets.
Yeah, looking solid for them. I'm excited as well for Coin Flip here because this team is really trying to position to still be in with a chance to get one of the 2 slots out of this group. It's such a hard group for them to run into because both Scaffolding and 07 also look so good. And if you assume Miscount is going to keep playing as well as they do, then Coin Flip are going to have to beat not one, but both of Scaffolding and 07 to qualify to Global Finals. But the way they're playing today, they are definitely doing their best to keep those chances alive. The 21 streets, a difficult key, not easy at all. We've seen a lot of teams wiping in this dungeon, even at a lower key level than this. So really well played by Coin Flip to put this one on the board. That'll be their 82nd point, which currently is still only 4th place, although they, of course, have a second dungeon to go collect a bunch of points from. Trying to just stay in range of Scaffolding and 07 here.
Did you see the solution for Miscount there to skip the Sentinel, Gratnos?
What did they do?
It was to not skip the Sentinel. It was just to pull it and take the damage from it.
Yeah, okay. Sometimes that's the best solution,
Just pull it with the face. All good. No Shadow Meld, no potion. Everyone use their potion. We'll just continue to go. No problems there as they've dealt with the Sentinel. Have the rest of the trash pack to deal with. Maybe that might be a little extra trash count for them. But should be good to go as that Sentinel's been handily dealt with.
Yeah, nicely played. They're going to keep on marching through this dungeon. Excited to see the next Sentinel will probably be getting pulled here in just a short period of time for Miscount. Maybe once they finish off these last few Far Stalkers in this pull. Meanwhile, 07 nearing the end of this plus 18 Streets of Wonder. 2 deaths on the board total for them. Shelly just doing some absurd damage. I mean, there's no power infusion here. This is just raw demo lock damage. I guess you've maybe got... Yeah, I mean, there's basically no help coming from the rest of your group, right? You got some favorable raid buffs, but Otherwise, this is just a crazy amount of single target DPS coming out of the purple class here, or 07.
Yeah, that class
Beautifully
doesn't
done.
really lose any uptime on this boss, right? Because if your imps can't attack while the wall's up, they don't go anywhere. They just gotta wait until they can attack the boss again. So it's kind of chill. That class is very, very good at this boss. Bloodlust did end up coming up cooldown. 4 coin flip Muko healing here. Double technique gonna come out. Uh-oh. Okay. Blink from the mage. We're good to go. First kick goes. Rest of the team now comes in after the ring. That was actually a very scary moment for them. They had to figure out how to actually navigate around that Shuri plus double technique combo, but they do it perfectly, and they will be killing off Soazma here, generating that 82nd point, like you mentioned, and unlocking the 22. They still do have to go to the Ecodome Aldani, so a lot of good runs left in the day for them to still compete for the top 4 slot to make it through to Sunday. I want to take a closer look at Miscount, though, because we've been talking about this Ecodome Aldani. None of our teams has been able to 3-chest it yet, but with the pace of play that Miscount has been putting up today, is that something that's potentially in the cards for them? And look at this, they're already on Tabat Nawaj. Bloodlust isn't even back off cooldown yet. So what's actually going to be the ideal usage of this cooldown for them if they're only going to get 1 more left in the dungeon?
Yeah, that is the question. I think you just hit it on cooldown here. Oh, well, yeah, okay, so I guess you're thinking, let's assume we're playing for the 3-chest.
Right.
If we're playing for the 3-chest, we know we only have 8 minutes and 50 seconds left in this dungeon, so we know we're only going to get 1 more lust. Therefore, I would probably still want to send it on this boss if it increased the chances of skipping an intermission, because that's probably a required part of the 3-chest formula, would be skipping as many intermissions as possible on this boss. But maybe you want to hold it for the last boss, because the last boss does give you, damage amp with the soul collection, the echo collection mechanic on that fight. I'm not sure.
I think you're right, but it's also really awkward as well, right? Because Hearthjack's just pressed Ascendance, with Bloodlust coming up in 5 seconds from now. So his Ascendance just now runs out, and the Bloodlust now comes off cooldown, but they've also pulled Trash on top of the boss as well. Yeah, it's a hard question to ask for sure, but there's no offensive cooldowns available. Just 1 Incarn charge is going to be coming up here in just a moment. I don't think you send the Lust here at all. I think we're for sure getting the next intermission, and then the boss should die before a second one. Yeah, it might just be save the Lust for some massive pull onto the boss at the end to try to go for the 3-chest. Although looking at the timer, by the time this boss goes down, all things going perfectly, you're going to have like 6:45, 6:30 left on the 3-chest timer? Do we think that's still doable?
I would say no, but maybe if Miscount can combine some pulls in a really clever way. I mean, they are going to have a lot of enemy forces here fighting that extra Sentinel. Yeah, I mean, it does mean that they can maybe skip around and do just like 1 big trash pull and then go into the boss with the rest of the trash that they need. Something like that could
Also,
be in
Reruns,
range for this timer.
You're a tank player, right?
Yep.
Is it normal for a Brewmaster to be equaling the damage of an Unholy DK?
No, not when I'm playing Brewmaster. Yes, when I'm playing Unholy DK.
What if 2 of the best players in the world are playing both of those specs? Should they be that close?
So I mean, yeah, the Brewmaster is a very high damage tank. Is certainly true. This much damage is crazy, but with that hero talent that they have this season and those harmonic pulses, that does a lot of DPS. Still, though, Kira is doing something completely unethical to this pull.
Yeah, maybe that's the diff here. Maybe the Brewmaster just is like a tech pick for these lower keys. Miscount have been playing a lot of it today, and it's been doing really well for them. One last Binding Javelin, going to be completely ignored as they try to complete the boss here. 62% count on the low end. In the higher keys, we were seeing 63-65% count. So there's going to be 1 or 2 extra choice mobs that Miscount is going to have to pull together here. Let's see, are we going to go standard pull here? Or are we going to go just crazy pull trying to potentially secure a 3-chest? Honestly, I don't see how it's possible with the timer they have left. 6 minutes now. Each of these pulls would have to take 45 seconds to a minute each. We know there's like 3 of them that they have to kill. There's 3 pack speakers in between here and the end of the boss. I don't want to say it's not possible, but if anyone can do it, it would be Miscount.
Yeah, this pull doesn't look quite big enough for me to be confident about it, although you can see AJ is saying, you know what? I can fix that. Here come some creepers.
Yeah, getting those in. Maybe, I mean, do you want to stop your tank from doing that kind of damage? I wouldn't want to.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Kira can live. Maybe you hit Diffuse as they're casting those bites, and you just don't have to run away. Dampen, actually, being used here by Kira. And looks like this is just getting tanked. Yeah, those Gloom bites just getting tanked by Kira. Brewmaster moment here, able to survive that pretty nicely.
Your early shaman's
5
gonna
minutes
love
left. So
Move out of
5
my
minutes
earthquake.
left on this. I don't know. So, okay, this is going to get them up to like 77% count. One more pull, and then you take a bunch of creepers and phase blades onto the boss? Possible? Possible.
They would have to drag everything into those packed speakers at the bottom of the boss. That might be a good candidate for the Lust. That last
Yeah.
boss on this key level probably takes 315, 330?
Yeah, let's
It's
see how they
doable.
decide to attack this, because it looks like they're playing for the 3 chest. I mean, the fact they held that Lust on the second boss when it came up makes me think that's what's going on. So we're going to see some Ruin Stalkers and some Far Stalkers being pulled here, along with a Waste Creeper. None of these are too deadly as far as mob go. And this way they're going is down to those Pact Speakers. We have one Pact Speaker in combat already. Kira, a little bit of danger, but the Lust is getting popped right now. So let's see if they decide to maybe focus this one down and then go into the second Pact Speaker.
Looks like that's the play here as the cooldowns come out from the Boomkin, who's going to be absolutely trucking that pack speaker in just a moment here. Kira, second on the meters with the Bloodlust. There was no Ascendance available for Hearthstacks, but a couple of DRE procs is going to help out with that. Where's the Unholy DK damage, though? We need to see all of our classes doing as much damage as possible as the timer ticks away on the 3 chest. 3 minutes 40 left on that now, and now the Bloodlust isn't going to be available for boss damage either. The second this pack speaker dies, we need to start chaining, though. They could probably chain now because they've already offset the AoE damage that pack speakers will do. They might be worried about chaining too many Farstalkers together as well. Oh man, the timer is just ticking away though, Dranos. I don't know if this is going to be a 3 chest.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about the timer here either. 3 minutes and 13 seconds left. They have to kill this Pact Speaker before they'll even be allowed to pull the last boss. And they probably do need to go grab a couple of Creepers and Phase Blades to get full count as well here at the end of the dungeon. So we're looking at a combination that's probably going to take another minute to really finalize before they can get into boss combat, although the Pact Speaker is dying pretty quickly. It is going to evoke a spirit right now and start consuming it, so they need to hard swap onto that evoked spirit. A little tick of the shield does go out on the Pact Speaker. The way that mechanic works is that the Pact Speaker builds up a shield as it channels into that spirit, so you need to kill the spirit as quickly as possible. And then after you do kill the spirit, the Pact Speaker does get stunned, and while it's stunned, it does take bonus damage, so you can try and chew through that shield if you can quickly swap back onto the Pact Speaker. Problem is, you've often used a lot of your burst to kill the spirit, so you might not be able to do much into that damage amp. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock right now. Kira is going to waste no time grabbing those phase blades. We're coming around here, and we're actually going to grab this patrol that it does include a caster, this ritualist. Verb going to make sure to grip that to keep it under control, and they're getting into boss combat. 2 minutes and 6 seconds. I don't think you can do this boss even at plus 18 in 2 minutes and 6 seconds, Zyra, especially not without Lust.
They're going to try. Ascendance available for Hearthjacks instantly pops at the second the boss is pulled. This trash needs to die as quickly as possible. Kira going to be doing a ton of damage here as well. Brewmaster, we've seen throughout the key, just contributing significantly to the overall damage. Even tanking those Gloom Bites from the Waste Creepers, keeping everything nice and stacked for the Earthquake from the early Shaman, as well as Hearthjacks popping off here. 35 million DPS, no Bloodlust. Ascendance carrying the group on this boss, but as we said, 30 seconds gone. The boss has only gone down 20% with that deluge of cooldowns. I don't think a 3 chest is in the cards here, unfortunately.
Yeah, the math is not looking great currently. They would need to accelerate in the next minute here. Problem is, we're not going to have an Ascendance. We are getting some Unholy CDs here. An Apocalypse is going to be available, and the Unholy Assault as well. Both usable, maybe with this Eternal Weave buff for a little bit of extra bonus damage. But we're also out of Moonkin cooldowns too. The Brewmaster Monk does damage. It does a lot of damage, but does it do enough damage to carry this fight in the last 56 seconds? I think the answer is a resounding no, but man, the way that they played this dungeon made me think they were going for that 3 chest.
Yeah, I think it's something that maybe they get, maybe 1 in 4, 1 in 5 runs if they have, solid random Ascendance proc RNG. Maybe there's other RNG that I'm unaware of in the group that could help out. Crits for the Moonkin on their cooldowns could be one of those things. You never know. That being said, it was still another insanely fast run here from Miscount. Maybe 2 chest was just in the cards all along. And the fact that they're able to do this 3-4 minutes faster than every other team is just, that adding to that incremental list of things that's giving Miscount extra time at the higher key level over the other teams. It's still an incredibly fast run, very impressive. But it would have been nice to see the 3 chests still.
Yeah, they're going to be about 40% shy of that +3 timer. Really still impressive from Miscount. Can't wait to see them come back into this dungeon. But for fans of what's been going on for our other teams, we've been having a whole slew of teams decide to take their breaks just around this midday mark, which makes sense. Good time to do it. 07 took a 10-minute break that they're actually just about to start coming back from. Coinflip also a 10-minuter that started a little bit after 07. And DrivePug have actually just gone on a full 20-minute break. They're taking the whole 20 at the same time. An off-meta strategy for the break rule coming out from DrivePug for sure.
The mid-competition dinner break, it would appear.
Yeah, it's nice. If you want to heat some food up, it can be good to take all the break at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is a perfect time since we have a little break to toss out some chat questions at you. And we actually had 2 talking a little bit about Midnight, so maybe we can start with the first one. This was from Chronic Consumer, and Dratnos, I'll toss it to you first, but Zyro, please feel free to follow up. What's your favorite spec so far on the alpha?
Ooh, I'm going to exclude Devourer Demon Hunter because I think that's just like such an obvious slam dunk that it shouldn't be a fair answer for this, although I wouldn't be surprised if Zyro decides to do that one because that's the kind of move he would do when it gets to his turn. I'm going to go with Survival Hunter, actually. There's some really cool stuff happening for Survival Hunter thematically in Midnight. They're going to be able to start dual wielding, which historically Serv Hunter hasn't been able to do, but the character they're sort of built around, Rexar, from the lore, always had those 2 axes, and Serv Hunters are going to be able to start doing that in Midnight, so that is inherently cool to me. But also they're getting a bunch of cool new abilities. You've got like Flame Fang Pitch, where you throw a fiery pitch bomb thing. You've got Boomstick, where you pull out a boomstick and start blasting with it. It's a very cool reimagining of some of the spec, especially the visuals of it.
Yeah, I'll follow up with that. I don't want to call it any one class, but I think there are a lot of interesting quality of life changes that have made for a lot of the specs that make a lot of them play better or feel more interesting. Things like Shadow Priest instead of Shadow Crash, you have Tentacle Slam now, which is instant. You don't have to wait for travel time anymore. That's really nice. The fact that your silence is no longer part of the Shadow Tree, it's just a talent that you unlock from levels now, and it's not something you have to put a talent point into. That is insane. That you unlock from levels now, and it's not something you have to put a talent point into. That is insane. There are cool little things that they've added. It's like, for instance, Ellie Shaman has a new ability called Voltaic Blaze, which is a cooldown that puts flame shocks on a whole bunch of enemies, so you have a better way of spreading it now. It's just in general, I think there are a lot of things that make the classes more easily playable, and I like that shift.
Yeah, I have another answer as well. Unholy DK, they're moving away from the wounds model, and instead you're just summoning these like lesser ghouls with your abilities, and that I think is going to be a really big flavor win for the spec. The wounds have been fun. In fact, we've seen them in MDI more than anywhere else. That the old way that Unholy worked was a huge strength for big MDI pulls. But I think moving into summoning pets instead of putting these wounds on targets is going to be really fun.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I love everything you all said, but also, Zara, like you pointed out, I think there are a lot of really good changes. I was pretty excited to see some of this stuff. I've been playing Shadow Priest this expansion, and even though they're still iterating, working through things, and no doubt we'll see stuff shift, it's been really fun to kind of get, I think, a little preview of what they're sort of conceptualizing or what the fantasy is kind of evolving into for the different specs. So honestly, I think they all will have something to show, and I'm really looking forward to it myself as well. And a little reminder to everybody, in case you missed it, we've been talking about it the last couple days, but the Midnight Beta test goes live on November 11th. So players who have opted in can be selected to be testers, and players who upgrade to the Epic Edition of Midnight will also gain access to the beta just immediately. You just automatically have that. So more details can be found at Blizzly/Midnight Beta. And now that we've gotten all of that boring spec talk out of the way, we can talk about what really matters in Midnight, which is housing. So Slumber Bunny wanted to ask, I know, look, I'm all about the housing. I am so ready for it. Slumber Bunny asked, and just said, I'm curious on what you'll want to decorate your houses with, if there are any themes or furniture that you're looking forward to. Zyro, we'll start with you this time, and feel free, you can keep an eye and take us into the action after.
So, I am very much a function over form type of gamer. If there's any, like, tiny little advantage I can get out of my house, that's what I'll be using it for. I'm not really even thinking about decorating it currently. I know that's kind of a boring answer to your question. Maybe Dratnos is a better one. So, like, for me, the big thing is, like, is my house going to be, like, right next to an auction house? That's the most important thing for me.
Oh, efficiency, okay.
What do you think, Dratnos?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to doing some stuff with it. I do think there is some room for some utility to go into the housing as well. I don't think there's a lot there yet, which it makes sense, right? They don't... Something about garrisons, right, was like, oh, because there was power in some of those things, you kind of had to do them, right? And I think that would be true for housing as well, depending on what sorts of things they put there. So something I'm excited to do, I'm excited to build, like, some secret entrances to rooms and stuff. You can do, like, you know, bookcase doors and that kind of stuff where you you hide things. Yeah, jump puzzle is... you know, something that'd be fun to do a little bit of. And then there's a lot of, like, trophies you can get from bosses. So putting up, you know, some Onyxia's head is the example that was, you know, the first one that they implemented. But there's going to be a lot for a lot of the different bosses over the game's history. And putting, you know, a room that kind of helps me, that I could go in and get, like, a nostalgia hit from all the old raid bosses that I've killed would be really cool.
I love that. I love that so much. Honestly, the creative ways that people come up with stuff, like those hidden rooms, or like funny little puzzles or things that you can just get super lost in as though there were literally an achievement in-game to complete them. It's so fun. People have so much creativity. I think for myself, I like indoor garden aesthetic, where you'd, like, create the illusion of, like, an outdoor courtyard or stuff. And I've been imagining that a lot with either the Blood Elf aesthetic, because... This is an X-Pack for those of us who love Blood Elves. I started as a Blood Elf. I'm very excited about it. But I also really like the Nightborn aesthetic. So I might have some, like, light mode, dark mode rooms on either side and see what I can do with that. But we will continue with the action chat. Let us know what you're going to decorate your house with, or what you're up for, Dratnos. How's this looking for 07 right now?
Yeah, looking pretty solid for 07. I mean, of course, it is just the start of the dungeon, but at least the first boss, deathless so far for 07. In the meantime, as well, Scaffolding also finished up their run and have gone on their break as well. So basically all of our teams in the past 30 minutes have decided to go on some of their break timers. And pretty cool to see that happening, although, of course, a lot of them will still have more break that they do owe us later. But yeah, 07 in this dungeon, playing the double shaman with the Ellie Resto Shaman. And we still have Andy playing the Prop Paladin as well. A spec that I think he's a little bit known for, this Prop Paladin. I mean, he plays all the tanks, so I've seen him playing all of them before, but I've seen him be really impressive on Prop Paladin in the past. And this is actually a dungeon where you can get some nice value out of those Blessing of Protection, Blessing of Spell Warding effects, potentially as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think when I think of Andy as a tank, I think there are, like, two specs that spring to mind. Prop Paladin #1, and I think Brewmaster #2. He's played those two in a lot.
Oh yeah, of course. Andy Brew was the original tag.
Yeah, I mean, so the fact that he's able to play them in competition and make them as valuable as they are is very impressive to see. It's going to be good. It's going to be a really good split on Zofex here for them. Anything close to 6 minutes is quite good. Of course, we know that 22 is possible. We saw that last weekend. We think Miscount can maybe do 23 with their timer. But, of course, they have really no reason to right now. Same thing with the 24 Gambit. So 07 do have a couple runs in this dungeon if they are going to reach their max potential here still. But again, the name of the game for 07 this entire weekend, Rhinos, has really just been consistency. They haven't really had the most insane 2-chest timers, but they really haven't, like, had any catastrophic wipes either.
Yeah, exactly. It's something where... On the one hand, it's nice to be that consistent. On the other hand, a team with a high floor but a low ceiling will look good on Friday, and they'll look good on Saturday, and then on Sunday they'll run into this problem where it's like, oh man, what do we do? How do we collect any more points, right? We've done these keys at the highest level we can go, right? We're slow in a lot of these dungeons. We can't do a key level higher, so I hope that isn't the fate of 07. I hope that they are consistent on the Friday and Saturday, and then they can kick it up a notch and do the highest keys as well on the Sunday.
Yeah, I think it's weird because, like, there's this weird dichotomy in the MDI now where there's, like, 2 levels of practice, right? There's the high key practice, so doing the highest keys, but there's also the sort of important practice of 2-chesting and 3-chesting the lower keys, and I think we're in a situation where 07 might not have had the most practice at 2-chesting, 3-chesting the lower keys, but they've had a ton of practice of the highest keys. The combo of 3 players they have in Roybin, Casual, and Shelley, they're like one of the 3, 4, I think they're the 5th highest rated team on live right now. So we know the cap is there for them. They can do the highest keys. I was personally just worried about the route they were going to take to get there, but it looks like they're getting there, albeit slower than Miscount, but still faster than every other team right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a team that's like, hey, we're going to actually miss the 2-chest maybe in a 20, then another team 2-chests, but we're going to one-shot the 20 and we're going to one-shot the 21, like, okay, you take that, right? Because there are other teams like Scaffolding that are maybe going to put up the 2-chest in the 20, but then they're going to deplete the 22 for a while, right? So it all can even out if you can succeed eventually. Or as long as you are either going to win quickly or win big, you're going to be fine either way.
Yeah, exactly. And they still do have some other keys to go up to catch up to Miscount, but they're going to have time to do that. Things like the 21 Priory, things like the 22 Arakara, these are things that are definitely in their range if they swap to a more conventional comp, which they've actually kind of done now. Of course, they can make that swap as well, where Vikman goes Resto Druid and Roybin hops over to the Hunt. That would pretty much cover their comp as well. Prop Paladin's definitely in the middle, like you identified earlier. If you look at the top of the leaderboards on Radar.io, it is full of Prop Paladins. That class is very, very good for high keys. It's just a lot of tanks are defaulting to the Warrior for a number of different reasons right now. I don't think the Prop Paladin really suffers too much in higher keys. I think it's definitely playable if Andy wants to stay on it as long as possible. I do think it's something that they are going to be worried about banning out for Sunday, so we might end up seeing him swap to Warrior for Sunday. But for the time being, I'm not worried about the Prop Paladin at all.
Yeah, the Prop Paladin, I mean, the problem with the Prop Paladin is if your tank isn't comfortable at it, because Prop Paladin is a much more danger of kind of dying tank than the Prop Warrior in a lot of cases if it's poorly piloted. And also, in order to realize the benefits of the Prop Paladin, you need a really confident tank that's able to identify the utility cases, and it's able to identify the cases where you can afford to use your defensive resources to help your group instead. But if your tank can do that, it's not one of those cases where the rest of your group's like, oh man, they're playing Paladin instead of Warrior. Like, if your tank is able to play the Paladin well, and you're the other person in your group, you're like, oh, poggers, right? This is great. I've got a tank that can play Prop Paladin, right? They're taking on something that's like 3 times as hard maybe as the Warrior, but the reward is definitely there. The payoff is definitely there if you can.
Oh, and I've just been informed that the Warrior whose alt name I didn't recognize, that's also Andy, so it's actually not a trio of players, it's 4 of the players.
It's a quadrio even.
It's a quadrio, yeah, with Vikman standing in, of course, here for the MDI, but it's hardly a stand-in. The guy's definitely on the level of these players as well, and we're seeing them just play nearly perfectly throughout the weekend in terms of consistency, so really not holding them back at all here. I'm excited to see what this team can do when they get to that top key level. Can they compete with Miscount? Speaking of Miscount, though, they've been silently pushing away at this 20, almost on the same pace as they were in their 18. I don't think the 2-chest 20 is going to be any problem for them.
I don't think they've been doing it silently either. We don't have their comms on stream.
Yeah, that would be weird if they were full silent.
Yeah, I mean there have been teams that have done that in the past, but it's usually not the optimal way to attack a dungeon. They're making their way now through this Sentinel. Oh my goodness. Even here on the 20, this is a scary mob to see them fight. You can see the health bars starting to tick a little bit. Once this key is up at 23, that is such a lethal mob, and it lives for so much longer as well.
Yeah, we've been talking all the competition about this key scaling problem that the teams are running into, right? And it's the same as it always has been in the past, roughly 10% damage and health per key. But with the comps that the teams are running right now, where almost all of their damage is heavily focused into their cooldowns, these bigger pulls, even though they only have 10% more HP on the upper key level, because the cooldowns are running out and the players are outside of cooldowns longer, the pulls, instead of taking 10% longer, are taking 20, 30, sometimes 40% longer, meaning there's so many more dangerous casts going off. In the case of the Sentinel, it's zapping players for 30, 40% longer. It's much more of a strain on the healers, and that's why the 22 was nearly one-shot in this key last week, whereas the 23 took Holy Method 3 hours to time.
Yeah, sometimes you one-shot the key, sometimes the Sentinel one-shots you. That's the dichotomy of Ecodome Aldani. But yeah, I'm excited to see if Miscount can maybe make that dungeon look a little bit easier at that key level than Holy Method did, because they've been doing so well in so many of the dungeons so far today and yesterday as well. The Arakara, they completely dominated that dungeon, so they can continue that trend forward. That's going to be a very good sign for this team. But yeah, like you said, the key level going up, it's more than a 10% difficulty increase for some of these pulls, especially because you start running out of tank cooldowns as well. That Sentinel is not just dangerous for the group, it is absolutely murdering your tank. And if they have to live longer, they might be running out of overlapped cooldowns defensively.
I do want to say, as much as I want to hype up Miscount, I think the Arakara is something we have to take out of the Holy Method strike card, because you have to remember they accidentally banned out their Guardian Druid on the day that we unveiled Arakara. So they're playing Brewmaster in that key after likely having not practiced it. That doesn't excuse their higher in runs where they've swapped the Prot Warrior. So still going to notch that one up for Miscount here. They still are having an absolutely fantastic day, and Miscount has been essentially one-upping a lot of the runs that we saw from Holy Method last week. As you would kind of expect, right? You get the extra information, knowing what that team did. Maybe you get to fold in some of the strengths of their run that you might not have seen yourself into your practice, and you can use that to make your runs that much better. Love the pull strategy here for Miscount, though. The second this Arcane Overload is about to die, let's pull in some more trash. Let's get a little bit of funnel. Let's make this AoE here a little bit more efficient.
Yeah, if you're a World of Warcraft player that enjoys that sort of respite that you get when the hard part of a pull is done, you would not enjoy being a MDI competitor, because these players, as soon as the pull gets easy, they're looking to pull some more trash into it and make it hard once again. That's exactly what Miscount and all of our top teams do on this second boss of Ecotome, which is already hard enough in and of itself.
Here we go. Miscount looking for the 2 chest here. This is the important thing. While all of our teams are on break, Miscount is just increasing their lead. It's about 11.5 minutes left on the 2 chest timer, so Miscount have plenty of time left here. They just need to keep it clean, as you would expect, right? 6 minutes left on the 2 chest in the 18. That means you should have about 2.5 to 3 minutes of leeway in the 2 chest on the 20. Going to get one last Binding Javelin before we get into a next intermission phase here. Going to be easily dealt with as one of them goes on the DK, can AMS that debuff off, and the team can just passively cleave down the Javelin. That is taking out Hearthjacks.
They are making steady progress here, pushing through Ecodome, and we will continue to watch Miscount's run here as everybody else is on their lunch break. But we'll be sending Zyronic and Dratnos off to get, I guess, a late lunch break if you haven't had one yet.
Ooh.
Coffee break.
Coffee
Burrito
break.
time? Burrito time?
Yeah,
Anybody?
go for it. Is all of chat invited to burrito time, or is this like a just Dratnos thing?
Sure.
Okay, everybody go have fun. Keep watching the MDI, though. Zyronic Dratnos, we'll see you later today, all right?
All right.
Bye. We've got Nagura and Tettles coming back to the desk. Nagura, it was so long without you. I'm so glad you're back. I'm so relieved.
Finally.
Oh, finally. But very glad to have you both on desk here. And Dranos was saying something right before they swapped over that I thought was kind of a fun little a statement, perhaps, which is win quickly or win big. Dratnos said that either route could secure a safe spot for our teams in the competition. So, Tettles, I'll toss it to you here. Which mindset do you side with for the teams?
Got to be big, right? I mean, it's very common that we have this kind of format ending with the teams putting up a +1 in all of the dungeons or in an individual dungeon and being able to win by score, whether you see that in global finals, whether you see that in group weekend, no matter what happens. It's very infrequent that you end up going to time tiebreaker. And so while he is talking about, winning quickly is like a good way. The best way of viewing that is like, okay, you get a half key level by winning quickly. You're always going to want to be able to win big, though, because it's great if you have the time tiebreakers, but if a team is able to innovate and go 1 key level higher in a dungeon that you didn't think was possible, that's always like a bad situation. Like, what do you think about it, Nagura?
I agree with you for sure. I think going big does make sense for this competition in particular, unless you really just want to, maybe if you're like a newer team and you're trying to just make it to like a certain stage of the tournament.
Yeah.
Like maybe your only goal is to make it to the second day, right? Like, because you're a new team and you're just trying to get some practice in and you're just going all out for that. Okay, that's one thing, right? But if your goal is to actually make it as far as possible, then going big, in my opinion, is the way to go for sure.
It's kind of like a Polish Mountain versus Anti-Clockwise last weekend. At some point, Anti-Clockwise was ahead 2 minutes in terms of time tiebreaker, and Polish Mountain then started rerunning dungeons for time tiebreaker, you have to go for the +1 there. You're not going to be able to make up 2 minutes.
Yeah.
And then you afford anti-clockwise the opportunity to rerun keys on top of you running keys for time tiebreaker, and it doesn't put pressure on them to actually have to go for the +1. So you're always going to want to go for that +1.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you there. And we'll see if the teams of Group B this weekend also agree with you. I did want to talk a little bit about 07 here, because of course Miscount looking really good in their +20 Ecodome here. Very much on pace to +2 it. But the 20 streets is something we've seen Miscount 2 chest and scaffolding as well. And now 07 is the team that definitely has struggled with the 2 chests while the other teams managed to do it. 07 had to rerun the dungeons one additional time, like we also saw it in the Ecodome as well. So I wonder if they can get the 2 chests here in the 20, because honestly, it's looking better than the other dungeons at least. They're not running their main comp, which is what scaffolding did to 2 chests, but yeah.
My conspiracy theory is that Vikman on balance druid at this composition, like that they're running as like their spec variety rule composition. Like while their top level dungeons, you see they have 21s and 22s put up, are very good and well practiced. Their spec variety rule comp seems like it's maybe a little bit less practiced than what would be preferred, I guess I would say, for trying to go very aggressive for those 2 chests and 3 chests in the lower level dungeons like you were calling out.
Yeah, definitely agree, but still think they do have the potential here. It's going to be a little bit close, but I think they can do it.
Oh wait, no, they haven't killed male boss. I feel less good.
Male boss, I feel like that boss is fast though, right? And the last boss is also pretty quick.
Yeah, bosses in this dungeon, bosses in streets have a tendency to be like 3 minutes long total. So yeah, it's definitely doable for them. We're gonna have to check back in with them. I think they're gonna be very close to the 2 chest timer regardless. I don't think that any like mistake is going to afford them a bunch of time gained. So now we're looking at coin flip, Muko heal. And how have you been feeling about this team so far? I feel like they're a team that has a lot of high-end raiders from the Guild Advance, and they're a team that I think could overperform expectations from their time trial seeding. What are you kind of thinking about their situation right now?
I actually have been feeling pretty good about them. Like, I think for a lot of people, they've kind of been going under the radar a little bit, right? Coming in as like one of the lower seeds. And yeah, they ended up in 3rd spot overall yesterday.
Yeah.
But most people are thinking, it was just scaffolding, just underperforming a little bit, not being able to time this 21 priory, and Coinflip just kind of sneaking in there on that 3rd spot. But honestly, looking at their performance today, I do think that they have the potential to make it in the top 2 as well. It just, like, I don't think they can compete when it comes to the timers with a team like Scaffolding or 07.
Yeah.
But if Scaffolding or 07 drops the ball, right? Like if something happens there, I think Coinflip, Muko healing, they are right behind. And they seem to be somewhat consistent. Like they, of course, have some issues in the Gambit, but overall, I feel like they're, even if they don't get like those +2s in sometimes, they are consistently performing well, and they also are playing around the spec variety rule really well too, which means that they will have their good comp available for the highest key levels, and potentially also for tomorrow as well if they make it there.
It's one of those situations where Scyther and Griwi have actually played in so many different competitions too. I do think that this is kind of, okay, they don't have Divine Field and Yaunt on their team, but I do think that having those 2 players on your team for Coinflip, Muko healing does give them a mindset advantage on like, how do we approach the dungeons? Like what is practice supposed to feel like? Where are we supposed to optimize next? What is the top level key supposed to look like? And having that kind of structural setup from your team, I actually think it allows you to have better and more precise practice. And I mean, you see them 2 chesting this Ecodome Aldani on 18, very consistent with what we've seen from all the other teams.
Yeah. We'll see if they're going to be able to continue their performance here in this Ecodome and meet our... I mean, honestly, I want to say meet our expectations, but honestly, I haven't been expecting that much from them. But now that I've seen them play yesterday and today, now all of a sudden I'm like, wait, Coinflip Muko healing, like there's something going on there. I do kind of root for them a little.
I keep wanting to call them Muko no healing. Dude, for some reason, I keep wanting to call the team over and over again Muko no healing.
That is so rude. Poor Muko had to start healing. Now that you're saying that there's no heal coming through from Muko, unbelievable. 07 though, engaging Postmaster now. 5 minutes 30 left. Okay, I feel like I'm not believing in this 2 chest anymore.
Yeah, once I
After all.
realized that mailroom hadn't been killed, I was like, I don't know if I believe in this one. We got so as me, we tend to budget like 3 minutes for that boss. I think mailroom. So they're gonna get bloodlust on one or the other of those bosses, but I think that both of these bosses are like 3 minutes long, and then there's probably 45 seconds worth of travel time plus RP. So we would need like 6:45 when we pulled the postmaster, and we only had like 5:30.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little bit rough for them, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Obviously not gonna be the end of the world, because if they just go in one shot that 21 afterwards and then 22, then we're still looking good. Considering that just because the other teams managed to 2 chests, it doesn't mean that they're immediately gonna be able to get that 22 done as well. There's something that we still have to look out for. Of course, Miscount did already do the 22 with 6 deaths and a full wipe.
They are so good.
That was a Miscount thing, though.
I mean,
Oh, there are 2 chests in there, 20 as well, looks like. Plus than 20%. Have a decent amount of time left.
I mean, coming out of time trials, they were the number 2 seed. They were the best team in Gambit, and then got kind of throttled, I'm going to be honest, in the Ecodome by Holy Method from time trials. Unclear as to why, but I think that this just proves why they had the best Gambit time. Just watching how Miscount has played this entire weekend, it is nothing short of a masterclass. And I think that every team, if they end up qualifying for global finals, or if you're just a team in Group C, you should be watching each and every single thing that Miscount does and trying to replicate it as close as possible, because they are just so good.
100%. Estee 2 chest there, Ecodome just now. That means they can move on to the 22 immediately. Man, Miscount is going to have a lot of time left in the day to do a lot of high keys. Wow, their Spec variety rule honestly is going to be a little bit messed up today. Okay, so this is actually a little bit of a problem for Miscount, thinking about it. Because they're 2 chesting and 3 chesting these keys so frequently, they're skipping so many runs that would potentially give them score, that their Spec variety rule is a little bit messed up. That is also a big reason, or the only reason, I guess, why they stopped playing early. Oh my god, Drive Pocket has a priest. Is it a holy priest? Tell me it's a holy priest.
It's disc. It's not holy.
Oh no. I thought we're gonna be filling up our specs here. But yeah, with the Spec variety rule, right? They stopped playing yesterday, like half an hour early.
Yeah.
Because if they would have timed the 23 Gambit, or the 24, I guess, then they would have banned something other than what they wanted to ban, right? And now, today, they have a lot of high keys left to do, which requires their main comp to be played, right? So that means, with only 2 dungeons being revealed, and those 2 dungeons being 2 chested back-to-back, they only played their second comp 4 times today, right? So that's... it's a bit rough.
I think they're locked in on Holy DK Resto Shaman getting banned, though.
You think they did?
They played a lot of Resto Shaman in Unholy Death Knight.
It's true, they also played Resto Shaman even in the 22 streets, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they did. A good point.
Can we get a check just to see what Miscount's about to do in this first area? They've actually finally swapped off the Shaman, and I wonder what their skips are going to be looking like in this first area. How are they? Okay, we're taking the scaffolding route where we're actually traversing a bunch of the terrain here, trying to skip as many trash packs as possible. What is their first pull going to look like? Are they going to be pulling this double destroyer into their first trash pull with Bloodlust, maybe? Yep, that's what they're gearing up for. Here it is, this double destroyer, and it's all of this trash.
Alright, yeah, Last is also running. This is a pretty insane pull. Lots of damage coming through.
Yeah,
There's also lots of just area of denial and just generally difficult trash coming through. But yeah, AJ, of course, on that Rester Druid shouldn't be having any issue healing that up, especially with Bloodlust running and with all of the defenses being popped, as long as the mobs die fast enough for their plan here.
It's one of those things, too, is you can outrange the destroyer line if you're really ever in trouble.
Do that, right?
I mean, it looks like they don't need to, right? They just press Bloodlust and AJ, heal my character. But
so the problem with outranging it is that, like, generally you want to stay for healing. You want to stay in the F-low. You want to stay kind of close, right?
Yes.
And you can't outrange all of the abilities. So maybe outranging is not necessarily the best thing for a pull like this.
Yeah, I think you would only outrange if you're like, okay, I'm out of defensives. The next volatile ejection that hits me, I'm dying 100-0.
Yeah,
then you'd outrange it. But I mean, look at that. Both destroyers are the first 2 mobs to even die in this trash pull. So looking great for Miscount given this first pull. So talking about the route a little bit, how do you feel about this route compared to what we saw from Holy Method last weekend, where they skipped the double destroyers, both going into this room and coming out of this room?
I felt like I like the double destroyer skip, but honestly, like, not that I know any better, but looking at Miscount playing it, even though they saw Holy Method skip it, makes me kind of think that Miscount has tried both and figured out, you know what, we like our strategy better. We don't want to skip this. Because it didn't look like much harder what Holy Method did. So I'm kind of... Because that could be the other reason, right? Miscount saw that Holy Method did the skip and did something else, and they were saying, you know what, this is like too difficult for us, so we're not doing it. And I'm kind of ruling that out because it, doesn't seem much harder. So I feel like Miscount has seen it, has considered it, and just decided, you know what, we don't need to do this. But yeah, I don't know why or like... if it's actually better. What do you think?
I'm not 100% sure either. I feel like it's one of those things that you have to really try a lot of A/B testing, kind of like you were alluding to during practice. I will say, if you have all of your offensive CDs plus Bloodlust, the way that this season works with how bursty every single spec is, if you have all of your cooldowns, no pull is off the table. Like you can Bloodlust and insta kill any trash pack. You can Bloodlust and press all of your cooldowns on any pull, and it will die, including double destroyer, even though it can be kind of scary. It's more of like a count efficiency thing. So what is Miscount afforded to be able to skip later on in Ecodome that Holy Method had to pull? And how efficient were those destroyers? Because you saw the destroyers die first from Miscount, which meant that they had to actually put a ton of priority damage into them to be able to get them killed off in time. And is that priority damage worth compared to just hard AoEing a bunch of, gorgers or whatever? So I think that's the differentiator. But since they saw what Holy Method were playing, I do tend to agree, though, that it's very likely that Miscount tried that route and goes, I think that what we're doing is better.
Maybe it also has something to do with just like consistency and like difficulty, right? Because if you can front load this pull and it's just a little bit harder to start, you would just prefer that over maybe something being more difficult later on, right? We saw Holy Method wipe so many times and have so many issues between like this first boss and the second boss with all these faceplates and the Sentinel that they have to pull. So if Miscount can somehow make that part a little bit easier because of the trash that they pulled, because of the destroyers that they pulled here, then I think that's worth it. But we have to see what it really is they can skip here.
Looking around, looks like 07 just...
a little bit of a problem here.
What were we saying? Sorry.
Drivepack has death here, no battle rest, it looks like, for their first boss here on their 18 streets. But it looks like they can just continue. The 18... We saw it two-chested by most of the other teams, but Drivepack generally has been struggling a little bit to replicate those two chests in a lower key level, so maybe Drivepack is just kind of assuming that they're not going to two-chest this, and they just continue. And generally, being able to time it shouldn't be a problem for them. Just getting the two chests is something that is a little bit more unlikely now with those two depths on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the good news for Drivepack is they're through the hardest part of the dungeon. The first area, the first like 7 minutes of that dungeon is by far the hardest. And so if you're able to get through the first boss room, everything else is a little bit easier, given the texture of just how difficult the first area is. Also on the right-hand side of the screen, we did see 07 completing that Streets of Wonder deathless. They ended up having 0 deaths. They unfortunately did not two-chest it, which is what we were kind of hoping for. But whenever we saw their timers earlier, we knew that it was off the table. But on Miscount on the big screen right here, you see AJ pulling that overcharged Sentinel to the side. He is going to be slamming down that Shadow Meld, allowing Miscount to be able to skip all of the Sentinels. This dungeon, I would say, if possible, you only pull one Sentinel, and it's the required one to be able to spawn the second boss, just because of how deadly they are whenever they go into that overcharge phase after you break that 50% HP shield. So whenever you're looking at routes from the top teams, look to expect most of the teams to be skipping those Sentinels as frequently as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Sentinels are really not something you want to see, especially not on those 22 and 23 key levels.
Dude, they just hit so hard. Like,
yeah. There's just so much damage coming through, especially with like everything else that is going on in this area. And just the area of denial that it creates as well, just generally just slows you down as well, right? Like you constantly have to move around, you have to move the mobs around, you have to replace all of your stuff. It's actually, they're just hard.
yeah, and if you ever get leapt on by a Farstalker at the exact same time you get ticked by the Sentinel, you just die.
Oh.
Ooh, AJ getting ran over by the warp, the ground effect from the Runestalker.
Yeah,
How is he going
to
get back?
He did get battle rest. So.
Oh, he got battle rest? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. And they're gonna have to use that because, yeah, that's another thing, right? Because you're skipping so many Sentinels in this dungeon, it's very difficult to join the group again if you don't have a battle rest, right? Even though they updated a lot of the graveyards and they generally just made graveyards closer to where deaths can occur, which is something that which is a very good change that I very much welcomed whenever they did that. But obviously, whenever you're playing routes where you're skipping stuff and especially things that have stealth detection or other things, it's just generally going to be really hard for teams to come back. So a lot of these higher key routes that we see in the MDI has stuff like this involved, which means that they just have to use their battle rest or they're kind of done, or they have to wait. But I guess at the same time, if you do a really high key and you have multiple deaths, then you probably just run out of time anyway, so you don't need to figure out the problem how to come back to the group.
Yeah, unfortunate to not have the battle res, especially since they are going into the hardest part of the dungeon. That pull that they just, AJ had that death to, not traditionally seen as like the hardest part of this dungeon. This room that you're seeing right here, this is where things start to get real. There are a couple of pulls. First off, there's that pull that's over to the right side on that hill. That has an insane amount of Farstalkers. If you get leapt on by 2 or potentially 3 of those in quick succession, you just immediately die. And that's that overcharged Sentinel that you see at the top of your screen. That's the only overcharged Sentinel that we're going to be playing. The way that the teams have been routing around it, at least how they did in Group A, was that they were looking for that Shaman's Ascendance. They were looking for that Hunter's cooldowns. They were going to be looking to press their Unyielding Nether Prisms and press their their Frost Death Knight cooldowns. Basically, all the offensive CDs had to get pressed on that Sentinel to be able to make sure that that dies in time. And then they do that hill pull with basically no cooldowns and take 2 minutes to kill it off. I'm really interested in seeing what the sequencing from Miscount looks like in this area, though. And is it going to differ from what we saw last weekend?
Yeah, definitely interesting to see what their route is here in this 22. And if they manage to execute this first try. I mean, obviously we've seen Holy Method do the 23, not just the 22. But the 22 is already difficult enough that we've seen multiple teams struggle to just complete the 22 last weekend, right? So if Miscount manages to just kind of come in and one-shot this, that's incredibly impressive.
How many attempts do you think it, like on average, should take Miscount to time this dungeon on a 22? Should it be like 2 attempts? Like a 1 out of 2 attempts they should be looking to time this dungeon? Like how consistent do you think a team like Miscount is in here?
So, like, I would not be, like, worried if they wipe in here, or if they have to reset this key, like, 2 or 3 times. But I think they're just going to one-shot it.
Okay, so you think it's maybe even like a 70 or 80% consistency for them?
Yeah. 70, 80 for the 22 things. Like, I think that's probably accurate from what I've seen from them this weekend. What do you think?
I think that's a fairly reasonable shout. I mean, they have just looked so automatic, so expecting them to have anything but immediate success in something that's not like the 23 that we saw Holy Method wipe to like 10 times last weekend is probably unexpected. Now this is the hardest pull of the dungeon. You saw Hearthjax, he was pressing that Ascendance. Yargi pressed his offensive CDs. Verb's got the Breath of Sindragosa and that Pillar of Frost running on this pack. And that Overcharged Sentinel is at 10% HP. Everybody is at 100% health, but they can die in just the blink of an eye here. Once that Overcharged Sentinel goes down, then we are kind of out of the thick of it. Okay, so Miscount do get that Overcharged Sentinel killed off. Now they just need to make sure that they don't get leapt on by too many Farstalkers in quick succession and die off. But the hard trash pack is behind them. And Miscount with 1 death are going to be going and pulling that hill pull that we were talking about earlier as well. This is the last very difficult trash pack in this dungeon.
All right, let's see if they manage to do this as they're gathering it up. It looks like they have some defensives left, but definitely had to use quite a lot in their previous pack. They do, of course, have that Bloodlust available, but are going to be holding on to that for a little while longer. And you can see Yargi positioning himself outside, making sure he sees enough. That's also one thing, I guess, that is really hard on some of these pools. It's generally the visuals are hard to be able to see where everything is going. And then, of course, you have these warp stalkers jump around all over the place. You can see Kira gathering up even more trash in here. And yeah, it's looking pretty stable, but there's still a lot of danger left.
What do you think about AJ hitting the cat convoke on this trash pack?
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, wow, that's confidence. That is very aggressive.
So they have a Ritualist trapped at the top of the screen here. Now Kira is leaping into that trash bag. This has actually been a pretty elongated chain where Miscount, they're just not engaging as many Far Stalkers to put themselves in a position where they can have those errant deaths. It's maybe kind of like you were talking about yesterday whenever you were reading through some of their like player survey stuff where they were talking about maybe sometimes going slower ends up yielding faster results. Maybe that is what's going on right there where, you know, taking that hill area a little bit slower, doing a little bit more calculated of a chain really allows you to go a bit faster because now they've pulled into the boss as that Ascendance is going to be available in 15 seconds. Once the Ascendance is available, then this entire trash pack just gets immediately deleted.
Yeah, one thing to note as well about the damage profiles from their DPS that they have. Like, of course, we talked about the cooldowns from the Elemental Shaman like being super important, right? But Frosty K and BM Hunter very much have frequent damage, right? So if you don't have the Ascendance ready anyway, I think chaining mobs in rather than pulling it all at once does make a lot of sense. And then once you have the Ascendance ready, you just you go in and you do like a bigger pull, or you pull the boss, or you just whatever we saw Miscount do just now, right? And I think for the 23, it's going to work out even more perfectly for them. I think in the 23, they're going to have the Ascendance ready as soon as they pull this boss and they pull the trash in. I think this is just like a little bit about 22, we're too fast kind of situation that we saw here.
Dude, Yargi is so good. Look how much damage he's doing right now. He's at 21 million DPS. He's about to press his offensive CDs again. This is the guy that started playing Hunter and Beast Mastery Hunter before pretty much everybody else. And I remember all the the high-end players, whenever they were trying to figure out what was going to be meta for the season, they're seeing Yargi on this Hunter. Everybody's thinking it's going to be like some mage season. And Yargi's just like cranking on this Hunter, and everybody's just like, man, I think he's onto something. It really looks like this Hunter is going to be the play, and surprise to absolutely nobody, it was the play, and Yargi was right all along. And so Miscount, I feel like, has had a great read on the meta this entire season.
Yeah, I agree. They're just doing incredibly well. Also saw a little bit of a difference already, which maybe now in hindsight was because they wanted to play around the Spec variety rule, but Miscount ended up playing the Resto Shaman in the 22 streets compared to the Resto Druid, like we've seen Holy Method do, and also all of the other teams. Looking at the right side of your screen, you can see that both 07 and Scaffolding are sticking to this Resto Druid in the high street key levels. But as we switch, Shelly does go down to a melee from the Core Hound here, actually, as the Battle Rest actually is coming out.
The I press Ascendance, I got meleeed by the mob classic. Always terrible to lose your powerful 3-minute cooldown to getting meleeed, but it does happen. You know, since the 3-minute cooldown is super strong, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. And unfortunately, the responsibility is on the tank, not on you.
Yeah, and we do also see them switch back, as we talked about, to like the absolute main comp that we've seen them playing the highest key level so far, where Vickman is going back to the Resto Druid, switching to the healer role, while Royben is going from that healer role to the DPS, playing that BM Hunter, which, yeah, we talked about this before, but it is incredible how well they're performing, considering that kind of situation with the two healer mains, having to not only play DPS, but also like multi-class and multi-spec as well, and switching roles between dungeons, which is absolutely insane.
It's
but
wild.
Yeah, 07.
07 just has two of the best Resto Druid players in the world on their team. Like Vickman's like a Resto Druid. I don't want to call him a one trick. We'll say a Resto Druid one trick for all intents and purposes. And he's just like randomly flexing into balance on this team. It is crazy that 07 has Royben DPSing. Not that Royben can't DPS, but it's more just like the fact that they somehow have the two of the best Resto Druid players, and Royben's not even on a Resto Druid in a Resto Druid season is unbelievable to me.
Yeah, that is just absolutely insane. You can see them trying to deal with this cat pull here, of course, utilizing that spot where you don't actually get the charge off at all, which is another thing that this was probably already possible in previous seasons, but it's another thing that they only just figured out this season, which is always really cool to see whenever people are figuring out stuff in dungeons that have been around for like the longest time. But yeah, this is a very nice pull as they're finishing this one off. Now they're gonna... Oh, we do see Worst going down here on the third boss in Drive Puck.
Oh my god, I'm
They don't
surprised
have a
they
rest
didn't wipe.
available there. They already have 5 deaths too. Overall. Maybe a little bit rough for them to finish, maybe.
Is this depleted? Their timer on Menagerie was already not
What if they
fantastic.
just leave this mob alive for a little bit until the rest comes back?
It's an 8. I mean, they should be fine, I guess. It's an 18. I mean, this is... Okay, it's definitely not depleted. Looking at like where they are trash count-wise. But their Menagerie split was not like exceedingly quick, and the 5 deaths is concerning.
It's definitely not two-chested anymore, which... We
Yes.
talked about this before, like Drive Pack did generally just not get those 2 chests in... Oh! Well, that now is a wipe.
No.
Let's see 2 more deaths coming through. They're gonna... one more death coming through. They have a Battle Rust available in a second, but... Yeah, this might actually have to be a reset for Drive Pack here, which is not great considering that it already looked like they had some issues at the start of the dungeon, but they continued... Presumably because they were thinking, you know what, we're not two-chesting this anyway, so let's continue to time this. But now, if they're even struggling to time it, that would actually be a pretty big time loss for them. Yeah, in the meantime, Miscount here, done with that second boss. And just dealing with the rest of the trash here before they manage to go to Soul Scribe. Generally, they're kind of done with the most difficult part of the dungeon, right? So
Yeah.
it looks like the 22 is looking pretty good here. Not that there's not something that can still happen to them. But yeah, generally that early part of the dungeon and trash between first and second boss is just... And the second boss is probably the most difficult part about that Ecodome.
Yeah, Eodom's an interesting dungeon because the completion rate on this dungeon is actually quite high. But that mostly comes down to the fact that the timer is lenient, and it comes less down to the fact that the mobs aren't very hard. Because in each and every single part of the dungeon, there are hard-hitting mobs. I think pack speakers in this section are brutal. The destroyers in the first section are brutal. And then the most commonly skipped mob that we see here in the MDI, the Sentinels, are, of course, off-limits. And so every single section of this dungeon has some landmine mobs that you do have to pull in some capacity, but it's about being able to get those killed off quickly and safely. But whenever you start to push up to 22, 23, potentially even a 24, that's where the timer's not as free as it is, say, in some of those lower level keys, which makes the completion rate on this dungeon look fantastic. Miscount are going for a very aggressive chain right here, though, Nagura.
Yeah, this is crazy. They just continue pulling. They're like, we got this. Even though their timer is not even close at all, they're just very confident in what they can do here. And they're just continue to move, even though they're still going to drag some mobs around. They do have some more casters that they pulled in here. Obviously, the Creeper is not going to be doing very much here. We do see a Vortex come down from AJ as well. Make sure some of these Far Stalkers are going to stay contained. But, yeah, looking good so far.
Yeah,
And they have a battle rest in a couple of seconds as well, so a little bit of a safety net in case something does go wrong.
Give me a second. Let me pull up Holy Methods 22 at this place. I wanted to see how fast they ended up doing this dungeon.
Yeah, I was looking at their 23 earlier, but yeah, I also wanted to look at their 22 to see like a little bit of a comparison. So if you can pull it up, that'd be nice. In the meantime, I did want to mention that Scaffolding is back from their break, and they're on their 22 streets here after two-chesting the 20. And I think Scaffolding needs this 22 timed for like I feel like they need it for their mental, because we saw yesterday they two-chested the 19, wiped on a 21 so many times in this Priory, and I feel like it must be a little bit demotivating for them, right? Coming in here as somewhat of a... Like, obviously each individual player here has been competing before, and they're like veteran players as well, but they haven't played in this kind of constellation together. So having a little bit of a rocky first day where I'm assuming they expected to be able to get more points, and they expected to time this 21 Priory faster. I feel like they need this win here where they just kind of one-shot the 22 streets. because they want to go back, they want to time the 22 Ecodome, they want to time the 21 Priory, actually realize all of those 2 chests that they have on the leaderboard right now. Because if they manage to get the 2 chests and the lower keys, but then actually don't manage to do the high keys afterwards, then that's going to be a really big problem for them. So they need this win here.
It's interesting you say that. I feel like this is a team, just in terms of the players on this team, I feel like I'd be more confident in them doing the higher level keys and having a really high key cap than some of the other teams, just given who the players are on this team. I think that Lizelle ended up being like rank 1 last season too.
Yeah, maybe. Like, generally, I think they obviously are capable to do the high keys.
Of course.
One thing that I guess that we're lacking yesterday at least was this consistency. So maybe one thing that is potentially a little bit of a problem for them is like the way they're practicing. Because that is always something that is super secret for us as viewers. We don't really see how they're approaching the practice. And generally, it's also a secret between the teams, right? So it's very hard, especially as a new team, to really figure out how to use your practice time efficiently, because you can't copy it from the other teams. You can see what the other teams do, how they play the runs and how they do the dungeons, but you can't see how they practice them. And that is something, especially for a new team, that can be very hard to figure out. And one potential problem that Scaffolding might have been facing is that maybe they went a little bit too risky when it comes to their high key routes. Because that would cause the lack of consistency. If in practice they say, hey, you know what, let's do this somewhat risky pull here, this somewhat risky thing in this 22 key and in this 23 key, but then during the tournament, it's just harder for them to execute, or generally the success rate of it is not high enough.
Sure.
And that could cause this like inconsistency that we see from them. While a team like 07 that has more experience on each individual player when it comes to the MDI in particular, then maybe they are a little bit more seasoned in that regard, and they can say, you know what, this seems a little bit too risky. Let's just go for the 2 chest, for the 1 chest instead of the 2 chest, and then we're gonna make sure we focus more on the higher key routes and make sure those are as efficient and as like consistent as possible.
What's the deal with this Bloodlust? Are they going for the 2 chests in this place? I mean, they grabbed like a muscle.
That makes no sense.
I mean, they grabbed a muscle and some smugglers. I mean, this is a pretty atypical pull to Bloodlust. I will say. I feel like most teams, like you end up lusting Menagerie on CD. I feel like is the most common second lust of the dungeon, but maybe it was just Vinza Gold Fuse left for Scaffolding. They're like, well, where do we press our lust now? And they're just like, you know what, we could do a big pull here.
What did they lust first?
The lust second pull of the dungeon, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming, but maybe they didn't. Maybe that's why they didn't have it for Grand Menagerie.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I didn't quite take a look at their lust cooldown. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe they saved it for the first boss or something.
Ooh, okay. It could be on
rather
something.
than the second pull.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that is a weird lust to use here for sure.
Yeah. I don't hate it, like given what that pack was, it makes sense. I'm just trying to like forecast what does 10 minutes into the future look like for the next Bloodlust. Where does that really line up? It's going to be on the last boss. It's going to be on Soasmi, likely. But like where on Soasmi is that going to be? Are we going to be on the right side of a 2-chest timer, I think is the potential question. Because if they're a team that can actually 2-chest the 22 in the streets, where we saw Miscount, obviously they have they have 6 deaths, I think, in theirs, so they definitely are 2-chesting theirs. If it's possible to 2-chest it, that would be a huge deal for Scaffolding.
Well, I don't think it actually is a huge deal at all, because we haven't even seen a 23 streets, right?
Yeah, you know what?
So there's absolutely no way we'll see a 24, I'm guessing. So I kind of assume that the 2-chest is only relevant for the actual timer when it comes to like a tiebreaker.
Oh. Yeah, you're right, actually.
Because, we haven't even seen a 23.
Really makes you think. I think 23 is doable. I do think that 23 is doable in straights. Like, just looking at the timer and how lenient it can be.
Yeah, it definitely.
With a bunch of deaths and stuff.
Yeah. Timer-wise, it definitely seems doable.
Okay, so I have the Holy Method timer on their 22 last weekend. They finished this dungeon off at 27:16. With a 17:08 second boss split. So, Miscount going to be...
faster than that.
Yeah, going to be 40 some odd seconds faster.
That's very nice. Even with the 2 deaths on board, do you see if Miscount had any deaths as well on their side?
So yeah, Holy Method of 1 death.
Okay. Alright, so that's definitely really good for Miscount. That means they are definitely also going to be... I don't want to say definitely, but the likelihood of them being able to do a 23 Ecodome is pretty high.
Now, interesting
do you
to
think
know...
they'll go there?
Maybe.
No.
I think that they have enough time to do whatever they want. Like, frankly, they could literally do whatever they want, including taking a break.
What is it you do as Miscount now? Like, this is so interesting because we have a decent amount of time left in a day, right? And they can do 23 Ecodome, potentially. They can do 23 Gambit or even 24 Gambit. They could potentially even do 23 Streets, as we saw. Their timer was so good as well. I think the 23 Ecodome and the 23 Gambit is something they can for sure do, just because it's not like something that we haven't seen before. Like, they wouldn't be giving away some crazy strat or route, because the other like Holy Method has done it already, right? So I'm assuming that is what they are attempting next.
How safe do you want to play? Like, it's kind of an interesting question. I think that there's a world where it's supposed to be 23 Ecodome and then do 24 Gambit. Like, I think that there is a world where that is what you're supposed to do. I don't think that 24 Gambit is required to win Group B weekend, though. Ooh, dude, look at this from Scaffolding. They have Commander Zofar on this trash pack.
Mistake,
that is
right?
a cook.
Is this... Honestly, this might be what they want to do.
I mean, I don't think it was unintentional that they have him here.
It could definitely be unintentional if they... Because we've seen something similar for Miscount, right? Where they had the mini-boss and like an Enforcer snap to the last boss room because of some failed kind of skip. So that's, I guess, in theory...
Yeah.
It looks like intended.
I think Zofar seems intended, for given the fact that it snapped into the Mises Oasis area. I think if it, was an Enforcer, kind of like you were saying earlier, or like a random pack of trash. Yeah,
they have to pull it anyway, right? So,
exactly. I mean, that was super efficient from Scaffolding. I love that snap. That snap felt very time efficient in a 22, and it didn't even look that bad. Like, Speed died because he stood in a shock mine. Like, that's what kills people in their hard mode Tazavesh. That's not what should kill you in the MDI.
This definitely seemed intentional. Yeah?
He almost got killed by Profu.
Stop pressuring Speed, okay? He's trying his best.
I believe in him.
He's been around for a while,
So you're calling him old?
I didn't say that, but yeah.
You implied it.
Hey, I competed in the first MDI with Speed, so he's been around for a while.
Oh, sorry. I'll respect my forefathers.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It does look like 07 did just manage to finish off that same boss that Scaffolding is currently on, except that 07 is on a 21 because they didn't get the 2 chests on a 20, so they're going to have to do this dungeon twice if they want to get the same score as Miscount already has and Scaffolding is working on. So far, looking really good though for 07 on the timer. Obviously not going to be 2 chesting this, but also don't really need it unless they want to attempt the 23. And yeah, one thing I want to say about Miscount, like they're currently in a 10-minute break. I do want to say, like, doing the 23 Ecodome into the 23 Gambit, like, I kind of want them to do that. And then, like, I honestly even think, like, what is bad?
Scaffolding just lost all of their damage buffs.
They're fine. You think they're gonna not get the shield through?
I mean, they were tanking the shield for a second earlier, and by not breaking the shield fast enough, they didn't end up getting a refresh. So Krona ends up getting his buff back. So something that they've done that's very, very interesting is Krona's on the drums, which means he doesn't have to move around at all. Yeah. Now we're pulsing with this final warning. This is...
They got it.
Yeah, okay, they got it. Oh, I didn't like that. That did not look good.
That was not ideal. Especially with Speed dying as well, right? We talked about BM Hunter losing a decent amount of damage for dying. Not ideal. And then maybe that was like just causing the chain reaction of them not being able to get the first shield done in time, and then losing out on some of these stacks. So not great, but managed to recover.
Losing your entire group's damage buff has to feel awful.
Yeah, no, for sure. But okay, so what do you think about I've been cooking, right? And even though I don't like it, but what do you think about Miscount doing at least one or both of those keys, like the 23 Gambit and the Ecodome, and then kind of just like stop for today and see what happens because of the spec variety rule? You know, because tomorrow they can do as many keys as they want, but today they cannot. Right? So, and they don't have to, because today they're looking so good. Like, they're not in danger at all of getting eliminated today, right? And there's even so far ahead to the second and third team that they didn't need to do anything absolutely crazy. But if something happens throughout the rest of the day today, they can just reconsider and figure out what to do tomorrow and be like, you know what, let's do the 24 Gambit tomorrow or the 23 Streets or whatever they want to do.
Yeah. I think it's less likely. I appreciate the cook. I think it's less likely that they're going to stop due to spec variety. I think it would be more likely that if they stop, it's because they want to preserve strategies and they don't want to show their hand in something like, what does a 24 Gambit look like from us? What does a potential attempt at a 24 Ecodome look like from us? Like where you're like, okay, these dungeons are possible, but if we do a route or we play what is required to be able to time that, we might be giving up a little bit too much in terms of problem solving for the other teams. Because if you give teams like Mandatory, Liquid, Holy Method, the blueprint for what does it look like to time this dungeon, they'll be able to copy your route and somehow do it better and faster. And you're like, okay, well, maybe we shouldn't have chosen that.
Yeah, that is right. I will be taking a look at what they've been playing today and how their tally looks from yesterday as well. Because I do think they might have a little bit of a problem with the spec variety rule, but I'm not really certain. Because depending on how many high keys they want to do, right?
I don't know what their spec variety tally looks like right now. So the plan for bans for the final day for them looks to be like it's Unholy Death Knight and Restoration Shaman. But I don't know how many times they have those specs played. It's a lot. Like they played them a ton on day one, and they've played them a lot today as well. So those are their top two played specs currently. But how many of those chase keys do they have to attempt before then it could become a problem?
Yeah, it's interesting for sure. Obviously, we want them to do the high keys, right? But unfortunately, they've just been playing so well.
Too good.
It might just not be smart for them to even attempt some of the highest possible keys here, considering that did Miscount play too well, or are the other teams too far behind?
It is certainly.
Maybe we should be talking about Scaffolding 07 and Coinflip Muku Healing here, as we see them on the screen, that they just have to perform better, right? Scaffolding,
I think it is if Miscount was actually pressured by other teams, they wouldn't be allowed to. If you're pressured by other teams, you're not allowed to hold strats, right?
Exactly.
It's the reason why you wouldn't ever hold strats from between day 1 and day 2 of the global finals is because no. You were trying to win here and now. There's no. The time for holding strats was 6 weeks ago. It is not anymore.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, we're gonna see what they're doing when they come back from their 10-minute break that they're currently on.
Fast. I think
Scaffolding is really fast. I really like their 22 here. Even with the 3 deaths on the board, they're looking very, very good. They, of course, only have Suasmi left after Postmaster here that they still have to finish off. They have their Bloodlust available, as we talked about. They're going to be saving it for Suasmi, even though their second last was a little bit of a weird timing that we saw, but that third one is going to be able to be used on Suasmi on pool, which is going to be the most advantageous for them overall. And their 22 is looking very good. They're going to have a better timer than Miscount. So in case it comes to a tiebreaker between Scaffolding and Miscount, then that 22 timer is going to be better for sure.
So this Bloodlust is coming up on Soasmi. That's probably a 3 to 3:30 encounter, depending on what RNG you get on your Shuris and stuff. Not bad. Do we think that the Bloodlust how does it scale? Like, what does a 23 potentially look like for the streets? Because I think that timer-wise, scaffolding should transfer up to be able to be done on a 23, just looking at their timer here.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think the 23 timer-wise is definitely possible. And I don't know, like, I'm obviously just sitting pretty here, looking at them rather than playing myself, but looking at what the damage is that they have to face in this 22 streets, it doesn't necessarily seem to me as if the 23 would be absolutely like, undoable when it comes to the incoming damage either, right? If you look at some other keys like Ecodome, or you look at like the super high level Gambits, where all of a sudden every ability seems to be absolutely one-shotting you, it doesn't necessarily seem like that way in the streets here. Now, obviously, streets has a lot of bosses, and that is maybe one of the reasons why a 23 would take quite a bit longer. But I don't know, the timer is looking very, very good for both Miscount and for scaffolding. Oh, and Miscount is back. Oh, in the 23 Gambit. Oh, where's the 24? Come on.
I think it's you put points on the board, like, 24. I think 24 is probably doable. Just looking at what we've seen from teams in 22s and 23s, I think timer-wise, 24 is doable. I think that 24 is like we need 3 hours, and we still might not time it after 3 hours kind of a dungeon, though, right? It's kind of like the Motherlode that we saw last season, where it's like, yeah, definitely doable, but probably it might be a global finals exclusive kind of doable.
Yeah. No, I agree. What do you think of the decision to go to the Gambit before they do Ecodome? I obviously think that the Gambit 23 is easier.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of teams time the 23 Gambit last week, so I guess it does make sense that they go for the easier key first. I was just thinking that maybe because they were in the Ecodome earlier, that they maybe just, it's fresh in their minds, so they want to continue there, but yeah.
I could get behind, 23 Ecodome, 23 Gambit, and then if you have a bunch more time for Miscount, you just go 23 Streets, but I can get behind the 23 Gambit, 23 Ecodome, and then be like, yeah, that's good. Because the Ecodome 23 didn't seem like it was very consistent for Holy Method last weekend. If Miscount have somehow found a way to make their 23 Ecodome consistent as well, I can't imagine them walking in and just one-shotting that dungeon. It would be very surprising given kind of how we view Holy Method.
You know, Tuddles, I was actually just thinking about this, so I'm going to tag on here at the end because, Ecodome was obviously one of the dungeons that we have been talking about. We can get some direct comparisons between Group A, Group B, stuff like that. And Holy Method, we know, obviously managed to get this to that plus 23, like you were just saying. But they were the only one in Group A. So given this week's runs of Ecodome, what we've seen, we're even watching one here now with Coinflip Muko, how do you think they're kind of comparing in their polls, their speeds, routing, those sorts of things?
I mean, I think that I think Drynos was talking about it yesterday, where each and every single weekend, it really starts to build on one another, where once you start to get the blueprint from some of the top-seeded teams, you take the best strategies from what they did with what you came up with in practice. And then from there, you're able to just continue to compound and build on better strategies. It's why each and every single weekend, we see those world records kind of from the top teams change hands, where, week 1, it's Holy Method holding all the world records. Week 2, there is a decent chance that Miscount ends up holding all the world records by the end of the weekend. I would not be shocked if we end this weekend and it's Miscount holding 4 or 5 world records, because they have just looked so dominant. But they've also just had an additional week of practice, and they have a lot more time. But for a dungeon like Ecodome, getting a really good, strong blueprint and 7 more days worth of practice to be like, oh, this is where the hard parts of Ecodome are. This is what it's supposed to look like whenever it's going well. I think it gives you a lot of information.
Yeah, 100%. I do think that overall, comparing this format to the previous MDI format of speedrunning lower key levels, I do think that the speedrunning kind of gave away more information than, or it's not that it was more information, but I feel like it was easier for a team to kind of replicate the speedrunning, or to, I don't know, I just felt like it's harder to come up with your own route, because speedrunning is something that's completely different in the higher key levels, right? The difference between doing a 21 and a 22 is much bigger than the difference between doing one little pool here that saves 30 seconds, right? So I think when we had the speedrunning format, it was like much clearer to see when a team was able to like kind of replicate that and iterate on it and make it a little bit quicker even. So I feel like from weekend to weekend, it was actually crazy to see that teams even got faster because of the blueprint they had the previous week. Right?
Copying.
But yeah, as you said, it's kind of similar now with this format as well, for sure.
I think that this format is very execution heavy too, though, where the high keys, it's about being able to stay alive and then just like learning how to do the dungeons is kind of like learning how to do the dungeons on a key level higher, where things are just like on the bleeding edge of whether or not it's even possible. I think that's a different skill set than like what it takes to try to copy one of those old format MDI routes. Where I think that these, whenever you're trying to copy one of these MDI routes, it's like, oh, okay, we can copy the route. We might not have the execution to be able to do it that well. Whereas if you copy the old one, like in the old format, it'd be like, well, we're copying the route, but we're not that fast.
Yeah, it is very true. As we were talking about this, we did see Scaffolding finish their 22 streets.
Yep.
Which is very good. They moved up to 102 score now. So this is very interesting, right? Because up until this 22 streets, Scaffolding was actually 2 points behind to Coinflip Muko. And we talked about Coinflip Muko earlier, that they're one of the lower seeded teams coming into this weekend, right? We didn't necessarily assume that Coinflip Muko would be making it to the top 2. Like, that would very much be like a dark horse kind of pick that makes it. But now, looking at the score, and Scaffolding just now being able to tie the score of Coinflip Muko is pretty crazy to see. Now, I guess one point to make here is that Scaffolding does have a lot of these +2s on the scoreboard that they can still realize, while Coinflip did only like one chest all of the keys. And we did see AJ here going down again, so Miscount will have to reset this for a third time. But
yeah. So I think this is the second time they've wiped this pull. The only time they made it through that pull, they accidentally body pulled a trash pack, which ended up depleting them. Now this is that giant optimization route. These are the challenges of that those additional giants. Let me see what the actual damage from that tidal stomp is, because it is going to be it is 27.7 million damage, and you have about 15 million health. Very scary hit from the giant.
Yeah, it's a crazy amount of damage coming through from these tidal storms, and if there's something missing, like obviously they're planning out all of their defensives and making sure they have something up every time. Of course, they also play with maximum avoidance, which means that's going to help them out quite a bit. And they have the Marketer Wild as well to help them out. But yeah, they still have to use additional defensives to be able to survive these stomps. Otherwise, they will die.
It's they got a 20% DR on an ability that's hitting them that they need 100% DR. Or 50, sorry, a 50% DR for. So they get 20% passively, but they need a lot more.
Well, 7 having a full wipe here, and there are 22 Sylphax here in the first boss in the streets.
Yeah.
They will have to go again.
I mean, it's the first 7 minutes of this dungeon through the first boss. That's always going to be the hardest part of that dungeon. If you make it through the first boss, everything else is a lot more relaxed in comparison. There's not that many kicks. The damage taken is a lot more reasonable, but through the first boss, it is so hard. Especially these MDI teams do the most insane chains of trash mobs I've ever seen.
Yeah, they really do. Looks like Scaffolding, after timing that 22, did decide to go on another 10-minute break. So that means they're going to be done with their breaks afterwards, and they can continue to try and get their +2s on the board. They still have to go back to that Priory eventually, which I'm sure they're not looking forward to after what happened yesterday, but I do think they want to do the Ecodome first, it looked like they were zoning into the Ecodome and then decided to take a break after all. But yeah, I do think that's going to be next on their agenda here. And 07, of course, trying to get this 22 streets.
Ooh, Miscount wiping again.
Yeah, they're struggling quite a bit. This is their 4th reset now.
What was the
23?
What happened? I see like the deaths to exploding pufferfish and whatnot. Did AJ just go down to a tidal stomp or something? What ended up cascading that into a wipe? It's interesting. I would be interested to see what is actually causing those wipes if we can watch the beginning of the next run for Miscount.
Yeah, definitely let's take a look at Miscount if they're starting a Gambit again, and it looks like they are just going back in.
I'll move
I
this over
think
there.
one of their
Dang.
wipes, not this recent one, but one before, was just a cast going through, like a water bolt.
Yeah.
I believe, just killing AJ there. And I wonder if it's just that, like maybe... Huh.
It was a Title Stomp ended up killing somebody off, and then they...
Oh, yeah.
Hearthjax dies to
Hearthjax?
Title Stomp. Oh, immediately onks. And we decide that the pole is dead.
I guess so.
Okay. I see what's going on. This is brutal. They might not... They maybe trying to skip that Title Stomp, and if it goes off, they're like, okay, we're going to be too light on defensives, just wipe. Which is kind of an insane way of thinking, but I mean,
maybe.
these giants have so much health.
They have a crazy amount of health. Obviously, on this first full, they're just using everything, and they are funneling as much damage as possible into these Goliaths. And yeah, it could very much be that they're trying to get a certain amount of title stomps because they have to save defensives for maybe the next Goliath they're pulling or something like that. And they can't commit too much. Like, maybe they really just planned this out perfectly. It's also something... we talked about Miscount having, like, a very specific route here where they're playing one additional Goliath, right? So maybe that is why they need to have such a particular amount of damage onto them. We do get one more title stomp here, and it looks like they did manage to survive.
Okay, we
Now
need to
the
beat the
Goliath
next
probably
one, I
has to
think, is what's
die.
going on. Yeah. I think this
has
next
to be
title
it.
stomp is what killed off Hearthjax last time. Mm-hmm. We're getting close to it going off.
Oh! It got meleeed.
That
It's
threat
fine,
moment.
though?
The insta-onk.
Oh, no, it's not fine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, if that Goliath dies, instead of meleeing our Elisham if he dies, then we're home free. I see why this first area is causing them so many problems.
Yeah. Yeah, this is interesting, right? Like, because we talked about Miscount's strategy and route being so good in this Gambit, right? But if it's so much harder that they have to reset like a million times to be able to execute this Goliath strat, then maybe it's actually not worth it to be that much faster in the earlier key levels, right? Because yeah, they two-chested at 22, but they're not actually doing it at 24, right? So that didn't actually end up doing anything for them either.
Okay, at the same time, counterpoint, I like the fact that they're so fast in this dungeon, and the hard part of the dungeon, by far the hardest part of the dungeon, are the first two pulls, and it's like not particularly close. So if you're going to resetting in the first 2 minutes, you know, that is the time that you would like to reset, as opposed to having a tighter timer or having to do something crazy in the Time Captain Hooktail room or doing some really stupid Starseer like pack. Like there's ways that it's dangerous and late into the dungeon, but they've taken the dangerous yet early into the dungeon approach. But I think that all the teams that timed this dungeon on 23 last weekend took the slow and safe approach in here.
Yeah, okay, so, because I generally agree with you. If taking the risk early would mean that they have to take less risk later on,
Yes.
if that is true, then yes, it's worth it. But I don't think that's true, right? I don't think
Oh my god.
playing an additional Goliath here to start actually means that they have less risk later on, right? Like, I think it's the same risk that we've seen other teams do. It's just that they pull slightly different mobs here at the very start, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they're just replacing like an easier pull with a more difficult pull, mainly for like the time save, if you execute it well. At least as far as I know. So I actually was thinking that they are going to switch up their route a little bit for the 23 and only want to do this for the lower key levels, which doesn't look like they are, actually.
It's really interesting. I mean, it's clear that they're holding back defensives. So you have tools such as multiple walls, you have Lumithar's Living Silk. In theory, you could talent into Rallying Cry if you really needed it. It's not very good. But in theory, you could talent into Rallying Cry if you need it. You have Anti-Magic Zone. You have access to tools to be able to keep this entire party alive if necessary. But since they're pulling a bunch of giants, they have to actually spread them out over the course of a minute or maybe even like 2 minutes, because they're going to be getting 5, 6 title stomps. And so they can't just press, wall plus Lumithar's Living Silk gets pressed at the same time. Oh, okay. Next time we see the stomp, Hearthjax is dead again.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. Like, Yeah, we're gonna see if they manage to execute this. So now, if this is something that is just like, maybe they were just incredibly unlucky and they're like, you know what, in practice this works like 90% of the time, and now we just ended up wiping 3 or 4 times in a row because, I don't know, we got really unlucky with hunter damage or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe Yargi just needs to crit more.
This is so many Fishmancers too. So one of the things that's also not necessarily said here is that with these title stomps hitting for this much, any Fishmancer bolt going off at all, it doesn't even matter what is happening. If one Fishmancer cast completes, you are 100% dead to the next title stomp cast. And so that's, and there's like, it looks like there's like 4 or 5 Fishmancers in that first pull. You don't have a ton of, like, you don't have enough kicks to be able to lock them down permanently. So they have to have like a global perfect CC chain. And if somebody misses a CC, then they immediately end up wiping. On top of the fact that this giant, this is where it ended up mailing Heartjacks to death earlier. This giant has to get killed off before he does his next title stomp. Now Miscount have finally made it through the hardest pull of the dungeon, the first pull. And now they've made it to the second hardest pull of the dungeon, the second pull.
And there's another title stomp coming through from the second Goliath that they rolled.
Thank goodness.
Oh my god, they were so happy that they got done with the first one, but yeah, that's why we talked about them saving their defensives, because they're just going to continue to pull these giants in. And you can see this round they managed to finish off that previous giant, did not get one more title stomp off, and they're also going to have a certain amount of title stomps that this Goliath can cast before they're running out of defensives too, so they need to continue pumping damage into this giant to make sure they're reducing the amount of stomps coming through. I guess another thing is to mention, not only do the stomps do more damage between the 22 and the 23 level, they just have more HP, which means that they're probably going to get 1 additional stomp on each giant, at least, which completely throws off your defensive assignment that you had on a 22, right?
Mm-hmm. I do actually really like where they're tanking this giant. So something that's really annoying about the mobs in this area, these Murlocs, they flee everywhere. But since they're tanking them up against these rocks, kind of in this like alcove area, there's only one direction that they can flee towards, which means that Miscount are able to kind of keep those mobs corralled. We're going to get 1 Coastwalker Goliath stomped for the road. Why not? I mean, what's 8? Give us a 9th, I guess.
They managed to survive. I wasn't sure if they were planning on getting this one or not, but it looks like they did have enough tools to survive it.
We get one more.
So they're going to pull the 3rd giant because they did not have enough stumps just yet. So let's just go and gather up that 3rd one. As it looks like Coinflip Muko Healing is finishing off their boss here, their Soul Scribe, and they're going to be able... Actually, they're missing some trash. Oh no! Is their timer good? Wait, is Coinflip Muko fine?
Ooh,
I'll look real quick.
I don't know.
They are their 21 Ecodome. I think they might be fine. But they definitely had a little bit of a mistake here. Oh yeah, they're fine. Okay. It looks... I think they wanted to pull these creepers earlier. I don't think their strategy involves this pull after the boss.
Oh, yeah.
Either way, they are going to be good though, and they're going to be able to get to the 22.
So if that big crawler's in a bad spot, you actually can't grab these waste creepers without it pulling that crawler. They might have just been like, all right, this guy's not going to be in the right spot. We'll kill off these waste creepers after the boss. Not a big deal. We can come back for these. Alternatively, they might have missed a mob. Like, we're kind of giving them the benefit of the doubt. There's just a world where they accidentally missed a mob and they were supposed to grab the waste creeper. They didn't realize that they were not going to be 9 count short. And but totally fine. Doesn't matter. You know, it was going to be 1 chest regardless. Not even the end of the world.
Overtaking Scaffolding again on the score here, moving up to 103. While Scaffolding currently on their second break is still at 102. 07 currently in second spot, right behind Miscount, as they are attempting this 22 streets. Unfortunately, having some issues here on pool. Looks like they're continuing though, as they had a couple of deaths, now up to 3.
It's timeable. I mean, we saw Miscount time it with 6 deaths earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Casual Addict and Roybin are able to stay alive from that last Frenzied Thrash here. Vicman and Shelly are going to be running back. 10:32 timer. Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to be clean for the rest of this dungeon. I don't think that they can afford any like medium to medium large mistakes.
I don't think so either.
Okay.
Let's look back at Viscount.
Yes. I have something. You see that they are on the right side of the screen. They are finishing up that last Goliath, and I have taken the time to actually route what their route in this dungeon is. So we can actually take a look at that on the screen right here, and we can kind of talk about where the pivotal moments of this dungeon are, because we were kind of, I think, glossing over these Coastwalker Goliaths.
Mm-hmm.
And so, hold on, whenever we get this pulled up, get the route here.
Pull up the route.
Yeah.
The
Now.
route. We would like the route.
Trick or treat.
There it is.
Yes, there we go. Thank you. Okay, so basically, here's the deal. The first pull of this dungeon, brutal. Ton of Fishmancer casts. They end up pulling this Coastwalker Goliath. But the main point of this route is that we are skipping as many of these Scalebinder mobs as possible. So you see right here, this is one of the Scalebinder mobs that we end up pulling. That's that mob that drops the Invigorating Fish Stick. Here's another Scalebinder mob. So at the very end right there, you saw that they were kind of chaining these packs from pull 3 into one another to be able to minimize what's going on. And whenever you right-click on this mob, you see Invigorating Fish Stick. That's the reason that these mobs are being skipped, because the Invigorating Fish Stick creates the totem that reduces the damage taken by 25% and pulses healing. So those mobs are terrible. Now the alternative is doing this Goliath that has just a ton of HP. But if you see the efficiency metric, which means like the count to HP threshold, this Coastwalker Goliath is going to be one of the more efficient mobs in the dungeon. Of course, you have to play them with very specific mobs. And so they're grabbing a bunch of these shore runners. They're grabbing just like Fishmancers, I think, are the best thing to be pairing with this Coastwalker Goliath. But as a result, that actually allows them to skip a decent amount of trash that aren't optimal mobs, such as, again, the Scalebinders that are dropping those fish sticks. And so then they, make it through the second part of the dungeon very standard, and they do a very aggressive chaining with just Starseers, and then they play trash packs straight into Solia, which allows Miscount to be super fast. But it is truly off the back of that first area. Now, the first area, by far the hardest part of the dungeon, and I think that if we cut back to live, we're going to be seeing Miscount now on Hillbrand with these 4 Guardians, and so seeing what that looks like. But they are already through the hardest part of the dungeon, ideally, which I think that front-loading the difficulty in this place really does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because, as I said earlier, I think I generally like front-loading difficulty if it somehow makes the rest of the dungeon easier. And I doubted it a little bit because they did have so many early wipes just now and had to reset at 23 quite a few times. But if it means that as soon as they get through this first part, they're going to be able to time this 23 instantly, well, then it's going to be worth it, right? Because, yeah, that would obviously be very, very nice from here on out. Miscount, of course, fighting Hillbrand now. Hillbrand is also a boss we've seen many teams actually wipe to on the 23, but Miscount getting through that early part where the trash is being pulled on top of the boss, which is usually the most difficult moment of Hillbrand, because you also get the ads from the boss pretty early on, and then you have to deal with the ads from the boss plus the ads from the trash, and then you also have like a pretty early transition as well, that first one. Starting pretty fast, so you kind of are on the timer there, and some of the mobs are still alive doing the intermission, and yeah, just a little bit chaotic, but Miscount did manage to get through that one already.
What do you think about pulling the boss to the wall to try to extend out this phase as long as possible? I feel like that's not something we've seen all too often, where teams are super aggressive about pulling Hillbrand like straight into the corner.
So I think it makes a lot of sense if I generally think it makes sense to pull the boss a little bit on the side, just because of the Purifier spawn, right? Because you have 2 Purifier spawns, left side of the room and right side of the room, and if you pull the boss there, that means that one mob is already going to be spawning close to the boss, and the other one can just be gripped in by the DK, right? So that generally just makes grouping the mobs easier. And I think when it comes to pulling the boss to the side for the intermission, in case you guys don't know, it just means that you're basically extending the time where you can DPS the boss, because the boss forcefully walks into the middle of a room before he manages to start casting that intermission, right? So by moving the boss as far away from the middle as possible, you will just extend the time where you can DPS the boss. And I think that's only like super worth it if you actually have it like if it's really close for you to get one more cycle or not. But you saw Miscount just kill the boss, and the boss was still like quite a long time away from the next sanitizing cycle. Yeah. And they were not close to skip the previous one, right? So if they know that from practice that they're not close to skipping a cycle, then I guess it's not really worth it. But if they know from practice, you know what, we're missing like, I don't know, 2 or 3% boss damage, then they can try to really optimize moving the boss away, and then they could potentially skip one extra phase that they wouldn't be able to do otherwise.
Yeah. Now Miscount, I mean, they're kind of through the hardest part of the dungeon. Now there's a question as to where they're going to press this next Bloodlust. I think it's very likely to be pressed on Time Captain Hooktail. That's kind of the high-key standard route. But whenever teams were running the lower levels versions of this dungeon, they were always pressing it like on CD for timer purposes because they were trying to push for like 2 chests.
Yeah.
What do you think is the expectation here in the 23? Do you think it's going to be like the safety Bloodlust on Hooktail, or do you think that there is an aggressive, kind of muscle here for Miscount where they're like, okay, we're pressing this on CD, we're going for the 2 chests in 23?
So I think it is possible that they're lasting the second trash pull in this room.
Yeah.
And potentially just pulling it into the boss, like at the end of it. Like maybe they engage the second pull, like DPS it low a little bit, maybe wait for the Ascendants to come back
Those
up, and
officers
then
are
like
scary.
the second kind of part of that trash pull into the boss and just last it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
It's interesting. I mean, the officers mobs, they throw that ricocheting blade at people, and that can actually take you out if you're not careful. I think there is a world where, they're doubling up this pull. Yep, right here. Here's the Bloodlust. Kind of like you were talking. Like there is a world where they pull a trash pack. They even have the deckhands at 50% health from that previous pull. They actually just focus down those Tide Sages, and now they slam down this Lust, not even going for safety, instead going for speed. There are, I believe, 3 Tide Sages in this pull. It seems like Kira just ended up pressing his Interrupting Shout. So they basically went Kicks, then they went Shockwave, then they went Interrupting Shout, and now they're going to be going and rotating back through Kicks again on that triple Tide Sage. And for Miscount here, they're just trying to pull out all the stops and get this trash pack killed off as fast as possible. Now Kira, with those deckhands being enraged, he's going to have to kite out some of these mobs with that super enrage cast that makes him do 100% bonus damage. A very interesting strategy for Miscount, going for the double up on that trash pack as opposed to saving the Lust on the boss.
Yeah, and Hearthjax didn't even have Ascendance up. It just came up as he immediately pressed it. Yeah, he instantly pressed it as it came up, and that was also the sign for Kira to just pull this next trash pack in as well. Very interesting by Miscount here, because we know the 23, is not going to be necessarily super close for them on a timer, right? We know it's a hard dungeon to do, but they 2-chested the 22, right? Like, this is not going to be... If everything goes smoothly, they can do this in time. They can maybe even have a couple of deaths here and there, like have a wipe and still do it on a 23. Even though I do want to say that the last boss in particular takes a really long time. And on the higher key levels, there's a big difference between key levels. If you get another intermission or something, that boss just takes forever.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, okay, so now Miscount are pulling trash into the boss here. Double Officer into this boss is kind of scary. They also have to watch out for the Infinite Breath. If the Infinite Breath ends up contacting any of the trash mobs, it can knock those trash mobs into the water as well, which can cause problems. Oh, Verb gets a very nice late death grip on that Officer, pulling it out of that Infinite Breath frontal. So definitely a fail variable that Miscount tried to account for whenever they were setting up that strategy of doing that aggressive chain.
Yeah, very nicely done here. Miscount. Well, Miscount is fighting Time Captain Hooktail here, hopefully successfully, on this 23. I do also want to quickly take a check and see how Scaffolding in 07 is doing. Conflict Muko is currently on their break, but Scaffolding, unfortunately, as I mentioned, did have a full wipe on their 22 Ecodome that they're attempting. They actually got pretty far already. They had first boss down, but again, one of the most difficult situations is that area between the first and second boss. And that is exactly what they had wiped to here as well on 22. So they're gonna come back and reattempt this. They also just came back from their break, so this is their first attempt at this 22 Ecodome. So not too bad to have a wipe here. And 07 is in their 22 streets. They did have to reset this dungeon a few times. And they had some issues in the trash earlier. So they're up to 3 total deaths here, but they are still fine on a timer. As long as they don't have any major mistakes for the rest of this one.
Question for you. What do you think about this double smuggler wise guy pull as opposed to Commander Zofar that we saw from Scaffolding earlier?
I mean, it's interesting, right? Because I really like the scaffolding mini-boss pull or snap, but it was clear that they didn't kind of need it for the timer, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, maybe playing it a little bit safer. Honestly, like, maybe it's not even safer. Well, I guess scaffolding did have a death on speed, but that was more of like a positional mistake rather than dying to anything else, right? So
yeah, it was a micro mistake, not a strategy mistake.
Yeah. I don't know, because I'm thinking if it's like very efficient for a timer and you actually need it, then it's good to do like a higher risk thing. Mm-hmm. But then I also like 07 just playing it a little bit safer because, you know, they don't need to play super risky under 22 here, considering that the timer is somewhat easy. What do you think?
I actually think I prefer the mini boss, assuming it's
really?
Not. Okay, I do think it's a lot faster.
Okay.
It's more of a question of, okay, so like, what is the fail case with those trash mobs and Zofar? And it's like, okay, so the healer, regardless of what's happening, he's going to have to out heal the person's getting dragged together by the lines. The shock mines cluttering up the ground effect is, a cause for concern. The mob that ends up casting teleport and teleports out of the pack, if he starts bolting you, that is a wipe case. And then the smuggler deafening shout AoE that's required to kick is also a fail case. I don't think any of that actually gets harder with Zofar, like specifically, aside from the fact that your tank occasionally gets punted back, and the tank tends to be the person who's getting the interrupting shout cast. But a DK can always get that, and he's never going to get boxed out by the shock mines. And so I think that it's like what is the fail case there? And I feel like there are a lot of variables that you can control for, even though it does seem to be a lot scarier.
Yeah, I guess you are right. Yeah, maybe this is like a very, very smart thing to do. Because yeah, I agree with you. Like the risk doesn't seem to be incredible, especially with the comp that they're playing. So yeah, maybe this is something that the other teams will be adapting to and do as well. Especially if you maybe see like the hierarchies attempted too, right? The 23s, which we think is, at least from the timer, it is doable for sure. Mm-hmm. From execution, we don't really know yet since we haven't seen it, but yeah, I do want to take a look at Miscount.
I was about to say that too.
Like, yeah, because they are now approaching the last area here.
It's crazy. They were 0-5 in the first boss area, then they were 1-5 in the first boss area, and now they have made it to the final section of this dungeon completely deathless. So it just took a couple of resets, and by far the hardest part.
Yeah, this is crazy. Let's take a look at the 23 Gambit we've seen last week, right? The 23 Gambit, the fastest one, was from Holy Method. And let's take a look at their splits. So we had a 1736 time Captain Hooktail from Holy Method. So Miscount, 20 seconds faster approximately.
Okay.
Yeah. So Holy Method had 1 death in total.
Yeah, interesting. Now I feel like it's kind of a question: is Miscount going to accelerate in this area? What was the final time that we saw from Holy Method in this dungeon? Because I think that Miscount sequencing here should be very fast from what we've seen.
They cleared it in 27-24.
Okay. I feel pretty good about where Miscount are situated right now, considering that they only have this Starseer left, and then they pull the boss, right? Hmm. I think that...
Yeah?
Yeah, okay, so this is the right side Starseer. So all they have is 50% HP on the Starseer. They have to kill this Wandering Pulsar off. Ideally, we beat the next Wandering Pulsar cast from the Starseer, and then Miscount are ready to pull into the boss with some trash. Yeah, Kira's grabbing that additional trash pack, but all of the damages should be focused here into the Adorned Starseer. We're trying to skip the Pulsar, and then we just take this Ritualist plus double Accomplice into the boss, and eventually chain in that other 3-pack that you see off to the side for Miscount. Ooh, this Starseer is going to get another Pulsar cast off, though. Yeah, AJ's going to have to really clamp down and be able to heal through this. Ooh, and the boss gets body pulled by the Pulsar spawning.
Oh, they got it.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're fine.
One interesting thing to note is that Holy Method, if I remember correctly, I think Holy Method did pull the trash into the boss here, all of it basically, for 100% enemy forces, like in this first phase. And they did not last it, even though they had less available during their 23. I think Holy Method specifically saved their last for phase 2. And they also did not want to pull any trash on top of it. So they full-on single target lasted in phase 2. Yeah. So I want to see what Miscount is doing. Now, they obviously don't have it ready right now, so it's not like they could use it here. Because apparently their timer was a little bit different.
Miscount their 22 did... They took this trash into the boss in the middle of P2 with their Bloodlust.
Okay.
Which intuitively maybe makes a little bit more sense. Now, something you're also going to notice if you're a keen-eyed viewer is that there is a Ritualist that is hexed off to the side. It was previously in a freezing trap. That is the Ritualist from the Patrol. And so that there is still the 3-pack with a different Ritualist. So there are 2 Ritualists available for Miscount. So getting both of those in at some point is going to be... Okay, there we go. And Verb just grips it in right as we're talking about it. Getting both of those... getting that Ritualist killed off solo is going to be kind of important, just in terms of like a pacing concern for this area, because you don't want to have both of those Rituals getting pulled into the boss, even if you do have your Bloodlust running, because you don't want to be dealing with like trying to CC while you're dodging a Hyperlight Jolt and stuff.
I mean, they pulled like 1 million giants in the first pull. Why not just pull like 5
Why not just
casters
snap another
into
giant here?
Celia?
I mean, like, I'm sure there's a way to snap it here.
I like it.
You got misdirection. I'm sure there's a way to get him here.
Alright. Well, still on 0 deaths. This is actually just looking so insane for a Miscount. Again, looking at the time, right, to beat is 27:24. Which is the clear time that Holy Method had last weekend, which was the fastest one from Group A. And yeah, it's looking very good that Viscount is going to be able to beat that as they're entering phase 2 right now. Still have Bloodlust available, still have this trash to play, so as soon as the cooldowns are up, Ascendance is running.
I think intuitively I would have pressed the Bloodlust here.
Yeah.
Like, you just press the Ascendance, you just press the Call of the Wild and some of the offensive CDs. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't just fully rip it.
Interesting.
Yeah, I guess that it kind of points to me that they prioritize having that Bloodlust available whenever they pull the trash mobs, and they don't care about it being available for the offensive CDs. It's more allocated to...
Why didn't they just pull the trash and Lust and use all of offensive CDs?
You know, that's a good question. I'm not really sure. Admittedly, I'm not 100% sure.
Interesting. Maybe they just want to wait for another intermission here.
But why?
You know what? Maybe they were also thinking a little bit for defensives. Like, to play like super safe, you can say, you know what? We can save Lust for whenever we need like a little bit more healing defensive stuff. Not that this boss is like super crazy on incoming damage, but it is still at 23.
Yeah, you can get one shot by this right here, this intermission phase, if you're not careful. But
there it is.
It's easier than the Giants, and yeah, now they've pulled this trash. Are they going to press the Bloodlust here? It looks like the answer is actually no.
So, do you think they know they have Bloodlust in it?
So we've reached the point where... Okay, counterpoint. What if Kira controls when they press Bloodlust, and he is the only person on this team with Execute, but he values his Execute more than his Shaman's Ascendance, and he says, no. We're waiting for my Execute. 20% or bust.
Actually, I think this is the most likely explanation. I think Kira just wants that Execute.
Like, I guess... Okay, alternative
You're just
POV.
gonna wait for the next Ascendance, right, at this point. Like, I think that's just the play.
Okay. Now, I've done some more cooking. What if we're waiting for unyielding Nether Prism stacks? I think that's more likely now. I think that this... We're starting to get into the range of more likely that Kira decided that he wants it for himself.
Yeah, so a little bit of a scary moment here as they get the intermission and they still have the Ritualist alive, which means that they're going to have to get those interrupts through. They also had a little bit of an interesting placement of these stars to go through, but there we go. The last is running as they're now going to try to finish off these mobs here. Ascendant's not quite ready yet, but it is going to be soon. I'm assuming he's going to be pressing that on cooldown as soon as it comes up. And yeah, this is going to be the last push here for Miscount. I would've, like, they didn't want to this 23. They definitely had to reset it quite a few times. But as soon as they got past that second pull of the dungeon, they just went on to clear this dungeon. It seems like with 0 deaths if they're going to be able to continue
What was
this
the
trend
holy-
for the rest of the percentage here.
What was the Holy Method time in this place?
27-24.
Oh my! Oh my God! Miscount are just way too good. They are so fast in here. What is going on by this team? They are going to get one more intermission, which is going to, cost them 45 seconds. But yep. Okay, so it's going to cost them maybe 30 seconds here. But they're still going to be nearly 2 minutes faster than where Holy Method were in this place.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. Boss does go down now. 4 minutes 27 left on the timer. And yeah, maybe the 24 is still in the cards for them, as 07 also on Soasmi here at the end of their 22. We saw them have 3 deaths earlier, but Soasmi is 41%, which means that their timer is more than enough. More than 3 minutes left still. This would be very good for 07 if they manage to get this 22 done. Looking at their scoreboard, so there's still a 21 priory they could go back and try to attempt to do.
Yes.
And of course also like 22 and 23 Ecodome is something that we might see as well. 23 Ecodome and 22 and 23 Gambit.
I think that all 22s, except for Priory of the Sacred Flame, are going to be necessary to be able to qualify to Global Finals. So I think that anything that's not set up as a 22 right now is going to be necessary for 07 to run. So yeah, I think that Gambit, that Ecodome, those are all on the table. And yeah, like I even think the Arcar 22, like that needs to be done at some point as well.
True, the Arcar, yeah.
Yeah, for 07. Ooh, Andy. Oh my gosh, he actually got hit by the line. Oh no, he's got the debuff here. He's got the wall rolling. He just procced his tank.
Casual as well.
Oh my god, Casual Addict also. Oh, he's got the
no
iron buff on
AMS
him.
available. Vikman is trying to spam those regrowths to keep them alive. They do have 3 battle reses, but it
That
looks
is a
like
DK moment. He lived.
not even AMS ready, just living through the debuff on a 22 streets here. Wow.
That class is not normally. Look at Casual Addict taking the line and top damage. Okay, now he's not. He's no longer top damage. He's getting beat out by Roybin, but he was close to top damage. Oh.
Do it one more time.
Okay, we're good. We're
Actually,
good.
this time. Wow, that's crazy. But yeah, 2% left on the boss. They're going to be able to finish this one off. And yeah, looking at their scoreboard, they actually have quite a few keys kind of left to do if they want to like catch up to Miscount as well, right? Like they're 4 points behind in comparison. Now, 07 is still looking very pretty in comparison to Scaffolding, because I'm kind of assuming that 07 is trying to compete with Scaffolding and Coin Flip Muko more than with Miscount, right? Because Miscount, I feel like they're playing at another level at this point. But so far, 07 is looking very good.
You know, 07's gameplay, like you're saying, it looks solid. It looks good. Miscount is just blazing so far ahead. It is amazing to see right now. But of course, our teams absolutely have time to keep pushing, keep working, and keep refining their final plays here towards the end of the day as they keep trying to get some more points on the board. Now, we will be, for the last time today, having Nagura on the desk. This is the end until tomorrow at least. So thanks so much for hanging with us.
Bye. Have fun.
Watch, you get such an early night. Oh.
I know, I'm sorry. You know, Tettles, you get to head out too, but we're going to have you back at the end, so enjoy your rest for now.
He's already gone.
Yeah, that guy's already gone.
He's gone. He was like,
He's outta
see ya,
here.
bye. All right, well, Zyro Dranos, hey, good to see you both at least. Great to have you
Yo.
here. I mean, we just saw Miscount put up our fastest Gambit yet by a considerable amount. Not even a small amount, a considerable amount. So what are your thoughts? I know we're still formulating them, but Dranos, maybe we can start with you. Is it worth it for them to have this more precarious early Goliath pull and risk those multiple wipes? Is that entirely what's contributing to the speed? What are you kind of thinking right now, having just seen that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm starting to think that this Miscount team might be onto something. This dungeon looks so good out of them, but they're that fast in all of the dungeons. I don't think we can attribute it all to the different pathing in Gambit. Like, I think that it's a combination of pathing, but also execution that they've really optimized in all of these dungeons. And I think whatever changes they've made to their practice playstyle this season are the best by far that any team has ever improved the way that they plan for an MDI. So for anybody who doesn't know, Miscount, they said that they changed the way they practiced to be a little bit more methodical, with the idea that sometimes being a little bit slower can actually be faster, in the sense of spending a little bit more time thinking about what you're doing, a little bit more time really optimizing and doing the thought process rather than just blasting attempts at a key. So I think that is a large part of their success. I think it's not just, oh, we've come up with the fastest path. I think it's, oh, we've really spent the time actually answering all the questions that you kind of often don't even really think about or don't even bother to answer. You make some assumptions about, what the best usage of your cooldowns are, as we see them in the 23 Arakara being forced to reset on their first pull. Had a couple of deaths here for scaffolding as well, but Zyra, I'm curious what your thoughts are about Miscount's ascension.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to cut you off there. I kind of was giggling at the main screen Ellie Shaman death we had, where you can tell there was like a half second of maybe like, desk slam, but then he's like, wait, I can onk. And he just presses it like after a little delay, after you saw the battle res start to get cast. Yeah, man, what can you actually say about Miscount, though, that we haven't already said this weekend? I think you're right. I think I'm prepared to say Miscount might be a pretty good team. I mean, all jokes aside, the way that they've played this weekend clearly sets them as frontrunners, and you said they were methodical. I don't know if that was tongue-in-cheek, but they are looking quite like Holy Method right now with the way they're playing, if not even better. And there's still so much time left in the weekend for them to assemble all the Infinity Stones, similar to what we saw from Holy Method last weekend, right? You can see they've already got 3 of those 5 world record cards on the right side of the screen there, and they're starting to work on the 4th right now, giving the 23 Ecodome a run of their own. Going back to the first question Rook asked about the Gambit strategy from Miscount. I mean, I was asking the same question in our talent chat in Discord, right? It was a question of like, man, is it really just the scale binders that's letting them go faster? That alone shouldn't save you like 2.5 minutes in a key.
Right.
They're just doing everything right. It's not just a routing thing. They're doing every little thing right.
I do think the route is probably better, though. I wouldn't be surprised if other teams
for sure.
start to implement that also. I'm just not sure that just doing the route is enough. I think that it's also the way that they play the whole dungeon. I do want to not rain on anybody's parade here, but there is a caveat that's worth mentioning, that if you had 2 equally good teams and you put one of them in Group A and one of them in Group B, whichever team was in Group B would look better on a lot of metrics, right? Because they've had extra practice time, they've had time to implement the best strategies that they saw from Group A, whereas Group A hasn't had that opportunity. So you would expect that a team might do better in Group B compared to Group A, and they might actually be similar power level compared to each other. And I think that's probably the situation that Holy Method and Miscount are in. I wouldn't describe Miscount as like looking like they are favorites over Holy Method. They do look better than Holy Method did, but you have to adjust for that, inflation of the extra week.
I think that's the beauty of this format, though, right? And it's not only an over all the weekend sort of thing; it's in the weekend as well, right? You have this calamity of all the different teams going to different dungeons and not really knowing who's in the lead, but then it all kind of converges together at the end of the day as everyone gets their completed dungeons. I think we get that effect over the course of the weekends as well. We get Group A. Oh man, these teams look really good. Group B. Oh man, these teams look really good. It's hard to compare them though until we get to the global finals. So as much fun as the individual group weekends are to watch, I really can't wait for the global finals. We also get the Chinese teams added to the mix as well. We know they have some fantastic players. It's going to be a very chaotic 8-team weekend when we get to those globals.
It really is, honestly. I can't wait. I feel like every group weekend just builds my anticipation for that. But we did just want to mention very quickly on the broadcast that DrivePug at this time has decided to step out of the competition. We wish them well, and we loved seeing them get to compete. For all of those of you who are pugging in chat, put some love for them because they were out here representing the pugs in the competition. But with that, they will not be competing through the rest of the day. Sorry, Dratnos, please continue.
No, it's sad to see them go. Tough elimination. We knew coming into today that they'd be facing an uphill climb with the Spec variety rule working against them as it did. So hopefully we'll see them in a future MDI, but definitely an exciting showing. And that sets us up now for effectively Sunday part 1 here in the last hour of the day. We have our 4 teams jockeying for only 2 spots out of this group. In particular, 07 and Scaffolding in the middle of our seeding coming into this tournament. They're going to be really, really hard pressed to compete with each other for what will probably only be 1 spot out of this group if Miscount show up at even a fraction of their today power tomorrow.
Earlier, Dratnos, we were kind of joking about with the break rule.
Yeah.
You lose 5 points, you're out of it. Miscount they could lose 5 points and still be in second place right now. That's with a 2-point lead on the third place team. That's insane. They are absolutely just rolling over this weekend so far. How have the first few attempts at this Ecodome 23 looked for Miscount? Let's actually dive into this first poll for them a little bit, because we were talking about the difference in strategy in the Ecodome Aldani for, the teams that have really put attempts into it. Holy Method, of course, timing theirs, and of course Miscount now putting their first attempts in. Miscount is polling these 2 Ravenous Destroyers. They're doing a little bit of skip. They're not pulling some of the initial trash that we saw Holy Method pull. They're doing the skip that we saw Scaffolding do, where they run over the mountains and then just head straight to the Ravagers. This means they can actually save Shadow Melds or Turtles for the trash pull. It looks like we're going to actually see them get through this pull for the first time, though. What do we think of the difference in strategies here?
Yeah, I think I like this. You don't have to spend all this time, like, you get to be walking towards the boss while you're killing this pack, instead of having 2 enemies that are gating you from getting to this boss. And then you have a much easier skip on the way out. You only have to skip 1 Colossus instead of 2 of the destroyers that are in front, and the Sentinel as well, right? So you have a much easier time getting around the dungeon, navigating through the dungeon. You get to take a 10% HP Gorger into the boss on pull, which there's just a degree of efficiency. I think all of that adds up to maybe 30 seconds of time save when you put it all together.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that. There's a lot of interesting choices. I mean, I think that's another interesting thing about the MDI is, like, teams reach different solutions on their own, and there's probably very minimal difference between the two. But in the end, one of them is going to be slightly easier to do, whereas one of them might net a little more count. And it's a big question mark as to which of them is going to be the better strategy for completing the dungeon in time. And if both of them do it in time, is one of them going to be just a little faster? Or is one team going to, accidentally throw a death here or there because their pulls are a little bit harder? It's
the nice
really,
thing
really
is,
cool
whichever one ends up being faster, we can always make up some good reasons why it's better, right? Like,
Exactly.
If we learn that the Holy Method route's better, we can be like, look, they just get in combat fast. They aren't wasting all this time running up the mountain. Obviously, it's going to be better. So there's always there's pros and cons to both. And I think that's the exciting thing of doing this as an MDI player as well, is you get these moments where you're like, this just has to be faster. And then you kind of see the pros and cons of the pull, and you're like, hang on a sec, as something that was definitely not intended there. It looked like maybe a tank out of melee incident. I'm not 100% sure, as we now have some melees landing on the group. As soon as the first one of those happened, the town portal scrolls did immediately begin to get cast here, so tough turn of events for Miscount. But the good news is it's right at the start of the dungeon, so it's not a big deal. The other good news for them is they already have 110 points. That is an absurd horde of points that they are sitting on. That's good enough that they could stop today and they'd still be in first place, but they are not doing that. They are coming back into that Ecodome once more. 07 at 106 right now. They're currently in second place, and the good news for 07 is they've opened up quite a lead over both Coinflip and Scaffolding. They are 3 points ahead of Coinflip and 4 points ahead of Scaffolding, who Scaffolding in theory should have been the scarier competition compared to Coinflip. Now, there is still some benefits for Scaffolding. Scaffolding are sitting on some 2 chests on their scorecard. So if they realize that potential, they will end up being only 2 points effectively behind instead of 4 behind 07 in terms of just the amount of dungeons per hour that they could do. But they'd have to actually succeed in timing one of the keys that their 2 chests have given them access to. Right now, they're working on one of those in this Ecodome, and it's working out pretty well so far. But the Priory 2 chest that they're sitting on has gone so wrong multiple times for them. So we do have a replay, though, of what happens to Miscount on this boss here. So let's see how this goes wrong. I think it might be a tank out of melee issue.
It ate 2.
Oh, it ate, okay.
It healed, so then Kara just started casting Town Portal out of melee, and everyone else got melee'd while he was casting. He just let his team die so he could get his Town Portal cast off.
I see,
that makes total sense.
The boss
eating those...
one, it's over.
It's like, what? It's a 10% heal plus a damage buff for the rest of the fight. It's a pretty brutal way to...
it's catastrophic.
You don't want to deal with that, especially on this key level. You need all the time you can get for later pulls. Yeah, when it comes to 07 versus Scaffolding, we've kind of got the classic tortoise versus hare matchup, right? Where you've got 07, the tortoises, they're not flashy, they're not like doing anything that's going to make you go wow, but they're consistently timing keys back to back to back. Whereas Scaffolding, they've had some really cool strategies at the top end. They've been very impressive, but the wipes have been just brutal for them. Losing an hour yesterday in Priory, losing multiple runs today to wipes. They have a better top end, but can they actually realize that?
Yeah, that's the thing, is will there be enough time in the day between the last hour of today and the 5 hours of tomorrow? Remember, there will be an entirely new dungeon as well. So there is enough time for them to fix all that's gone wrong. All can still be forgiven, but they are going to have to become much more consistent very quick here in order to actually challenge 07 for the other spot out of this group. And then Coin Flip are doing a great job. Right now they're in third.
Yeah, they're right there.
You know, they're keeping everybody honest, and they are not far out of the hunt either. They could very feasibly end ahead of Scaffolding, and if they could maybe catch up to Miscount, or to not to Miscount probably, but to 07, very possible depending on what dungeon happens tomorrow and how that all plays out.
Yeah, I think it's time to be honest with ourselves, right? I don't foresee a world where anybody catches up to Miscount unless they just don't show up tomorrow and don't time the new dungeon, right? I mean, crazier things have happened, but
Name some crazier things that have happened.
Well, maybe crazier things have happened and not in the MDI.
Yeah, fair.
How about that?
I'll concede that one.
Okay. I mean, we've had some 4-man dungeons, you know? Would you consider that to be crazier?
Yeah, I guess, somebody's internet going out or whatever. That has happened, in fact, this tournament multiple times, so hopefully we can avoid that fate.
Yeah, I think it's clear to say that Miscount are outstanding favorites with the way they've played, especially if they continue to play anywhere near the way they've played for the first 2/3 of the weekend. Eyeing that second place slot, it's very clearly 3 teams all vying for that spot, and there's enough time left in the weekend where any of them could conceivably make it still.
Yeah, so I guess my question for you is, do you like 07 or Scaffolding better for the second slot out of this group? Or are you on the Team Tettle's dark horse, Coin Flip? Are you a believer in their chances?
So I'm going to lean towards 07, not because they have the highest score currently, but I mean, just the caliber of player they have. All of the teams have high caliber players, but look at the names on this team with 07, right? Shelly's been playing in the MDI for the past 7 years. This guy has been in the mix for a long, long time. Roybin been playing with Shelly as well on live for forever. Andy's been around for forever. All of these players have been near the top of the Raider.io and MDI leaderboards for so long, even if they haven't necessarily played together for that long, even if they have a stand-in for their 5th. I think the fact that they have so much experience at the high key level is going to make it so they're actually just going to be able to continue to consistently time these +1 key levels, even when we get to the 22s and 23s. So I think my favorite's got to be 07.
All right, I'll make the case for Scaffolding. I think that when you have high highs, it looks bad for you if you're depleting some keys on Saturday or Sunday, but we know that 5 hours is a lot of time. We're only adding 1 new dungeon tomorrow. You get that thing pushed up in an hour and a half, 2 hours. Then you have 3 hours. Even if you wipe a little bit, if you can get the keys done at a higher level or faster than your competition, even if it takes you a couple more attempts to do so, I think you're going to be the team that qualifies out of this group. And I think that might be Scaffolding, especially if they can get up to 106 points, 107 points even today, which is very much in the realm of possibility. Scaffolding have just put that 22 Ecodome on the board. They're moving into 3rd place now at 104. They could catch up to 106. They could tie up 07 with the next dungeon run if they head to that Priory 21.
And we know they're pretty consistent there too, right? It's not like the entire dungeon was causing them issues yesterday. It was 2 separate incidents on Sir Braunpike at the very end of the dungeon, the final mini-boss pull right before Murpray, where they just had 2 separate cases where someone died, it slowed down the pull a little bit, an extra cast went off, a tank went down, and it was a 25-minute full dungeon wipe. And at the end of the day here, look at the top right corner, Scaffolding are heading back, and yeah, they can cut that lead from the 4-point deficit it was only 5 minutes ago to a tie for 2nd place if they're able to get this dungeon done right now.
Sir Braunpike, I've come to bargain, says Scaffolding as they zone in once more. And yeah, it's on the one hand, they've looked consistent in the rest of the dungeon. On the other hand, if you have one pull that is the hardest for you, it is such bad news for that to be at the end of the dungeon rather than the start, right? Because it costs you 25 minutes of your day every single time you want to attempt that pull. Whereas we've seen some teams, right, like Miscount, they reset the Gambit a bunch of times on their 2nd pull. Well, that's fine. It's the 2nd pull. It only costs you 20 minutes to reset that dungeon 5 times.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see, right? Obviously, your DK dying to the very first fireball cast of the first pull is going to be a reset. Oh, maybe they can continue. No, they're standing in the fire. Okay.
Yeah, we're going to put that one in the nobody saw that column.
Yeah, just stick that in the pocket. It wasn't on the main screen. You probably wouldn't even notice if I didn't draw attention to it. All good. Don't think about it. They're going to go again. I think we need to just check in with them when they're on like the first boss, and they'll be on a good run. This first section of the dungeon wasn't really causing them any major issues yesterday.
We can apply a little bit of the a watch pot never boils philosophy to them. Let's just not focus on it, and then hopefully later on things have gone well for them. In the meantime, we do have Miscount having made it through the first boss. A 609 split on the first boss is definitely in range. Yeah, we are on pace, although I will say in Ecodome, most of the pace is made in this area and in the last trash area rather than in that first boss split, but it is definitely good news. And it makes sense, right? We saw from their 22 that of course they're going to be on pace in this dungeon, but we do have our first death and our second death following very soon after, and I suspect this is going to be a town portal angle for Miscount. Maybe we can get a replay of exactly how that went wrong, because it looked like DK down, and then very quickly we saw that cascade into more deaths. Not even the time for them to land a battle res to try and resuscitate that pull. A little bit of a tragedy for Miscount, minus 7 minutes. Again, the good news for them is that the reason that they are wiping is that they are in just such a hard, high-level key. As we said last weekend, this took Holy Method 3 hours of attempts to get done. But here's a quick look at how this happened. So we know Verb is the first person to go down there. Looks like it's just one of those leaps from the Farstalker, and then the Warp Frontal from the Ruinstalker. It looked like it was kind of going through that terrain, which made it pretty hard to see exactly where it was going. That nice, the potted plant arrangement in the center of that hill really does a lot for the aesthetics of Ecodome. I think a lot of us housing designers from Midnight are going to be taking a lot of inspiration from this dungeon, but will be pretty annoying if there's ever a frontal going through it.
Have they said yet if you can have somebody else design your house for you, or do you have to do it all on your own right now?
I think that's either planned or coming. Yeah, that's because that's like there's at least permissions you can set where it's whether people can even come onto your property, and then whether they can come onto the outside or inside your house as well, and you can set it up like friends list and guild and all those different restrictions, however you want to set it up. I don't know if there is yet decorating somebody else's house, but I think that, and then like import export, that's one of those things where it's like, if that doesn't make it in 12.0, I'll be seeing it by 13.0 money back.
I agree with that. Yeah, I'm definitely not an artist. I would need to hire a designer for my in-game house for sure. So hopefully that's something that's available. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? It honestly looked like the death for Verb. There was something else that chunked him right before that first leap. It actually looked like he got double leaped on, which is, something that just can happen. We saw Gingy going down to it multiple times in the 23 attempts for Holy Method last weekend, so that's just something we'll have to keep an eye on. Any extra damage output can potentially be a death if it's overlapped with a leap. And of course, once one player goes down, there's less available targets for every other damage event, so it's more likely for someone else to die. That's also a kick dying, so there's a lot of things that can go wrong once the dominoes start to fall. Of course, Miscount not letting it cost them any time, quickly going back into another attempt here, once again pulling these double destroyers that we saw Holy Method skipping last time around. Looks like everything's going pretty well for them on this first pull once again.
Yeah, I think Miscount, they're definitely not going to let this get to them. I think even if they don't time this key, they're going to be very happy with their day. What they did in that Gambit was great news. This is like a stretch goal, right? This is a cherry on top of their day. This is them doing something that Holy Method weren't able to do before the Sunday of their Group A. Of course, throwing a couple of attempts at it on the Saturday and then needing to come back and actually do it on the Sunday. So Miscount will be making a strong statement if they can get this dungeon done. But even if they can't, I think they are still on an amazing trajectory across our weekend.
So let me ask this question then. If they timed this key today, then what? Is he think they're just going to say, we accomplished everything again today? You think they're just going to end the day again?
It's the reason they did that yesterday was because of the spec variety rule. I don't know if they have, the flexibility in their spec variety rule to attempt another high-end key today. If they do, I think they do still have room to improve their time, like not just their timers, but I think that with the timers that they put up in Arakara and Streets and even Gambit potentially, I think they're in range to put a +1 in each of those keys, which, of course, 2 of those are already world record tagged keys, but I think Gambit could go to 24 with the way that they played that 23, and I definitely think Streets can go to 23 with the timer that they put up in that 22. Again, absolutely absurdly fast runs in both of those dungeons.
It begs the question as well, right? I heard Nagura discussing this with you earlier. She was talking about what I was saying, where, if you do have the +1 of these keys that hasn't been shown off on stream yet, do you actually just want to hold those in the back pocket for Worlds? But it looks like they have it in so many of these keys, so I don't even know if that's really something you can, consider not
also,
something they could do at this point.
The cat's kind of out of the bag here, right? If you time a key with 5 minutes to spare and then you just don't come back in, do you think that Holy Method are going to look at that and be like, oh yeah, surely they can't go a key level higher? No, of course, they know you could at least threaten to do it, right? So I think if you're trying to hide that information, you kind of need to not look as strong in the 23 or the 22 if you don't want to be posturing that you can do the 24.
Yeah, as impressive as the 2 chest was the other day, I think the 4.5 minute under 23 we saw today was even more impressive. That is a ridiculously fast key. We normally attribute 10% of the dungeon timer to be 1 key level higher, right? So you would assume that their 23 Gambit would have been 2.5, 3 minutes slower than the 22 that they did the other day. It was only 1 minute and 20 seconds slower. So that 23 was unbelievably fast, which leaves a lot of headroom for the 24 and maybe actually even the 25 if they're able to go at the same pace. I think if they have those things in the back pocket to live through for global finals, Miscount might actually just be a favorite.
Yeah, I hesitate to, call any team that's not Holy Method a favorite going into global finals, but I think you might be right. I mean, this performance that they're putting up, again, depending on how the next 6 hours of competition look for them, absolutely dominating from Miscount. Meanwhile, we have Coinflip joining Scaffolding in the Priory. Both of these teams currently on a +19 in this dungeon, although Scaffolding sitting on that 2 chest are able to go straight into the 21, which they've gone into twice before and wiped deep in the dungeon. Whereas Coinflip in the +20, both of these teams right now at 104 points. So currently between the two of them, it's actually not going to time tiebreakers, it's going to highest key tiebreaker in favor of Scaffolding right now, because Scaffolding are sitting on 2 22s, whereas Coinflip only have the 1 currently. But their scores are very similar to each other. These two teams on a very similar trajectory overall. The good news for Scaffolding is that in the 2 dungeons that there are only 2 dungeons they've done at the same key level as each other, and in both of those dungeons, Scaffolding are 6 minutes ahead when you add together those 2 dungeons. So they are very, very fast by comparison, but none of that is going to matter if they can't actually convert these keystones and push the higher level keys. You can have all the time tiebreakers you want. If you're sitting on a +19 at the end of the weekend, you are not making it to global finals.
Yeah, the good news for Scaffolding, though, is after this Priory is done, assuming it does get done, and it can, we've already seen that they have the timer in the key. Afterwards, the only key they have to push up for score is Gambit, which is a key that they should have a ton of information on, right? It was in time trials. It was in Group A. They saw the strategies from our top teams last weekend. They have their own strategies from time trials. That should be an easy key for them to push up. Yeah, they had some hiccups yesterday in the 17. It took them a couple attempts to 3-chest it. And, the 20 wasn't as clean as it should have been. They didn't 2-chest that. But 3 quick times in Gambit, only 1-chesting them? I mean, that should be something that they can do, right? So it looks like they've had a pretty rough first couple of days, but after getting a couple 22s out of the way today from the new dungeons, I think they're still in a very good spot.
Yeah, I think all will be forgiven. If they time this key on this attempt, they will have so much left in their day to work in that Gambit. They can maybe even get 2 dungeon runs in. The way that our overtime rule works is that in 49 minutes, we will be stopping teams from starting a new key, which means that teams might still be able to finish the run that they're currently in, depending on how far into it they are, and then finish another key run, and then start one just before the end of the day, and secure another point or 2 here or there. I think it's more likely that 2 runs will be completed by our teams than 3, but it does depend on which team we're talking about and how deep into their run they are. But yeah, Scaffolding having their the lowest Gambit of any of our teams does mean they have some of the easiest points still to snap up across their board.
Yeah, and I mean, there's also a question of what the 6th dungeon is going to be tomorrow, right? How much of an advantage do you think it is for Scaffolding if they get Operation Floodgate?
Yeah, Floodgate is it's a nice one. That's definitely a place where Scaffolding works well. I get it. I see what you've done there. Yeah, man, I wonder what it'll be, because we haven't seen Dawnbreaker yet, right?
Yep.
That's in this season, so that could be. And what's the other? It's Dawnbreaker, Floodgate, or that last dungeon, which you and I both know the option for what it could be, but
yeah, it's the
I'll
other
let you
one.
say what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the other one. Obviously, it could be that one. I personally would like to see the Floodgate. I think that dungeon has 22 potential. I think Holy Method was holding out on us last weekend, and I don't think Miscount is too scared to show it off.
Oh, the other one being Halls of Atonement is the other last possibility.
I straight
for what
up
could
thought
go
you
there.
two were just joking. I was like, Halls of Atonement, you mean, right? Like,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, that's the
I
one.
just wanted to, in case anybody in chat didn't know, because I knew the whole time what the entire rotation was. I hadn't forgotten that one, but just in case anybody hadn't caught up, I wanted to make sure. So yeah, we're looking at Halls, Dawnbreaker, or Floodgate tomorrow. That'll definitely lend some interesting texture to the weekend, which of those is selected, and also kind of affect how similar or how comparable it'll be between, say, Miscount and Holy Method, because, Halls and Floodgate were things that we saw that team in. We didn't see them in the Dawnbreaker. That wasn't in last weekend.
Yeah. We'll see. Again, I personally really want to see the Floodgate. I don't know about the Halls of Atonement. I think a +1 is probably possible there as well. But I think that one's going to require a lot more work into the route. Probably something on the level of what we saw from Miscount doing in the Gambit. There's probably some interesting pull tech you can do in there. And I don't think that's something teams would want to show off before Globals, if that's potentially one of the keys we'll see for Globals. So I think Floodgate is definitely a lot more open to the meta. Of course, we don't know yet. Could be any of those three tomorrow. For the meantime, though, we're seeing a good attempt from Scaffolding here. This is going to be about, an 1140 Captain Dalkree split, which is right on track with where you want to be in this key.
Definitely looking good for them so far. Of course, we know that the main issue for them comes later in the dungeon, at least historically, off of today. It's one of those things where, maybe they're not actually, maybe that just never happened in practice, but just randomly twice in competition, they wiped that one mini-boss before the last boss, and now we'll have to hope that they don't end up, getting in their own heads about it when they pull it next, because they can just keep doing what they've done in practice, and third time's the charm on that mini-boss. But something I'm really excited about is whatever dungeon we show tomorrow, if 07 or Scaffolding have tech in it, they probably can't afford to try and save it for Global Finals, so they'll probably want to make sure that they actually use that tech to give themselves an advantage this weekend, right? And actually secure the ticket to the Global Finals. So that is something I might be looking forward for as well. We know in Floodgate, 07 last season had some pretty innovative routing where they were coming back to the start at the end of the dungeon and lusting. They would teleport back to the front using the end of the dungeon mob and lust right at the start. So we'll see if they're still on that kind of strategy in there.
Yeah. I'm actually a little concerned about this run for Scaffolding now that I'm looking at it, because that Dalkree split is about a minute slower than what we saw from their fastest run yesterday, and we know the timer in this key is very tight. Miscount was only barely able to get this key down, so Scaffolding needs to be pretty lights out from here on out. This pull definitely dangerous, but obviously the rest of Druid are going to do a great job of topping up the players in between each of the AoE pulses from these Paladins. The second that Lust goes out, they might be in a little bit of trouble here. Of course, Lazzle, constantly kiting here, not to get hit by too much. Don't want to let these mobs sit in the Consecrate for too long as well. But so far, so good on the initial wave of tolls.
Yeah, those first tolls are pretty scary, and then you get a little bit of a respite, and then they just start spamming them at you, as basically these mobs are coded such that they won't ever be casting Sacred Toll at the same time as another Paladin, which means that they'll all be off cooldown right around the same time, and they will just spam them at you. So once you get one Sacred Toll, if you haven't had one in a while, you are going to be getting all of them back to back to back to back. Here comes another one. And Pillow doing a great job just keeping everybody up through that massive intake of damage. You can see everybody dropping super low there. Really important to kick the Holy Smites, especially during that sequence of divine tolls as well, because if you have to let a few go through outside of the sacred toll spam, it's okay, but once those paladins are casting it, any other damage on a non-tank player will kill them.
It's actually really important to let your Ellie Shaman get a kick every single time it's off cooldown on this pack, right? Because they can lock out that Holy Cast, get that 15% Holy DR stacking up to twice, so they can get 30% Holy DR, which works on every single Sacred Toll cast. It's very, very valuable for them. And then, of course, as long as you let them stack that up, everyone else is really easy to heal, right? The DK, they should never die, especially if the healer's, behind. They can toss a little Death Strike out. We saw the worst case of that earlier on the final boss of Streets, where Casual just ate the ring to the face and just lived through it casually as a DK, like no issue. Of course, the Hunter
everything he does is casually.
That's true. His name is Casual. No, the Hunter obviously is going to require a lot of healing, but like when you have a 30% perma DRL Shaman and a DK to heal, kind of makes your job a little easier as a healer.
Exactly, yeah. So it is interesting, as our comps change around a little bit, we aren't seeing a lot of the Havoc Demon Hunter this weekend. Last weekend, it was Team Anti-Clockwise that were actually using it in every dungeon pretty much, right, at the high end. They were huge believers in the Havoc DH. It looks like none of our teams this weekend are opting for that, but we do have our first death for Scaffolding. Now, it is going to be answered by the Ankh, right, the reincarnation for Krona here, so not the end of the world, little time loss, but no battle res expended by Scaffolding as a result of that mistake. The thing that worries me more is that a Fireball cast went through. If that happens again on the mini-boss after this boss, there might not be the opportunity for them to save it, to recover it as easily as they did there.
Yeah, and again, the 15-second time loss is a huge deal here, because as I said before, they're already behind their timers from yesterday. So every single bit of time loss is just pushing them closer and closer up against that timer in this dungeon that we know to be incredibly tight. Of course, that was a Fireball cast, part of the Fire School, so not going to be DR'd by the 30% Holy DR that he likely has from kicking out the Priest. So unfortunate that it happened, but at least they're able to preserve the battle res like you mentioned. This dungeon particularly, it's very bad when you die later on in the key, right? Because the actual only checkpoint in this key is from the first boss dying. You don't get a second one when you kill Baron Braunpike here, so a death in the final chamber means you have to run all the way up these stairs, past Baron Braunpike, up another set of stairs. Probably takes 45 seconds to run up, even if you're in Ghost Wolf as a shaman. So, yeah. Good to keep those battle reses for the last set.
We really gotta get the Arathi to install some like escalators or something in here, some elevators, get me up there faster, because there's a lot of stairs especially after you die, you release, right? Legs probably hurting a little bit. I don't know. I'm looking for some added mobility through this dungeon, speed things up a bit.
Priority of the Sacred Flame not have, the coffers to get a portal network or anything?
Yeah, that's the thing,
what's
right?
Going
like
on,
a little bit of portal network in here, something like that. We could even just I'd settle for a Griffin, a Flight Master, get me around somewhere, but I'm gonna just walk all over this dungeon, or at least just put some skylights in so that it counts as outside and I can mount up in here. Is that too much to ask for?
That's a good shout. Is that how that works? If there's just skylights, you can fly now?
I mean, I feel like that should work. Yeah, we'll have to test it once we can build our houses. But I wonder how much of your roof you need to take off before you can mount up inside.
Make like an eyrie in the attic section of your house.
Ooh,
nice.
That sounds really nice. Yeah, like the Rookery dungeon. I kind of miss that place.
The dungeon Rook, not
not the host.
Yeah. I was gonna say I've been here the whole time.
Yeah,
guys.
exactly. You've
like,
never left.
Literally,
That's the only reason I don't miss you is that you've never left.
I'm even here when we're not live during the MDI, just always.
I've noticed. Yeah, I accidentally opened up the window the other day, and I just saw you just sitting there. And I was like, at first I thought it was just a still image, but no, you were blinking and stuff, just there, waiting for the next MDI to start.
Yeah, I know. Don't we all? Honestly.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the timer here for Scaffolding. So, drawing comparisons in this 21 Priory. So, for Miscount yesterday, their timed 21 Priory of the Sacred Flame, they were a minute 45 under, 0 deaths. Their Baron Braunpike timer was 18:45. Scaffolding are going to be crossing that in a few seconds here. They still have 35% of the boss's HP to go. It's gonna be close. I mean, every second here is a second closer to the timer. If this is dead by about the 20-minute mark, that means they'll have maybe 20 to 30 seconds of leeway. That's not a lot to play with. One extra death could be the end of that. So they're going to have to literally be perfect from here on out, Dranos.
What is happening for scaffolding in this dungeon? I mean, they looked so fast in the other ones. Is Priory just their worst dungeon? Is that the story here? Because in all the other dungeons, they're a fast team. You know, they're maybe a little slower than Miscount in some of these dungeons, but that's just because Miscount have looked inhumanly fast. But scaffolding, I feel like Priory just might be... I mean, it is a really hard dungeon, but it seems like this might also be their worst dungeon.
Well, this is slow by their standards, too, because I was comparing their timers yesterday, in their runs yesterday. They had some splits of the first and second boss yesterday that were 30, 35 seconds faster than Miscount's run. So, like, they have the speed potentially in this key. It's just not showing up in this first run. Maybe there's some things they forgot to do that they normally do here. Maybe it's just because it's the first long run back in this key after 24 hours that it's just a little bit slower and might get a little faster with a couple extra attempts. Obviously, you wouldn't like to take multiple attempts. You'd like to get this done on the first try. But look at that, almost dead on the clock at 20 minutes. That means they're about a minute 15 slower than what we saw from Miscount, which means there's very, very little time left on the timer to time this key, even if they're perfect from here on out. They need to get some nice Ascendance procs on Krona there.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, things are getting very dicey for scaffolding. We'll have to check back in with them as they get near the end of their dungeon, but we do want to take a quick look at 07. They're starting up this 22 Ecodome. This is another reset, right? They've been at 106 for a while now, so they must have had to reset this dungeon. Something must have gone wrong for them. By the way, for anybody wondering, all of our teams they did successfully complete all of their breaks. In fact, they needed to have done that by 23 minutes ago, and they did all succeed at that side quest throughout the day. So nothing, there was no break or something going on. So yeah, must have been just an incident or two. We also have some progression deeper into the Ecodome from Miscount. While Scaffolding has been working on this Priory and 07 been resetting the Ecodome, Miscount have been quietly chugging away at this Ecodome. Only one death on the board for them. An 18-28 split on the second boss leaves them plenty of time to get this final trash section taken care of, especially because they do get quite a bit of count at the start of this dungeon with their pathing. So once these creepers and phase blades go down, they're going to be north of 75% count, ready to head into potentially a Pact Speaker pull at the last boss, or maybe we'll take out some of the trash between here and there first. We know in the lower keys, sometimes they would like to go all the way to the Pact Speaker right now, but might be a little bit aggressive for a 23, although on the other hand, you know, these Rune Stalkers, these Far Stalkers, they don't do all that much if you avoid their damage. So maybe we're still going to see this getting into the Pact. Yeah, this looks like
they're doing this? What?
Here we go.
Okay. All right.
This is the zoom strategy. We've seen them do this in their lower keys, but yeah, I was kind of expecting, and it looks like they're maybe taking a little bit longer to get the Pact Speaker pulled. Hearthjacks setting up that Lava Burst, and there we go. Getting into combat there. Here comes the Pact Speaker. I mean, this is so scary. This pull is super dangerous. We just have so many enemies involved, and we have a couple of dangerous enemies in the mix as well. The Pact Speaker being a huge one as well, because you just need to put so much damage into the Pact Speaker itself to stop it from getting too many erratic rituals, and also into each of these souls that it's going to summon that you need to then focus down.
Yeah, notably only 2 Farstalkers, right? That's the main thing we're focusing on here. Farstacker leaps on top of anything else, notably that erratic ritual, can easily be just 100-0 death for somebody. Consume Spirit going out here, that Evoked Spirit taking a long time to kill, and the Pact Speaker gaining an HP shield for nearly 20% of his HP. They might not be able to kill this off before the next Evoked Spirit, and if you look at the cooldowns available, there's nothing active for the next 20 seconds. A DRE proc for Hearthjacks going to help accelerate the damage a little bit, but they still haven't broke through that shield yet, Dranos.
Yeah, that shield is nasty, and the way that it works is that once you kill the spirit, you do get a damage increase on the Pact Speaker that can help you destroy that shield, but it's time-based. It doesn't last for infinite amount of time or anything. You have to just nuke into the Pact Speaker as much as you can, but the problem is you've already spent your nuke globals in the spirit, so you often don't have the ability to do huge damage to the Pact Speaker when you want to there. Very heavy incentive for specs that can do this, swapping a target, doing a bunch of damage, swapping another target, and doing another bunch of damage, and oftentimes things like procs can be really impactful for how much damage you can do to that Pact Speaker in each of those burn windows.
Well, first one is dead, but another remains, and the Farstalker's still alive, still leaping around. That should be the last leap that they have to deal with. Fortunately, none of those in this pack, just one Ruin Stalker and one Phase Blade. Of course, Kira going to be under the brunt of the difficulty here, taking a lot of melee damage, but the group should be good to go. As Hearthjax procs once again, this Ascendance proc is being very nice to Hearthjax over the course of this dungeon. And looking at the overall timer, that 18:28 split, Dranos, on Tabat and Nawaj, that is nearly on pace with some of the fastest runs that we saw from Holy Method last weekend. So they definitely have the pace to time this key right here, right now. It's just a matter of living through these remaining pulls. And we've already seen last week, even though they've gotten through the majority of the dungeon, even just this last pull on top of the boss is absolutely brutal for the tanks to live through.
Yeah, I think that this is I think that they are through the hardest part here once we get this last couple of pieces of trash is dead here. But, I mean, the Farstalkers already being dead is a huge boon for Miscount. They're going to start this chain already. You can see Kira getting a little antsy here, not wanting to waste any time, moving towards the next pull while also backstepping away from that creeper, avoiding any possibility of getting chomped there. We just have one Phase Blade joining this Pact Speaker. Both will be dying in a few seconds for Miscount. Now we have only 7% more that they'll need. It's going to be a couple of creepers and a couple of these Phase Blades. Hearthjack's going to grab it and use that nice Shaman Gust of Wind to get down here really quick, rejoin his group, and into the boss we go. They don't even have a Ritualist in this pull. We see some teams pulling that Ritualist Patrol into this pull, but Miscount don't even need to do that, so we don't even have a kick to contend with here. We just have the Waste Creepers, which are doing that Gloom Bite on the tank, and then we have some Phase Blades, which are also very manageable, and then the Soulscribe mechanics itself, which that is the main thing you probably want to watch out for here, is the boss mechanics. They can really catch you by surprise if you aren't quick to react. I would think of this boss as being one of these ones. Oh no, but Scaffolding! Scaffolding are wiping in the same section of the dungeon that they wiped in twice before, Zyro!
Oh my god, what happened to them this time? Hopefully we can get a replay of that, but for the time being, Miscount in this dungeon have plenty of time left on the timer here. Here's a replay of what happened. It was Sir Braunpike once again, this time at 5%, so they might actually be able to complete the dungeon still. We can see Corona running back in the top right corner. It was a light expulsion plus a melee. Oh my god, it was the ads dying, exploding, killing the team. Do they have time left in this key? 5 minutes and 20 seconds now. They have a little bit of trash that they have to pull into the boss. I think they actually just might have enough time, but they're going to have to pull these footmen and the priest with the boss. It's going to be a very, very tight finish, but I think there's just barely enough time left.
Scaffolding are trying to eke this out, but Miscount are trying to make good on the promise they made this season, that they felt like this was their time to turn things around and prove themselves real contenders. Tettles, get in here on the desk. There's a lot unfolding, so let us know your thoughts.
Does Sir Broadpike make the top 5 list again tomorrow?
I think
he might have to.
Yeah, I mean, that was a crazy, from the grave, almost wipe of Scaffolding from Braunpike, but really well played by them to identify that they weren't dead yet, to release, to run back, and it looks like they are still going to be on pace to complete this keystone, which that is going to be a weight off of their shoulders here, although they're probably not going to be happy with the way that it happened. Meanwhile, Miscount still working on Soulscribe in their plus 23 Ecodome. Do either of you know the timer that Holy Method ended their
I can find
Ecodome
it.
with? It was like a minute and 40 under, right?
It was 29:03.
Okay.
Oh, I say like 2 minutes under? Oh, 57 seconds? Okay. Oh, wait, is this 31 minutes?
It was a minute 57. I think it's 31.
So we'll have to compare when Miscount do actually stop the clock here, which, assuming they don't end up wiping to Soulscribe. Speaking of wiping, 07 are doing just that as well over now on our right hand, now middle hand screen. Looks like a couple of deaths here. It looks like they're maybe trying to keep this poll alive. No, there's no way. Oh. Down goes everybody. Early in the dungeon, though, not the end of the world for 07, although they had already taken care of that first boss. Meanwhile, it is Miscount nearing the end of the Soulscribe encounter. Their Bloodlust and their cooldowns having already been expended. Their damage slows a little bit here, although we will be getting to another set of cooldowns before the boss is done. 3 minutes and 33 seconds still left on the dungeon timer. Plenty of time, and I think they might be on pace here to exceed the Holy Method timer, even with the death on the board for them.
Easily, man. Yargi's going to get 2 more Call of the Wilds, one of them being popped off right now. Take a look to see how many Black Arrow casts you get. All of those arrows going into the boss, each doing tons of damage. Each can crit for north of 3 million damage, so every global, if he gets a proc, could easily do 20-25 million damage. A lot to deal with. Hearthjacks, like you said, will get an Ascendance off as well. Verb getting another set of cooldowns with the boss at 30%. At this point, yeah, they're just fighting against the timer for Holy Method. 1 minute exactly left on that timer now for yet another world record for Miscount this weekend.
Is this a one-shot?
No.
Not.
It's pretty quick, though. It's quicker than Holy Method were able to do it. Not in terms of dungeon timer necessarily, although that's still on the table for them, but in terms of just the amount of time of attempts it took them. They have thrown a few attempts at this, but most of them were lost early in it, like in the first 10 minutes, rather than Holy Method, who lost a lot of attempts in the mid to late parts of this dungeon.
Look at this lineup for the cooldowns. They're going to get the 20% damage buff, essentially, from the Eternal Weave here, on top of their Ascendance, and their last call with a Wild Press as well for Yargi. Does this last damage push give them enough to potentially dethrone yet another Holy Method world record? 15 seconds left on that timer. Soulscribe dropping lower and lower and lower, but the damage cooldowns have run out. And as we know, when the damage cooldowns are gone, the damage drops to nearly zero for the teams. 5 seconds left on the timer now. Can they claim the world record away from Holy Method? Is it enough? No! No, it's not!
2905.7. They are going to be just 2 seconds shy of that record set by Holy Method last weekend. Still, though, an incredibly impressive run from Miscount. I think they are going to be very happy with that, although I'm sure that those 3 seconds would have made them much happier if they'd have been able to clutch those out. In the meantime, a team that I think is going to be happy and sad about Priory here. Happy that it's probably done for them, although sad they might have to come back in here. Maybe not. But sad about how it happened.
You're assuming that they might have to come back if they ever have to improve time tiebreakers, is what you're referring to, right?
Yeah, although I think they probably won't. Even if they have to improve time tiebreakers, I bet they'll pick another dungeon than this. Because this dungeon has just been has been the bane of Scaffolding's existence over the weekend so far. But a 21 on the board for them is good news, right? Finally, they have the outcome they deserved, and that's actually going to advance Scaffolding into second place. They have 106 points, which is the same amount as 07. Scaffolding actually have 2 minutes and 8 seconds of total time tiebreakers over 07, although interestingly, the two teams do have a different configuration of keys as well. 2 points available for Scaffolding in the Gambit, 1 point available for 07 in the Priory, and in the Ecodome would get them both to the same scorecard. That scorecard, interestingly, just the best of both teams put together, would still only be 108 points. Still 3 points behind Miscount.
Miscount reached the point where they don't even have to take their breaks and they still don't get elimed.
Yeah.
Guys, why does Scaffolding have a dot on Gambit and Oh, because it's the same place. Never mind. I was like, why did they go to different dungeons?
They're dual wielding.
It's the same place for both dungeons. I get it now. The double dots. I was very scared for a moment.
Does Miscount go streets? 23?
I think Streets 23 is it's the only one that doesn't have a world record tag next to it for Miscount, so it would be the dungeon where they would go if they wanted to pick points up, but they might have accomplished all that they want to do here today, so we'll have to see what they decide to do with the last 25 minutes of the day. Because, yesterday, at the end of the day, they were like, okay, well, we can't do any more keys or else we'll mess up our spec variety rule, so yeah, we're out of here. And I wouldn't be surprised if they end up making the same call here today. Meanwhile, a coin flip working on this 20 Priory once more. I think they had to reset this key now a couple of times, or at least the once. Hopefully they can get this one on the board. They're now 2 points behind 07 and Scaffolding, so still in range, but they need to get this done fairly soon. But yes, okay, so we have two pieces of news. Maybe our timer that we had from Holy Method last weekend was wrong, because that was a world record for Miscount.
I found it. They had a 29-18, Holy Method did, so Miscount did get the world record there.
Yeah, the death. So we weren't counting the death in the timer, which of course.
Looking at raw timer and not death timer. Okay.
That does mean, and Miscount also had one death there, so it's pretty directly comparable runs between the two. Miscount still being that 10 seconds faster. Huge outcome for Miscount. Big congratulations to them. And we do have confirmation that they have done everything they want to do today. In order to not throw off their spec variety rule, they will be heading away for the remainder of the day, the last 25 minutes. No dungeon they can complete without potentially throwing off their spec bans into tomorrow, which means it is 3 teams that are left playing today. all of them really fighting for what looks like probably only one remaining ticket out of this group.
You argue with the direct quote in chat, can't play any Morgan due to the spec ban rule, XDD.
Yeah.
Suffering from success.
Suffering from success, exactly. Well played by Miscount, and our apologies for not correctly identifying your world record in the moment. But here goes coin flip. Player down, 2 total deaths on their board. They're not going to decide to throw this dungeon away just yet, though. 9 minutes in, and I think it is all still doable. It hasn't cost them the B-res as well, as those deaths were on trash. They're going to get into this first boss. A little bit of a survey of the rest of our field as well. Scaffolding have decided to move into the 21 Gambit. That makes sense. That's definitely the easiest points left for them to pick up. Then we can see 07 still putting those attempts in the Ecodome. They are working on the first boss of this dungeon. 22, they've reset a couple of times now. Hopefully they'll be able to get this one on the board by the end of the day. That'll get them to 107. There are 23 minutes left in our day, which means that all of our teams, with the very possible exception of coin flip, will only have enough time to put one more point on their board.
So out of the 106-point teams between Scaffolding and 07, I think I'd prefer to be Scaffolding here, looking at that Priory of the Sacred Flame and just how hard it is.
Me too. I also prefer to be Scaffolding because they have 2 relatively easy points to pick up in the Gambit, whereas 07 have much harder points to pick up in 22 Ecodome and 21 Priory.
Yeah.
Plus, the time tiebreakers are just better for Scaffolding in the dungeons that both teams have completed. Scaffolding are faster in both of those dungeons.
Yeah, that's an interesting. I mean, this is something we were discussing earlier, Dranos, while Tettles is off desk. I'm interested to hear what Tettles' overall opinion of the remaining teams this weekend, the non-missed count teams this weekend. I know you said you think Coinflip Muko is like a dark horse, but of the 3 teams that are not miscount, which one do you think is a favorite to make it through right now, Tettles?
I think the favorite is probably Scaffolding. I mean, that's mostly going off of... it seems like their cap is just a little bit higher. They've been a lot more inconsistent than I had hoped to see for them. But in terms of just the speed that we're seeing throughout some of the dungeons, I mean, we saw it earlier. Their route through the Arakara was incredibly quick, and that made the top 5 plays. It's like, I think that Scaffolding looks good whenever they're able to execute, but being able to clear your mind, not go on tilt, and the Priory of the Sacred Flame, they timed it with like partial wipe to serve Ron Pike. Like, I think that they're like very slightly better than 07, but I think we're at a point where it's really going to come down to execution on Sunday. And while Scaffolding might have the higher capstone level performance, 07 has been in the lead, been ahead of Scaffolding for basically this entire tournament thus far. So I think that trying to count them out off of like what is potential is kind of ill-sighted.
Yeah, it's interesting because, Zyra, you were referring to it as a bit of the tortoise and the hare in terms of their play styles against each other. But there's sort of been a reversal of that where the team that's been ahead all weekend is now behind, and one wonders if they'll ever be able to reclaim that lead because Scaffolding aren't going to need to go back to that Priory necessarily unless they decide it's the best way to improve time tie breaks, which I suspect they won't. So I think that their weakest dungeon is now taken care of, and they can spend the rest of their weekend in dungeons that are much better for them.
Is 07 not ahead in terms of... Is Scaffolding ahead in tiebreaker? Is the Gambit not a better...
It's a dungeon timer, right?
Oh, they have Ecodome Aldani as the 22 as well. Yeah. Oh, I see what's going on here.
There are 3 dungeons that the teams have completed on different levels than each other, so it's hard to directly compare the timer in those, although right now our time tiebreaker does take that into account. But if you just look at the 2 dungeons that both teams have completed at the same level, Scaffolding are 35 seconds faster in Arakara 21, and they are about a minute faster in Streets 22 than 07. So that, for me, is the big thing that's making me think that they have the advantage this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, you're 100% right? Scaffolding has definitely played a lot better today than they played yesterday, but a similar thing happened in Group A with Polish Mountain and Anti-Clockwise, right? Anti-Clockwise lights out day 1, suffered a lot in day 2, did not have a good day 2, but day 3 they pulled it back, and Polish Mountain was the complete opposite. Fantastic day 2. Really didn't play well on day 3 and ended up costing them the competition. So, I mean, the same thing could happen here. It's really just going to come down to who plays the best on day 3, and it's going to be very fun to see. Of course, both teams still could put an extra point or 2 on the board in the remainder of the day here, probably just 1 since we only have about 20 minutes left in the day. But I mean, we're pretty much just playing like an extended start of day 3 right now, right? Because we already know who's being eliminated today. All 4 of these teams we will see again tomorrow. And I think it's just going to be a really close finish once again between our second and third seed team. And like Muko's not out of it yet. They still could get enough score. I mean, we only have one new dungeon tomorrow, so it's not like it's going to take a lot of time to push that key up, regardless of what it is. So as long as they can, consistently push their key levels up, it's going to be slow. They only have +1s to work with right now. They could potentially put themselves back in the mix here.
Can we cut back to speed? I don't want to derail this conversation too much, but the Draenei character model, every single time speed doesn't have a consistent action, he actually just flips his gun over and over again, and I'm literally just staring at him, just rotating this gun. He's just spinning it just over and over. It is crazy to watch.
Yeah, I think it's part of the
dude, look at that.
The reload, right? Yeah.
It's great. He spins it over and over again. I literally couldn't stop watching it as you were talking, Zyro.
I'm watching it now too. My eyes are fixated. I can't stop. Get out of the way, Krona.
It's like the manual breathing thing. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. He's just spinning the gun.
Oh, they're doing it again?
Exactly.
And again? Oh, man. Yeah, that is going to be impossible to unsee from now on. He's not even playing Draenei either. He's playing Dwarf. He's just
the
transmorphed over.
Yeah.
Is this one of the dungeons where you don't want to be on a small character model because of the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that used to be a thing in Siege of Borealis, right? You'd start swimming instead of walking if you were a gnome or a dwarf or a mechanome or a goblin.
Coin flip Muko healing, wiping in the 20 Priory.
Ooh.
That's okay. They've still got plenty of time. They can restart the key. There's 17 minutes left for teams to restart their keys, so now is kind of the best time for any mistakes to happen. Anytime in the next 17 minutes, great time to wipe. 18 minutes from now, horrible time to wipe.
Now played last weekend, Dratnos.
That's true, yeah. So he could do whatever he likes until the global finals, I guess.
Royman going down on the side of 07. They do end up committing a battle res for her. But losing the 4-set stacks for that Dark Ranger tier set, huge deal. Also losing those Nether Prism stacks. And it appears as if they haven't even pulled that Sentinel pack, which we kind of talk about that being the real second raid boss of this dungeon here.
Yeah, Sentinel is extremely dangerous for the entire group. Once they do get that shield removed from them, it is a huge amount of raid-wide damage. And they do a bunch of damage to the tank the entire lifespan of the Sentinel. So look for Andy here coming into the Sentinel with every single defensive still available, including that Battlescarred Veteran, although not including the Reshi Rap's Cloak proc, which is kind of a fake cheat death anyways. Comes in with that Spell Reflect and Shield Wall right on pull, the first charge of the Shield Wall. We probably will get 2 more Shield Walls in this pull if we can get back to another charge by the end of it. This next Arcane Slash is going to come out. This is going to be the second wall from Andy to survive that. Still has Last Stand available, and getting back to another Avatar, which does come with some defensive benefits, especially just some more fluidity to your rage management, letting you make sure you always have a big Ignore Pain active. That Sentinel now pushed below that 50% HP threshold, and he's going to leap and charge back in to mitigate the next slash, so just outranging it rather than using a defensive. And this should mean we'll be able to get through all the rest of them safely, as both Shield Wall and Last Stand remain available. Unfortunately, the Unstable Core Tick is going to take down Shelly. That's going to be their first battle res. The Farstalker also still a huge problem here.
Yeah, I mean,
he's going to hold on to the res. He's going to hold on to the res until the Sentinel dies. That's a smart play. Now he takes the res. I was actually taking a look at the cooldowns because Shelly's had Ascendance available for the past 45 seconds now. Opted to hold it. Likely for this next pull into the boss. That could be a faster play in the long run, but now they're sitting here with no battle reses for a boss that can very easily take out players, especially if you get unlucky pairings on the Binding Javelin casts. So we'll have to see if that's going to be a play that costs them in the long run here. The timers are looking good, though. They should be on pace for a good run. I'm just worried about the battle reses for sure.
Should we just go straight boss? Are we because a lot of teams wither down this trash before they just go boss, but
I don't know.
So it's just a couple. It's just a couple Farstalkers left that need to die before the boss becomes active. Yeah, now you see the boss is available to be pulled into, and it looks like 07. Yeah, they're posturing just go straight boss here. We're slamming down the lust. They're not even going to be whittling away on that trash. They're just going to go straight into it and try to kill off all that trash with the Elemental Shaman cooldowns and the Hunter CDs. Actually, everything's available here, even.
This is going to be a dangerous moment for Andy. He's going to have one more wall charge and one more last stand here, but that Battlescarred Veteran has procced. The Stone Form has already also been used to clear the first Rift Claws from the boss here. So while all this trash is alive, Andy is going to be in quite a bit of danger, especially on those boss bleeds as well.
Oh my god, our DPS are hitting 50 million DPS right there. Both the Beast Mastery Hunter and that Frost Death Knight eclipsed the 50 million mark. And Shelley just continues to go up. He was at 30, then he was at 35, now he's at 40 million DPS, just continuing to ascend the ranks. And that trash pack is just 2 Farstalkers and a Rune Stalker left available. And the Warp Strikes with those 2 Farstalkers up, those are very deadly, which is why you see that pet stun coming out on that Farstalker to make sure that that mob does not leap. But Andy, he's leaping into the next pack. So some trash has died off. Now we have to be getting a little bit more, and it's going to be those Phase Blades and a Ritualist, which are actually a lot safer of mobs to be dealing with on this boss.
Yeah, the Ritualist is pretty free as long as you have a grip to bring it in the first time, and then you can keep it kicked under the boss. The main difficulty here is just any trash at all while those spears, those binding javelins are out, is very dangerous, right? You just have so much. You need to be hard swapping to the javelin that needs to die here. Now, luckily, Roybin is one of the targets in this first set, which means Turtle is available. And luckily, Roybin and Casual weren't targeted at the same time, which means the second set of spears will target Casual, and therefore Casual will be able to AMS that one, which means that both spear sets here will have one of the 2 immuned, which is a huge boon to 07's chances.
Dratty, I have a question for you. So we saw earlier that Andy wasn't backstepping that Sentinel magic damage hit, right? That Sentinel frontal. What do you think about dodging that every single time versus committing all of your defensive cooldowns to kind of like tank it and not spread the pack?
I think you want to use, a couple of leaps to basically count as an extra defensive, but you don't want to do it every time. Because if you try and just live every single hit, it's very, very hard to do. But if you leap every single run, you're also, A, you're going to run out of leaps, but B, you are going to spread that pack, like you said. But if you just leap charge one of them, and if you time it properly, the pack shouldn't get too spread out, and that buys you so much wiggle room to then use defensives on the other one, and potentially overlap defenses if you need to. It can get very sketchy if you're planning to use all of your defensives as well. It's really nice to be able to save, say, the last stand as a panic button.
It's interesting because like you can strafe out of them too. It's not just a thing with leap, but the only time we saw Andy try to dodge it was with that heroic leap, like you were calling out.
I think it stays targeted on the tank. So if the tank tries to strafe out of it, I think it chases them, right? It's
well, you have to strafe back. You have to like.
You can try. You can hold the S key. Yeah, but that is a little bit scarier because. Then you're doing it for longer, right? And that's gonna spread out the pack. Whereas the leap charge will let you keep the pack a little bit more nicely stacked. In the meantime, we did see Scaffolding, by the way, wiping just after the first boss in their Gambit. Luckily, still 11 minutes left for them to get another attempt going. But it would be kind of crazy if, say, the 21 Gambit weren't timed at the end of the day and the 22 Ecodome was, because I feel like the 21 Gambit should be an easier task. So very bad news for Scaffolding if they can't get this done in the overtime section of today.
Meanwhile, Coin Flip Muko Healing still working away at this Priory of the Sacred Flame. Of course, they're going to need to time this twice to get back into the scheme of things. Hopefully we can get a replay of that Scaffolding wipe, see what went wrong for them there. 07 should be able to finish off Tabat Nawaj. Unfortunately, they're going to be getting another intermission phase here unless they have a big burst of damage at the last moment. No, it's going to be another Arcane Blitz overload phase.
Ooh, 4%, 3%
unfortunately.
even.
Going to be about a 15-20 second time loss for them. I think they have timers still here. There's going to be about like an 18-20 split for Tabat Nawaj, which should be plenty for them to time this. It does leave a lot to be desired to get the 23 times, but of course, like you say, Dratnos, they don't have to beat the bear. They just have to be not the slowest camper, whatever.
That's right.
It is.
This is the worst ongoing bit. This has to be the worst ongoing bit.
It's a good metaphor. People understand instantly what you mean. But we do have replay available now of the incident from Scaffolding in their Gambit. Let's see what happened, because I didn't catch this. So we're in combat with the deckhands. Oh, we got Speed spinning around the gun there, but it looked like maybe just a threat issue as we saw melees coming out. And yeah, then everybody died.
Is this still timeable?
It may still have been. What happened here to their tank? I'm not sure. Yeah, incomprehensible.
Is Lizelle DC'd?
That's maybe the explanation. Yeah, if you look at Lizelle there, okay, I could buy it. Yeah. So like maybe a 2-second lag spike hits your tank at the worst possible moment, and then you don't have threat on everything, and everything just auto attacks the rest of your group.
I feel like that was maybe still winnable, even if
It may have been, yes.
because they're back in the Gambit now, and like if it was like a 2-second lag spike, Dungeon still win.
Vikman down for 07, no B-res for 45,
B-res.
so he's going to have to run back. Now, this is really bad news, because if a DPS has to run back here, it's kind of okay. If healer has to run back, there is quite a lot of raid damage that comes out from these mobs. You can see Casual, that debuff ticking him down. Luckily, he does have the Veteran of the Third War passive, allowing him to be a Death Knight and not die to things that one really should die to. And by the time that debuff goes on to somebody else, Vikman is back in time to dispel it.
This is why they have 2 healers on their team. This is exactly why you run 2 healers on your team. So whenever Vikman goes down, Royven can save it.
What the hell? What is that class? Like, he gets a debuff with no healer alive, and he could dwarf it, but nah, I'm good. I don't need to. I'm a DK.
Every
Man.
DK, I know they would just make that decision based on like whether the dwarf racial keybind or the death strike keybind is more awkward for them to hit with their hands, right? Like, oh, death strike's a little closer. Yeah, I'll just press that. That's a little easier to do.
I mean, I think that's kind of why this class has been meta this entire expansion, right? Obviously, both Frost and Unholy have been doing great damage this entire expansion, but the access to grips in a lot of the dungeons that you've been seeing throughout the War Within, and the fact that they have just been refrigerator level tankiness this entire expansion has made them very valuable.
Like refrigerator level tankiness.
That's right. Death
Yeah,
the
I mean,
refrigerator
it buys you
knight.
space in your comp, right? Because if your comp has 2 tanky people and 2 squishy people, when there's big raid damage coming out, you know who you have to heal, right? And it's actually much easier to save them. If everybody is squishy, then that stops being possible, right? And people start dying. And if everybody's tanky, you're kind of leaving some potential value. You're leaving your healer's value on the table. You may as well get some more squishy players into your group.
AMS, AMZ, grips, those are all... It's not the most valuable stuff always in raid, but even just getting a mob gripped on top of a pack ends up speeding up your run significantly, and the DK a lot of times can solo out a caster mob just with a bunch of grips and blinding sleep plus their kick. Range kick also not... I mean, there's a lot of things going for the Death Knight that sets them up to be very lethal in Mythic Plus dungeons. Obviously, they have to be able to do damage first and foremost, but that's why they've been super popular this expansion.
I want to draw attention to something here, because 07 are clearly ahead of the dungeon timer here, but they're actually fighting against another timer that we don't currently have on screen, is the end of day timer. It's somewhere in the 6 to 7 minute range here. If they're able to complete this dungeon before that timer depletes, they can technically start another run and potentially cheat out an extra +1 score going to, maybe the 22 Aura or a 21 Priory. They might not be one-shots, but it's valuable practice for tomorrow, so that's something we need to focus on here. Can they get this done before the end of the day and start something else? That would be huge for them.
If they actually end on 108 points, I feel like I like 07's chances going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it would probably be going to the Priory that would make the most sense for them at the end of the day here, although maybe you go somewhere that you feel a little bit more comfortable. Where can you feel comfortable at this key level is the thing, so...
I don't love their timer relative to the end of the day timer right now. I think that they might be on the wrong side of EOD timer.
Yeah, it's about 5 or 6 minutes now that they'd have to finish this dungeon in, so they would need to basically complete the dungeon with like 2 or more minutes to spare on the clock. That's going to be tight for sure.
Either
Yeah,
way,
they still have to even activate the boss. 2 packed speakers still standing between them and even fighting the boss. It's going to be very close. I have a feeling that they're going to be, 30 seconds on the wrong side of the end of day timer.
It's going to be close. I mean, they technically could get 2 ascendances within that window, theoretically, but you really want to have it available on the pole with Lust, with all the trash. I don't even know if they even are aware how close to EOD they are here, and they might not be playing around that potential window. It'll be good for them if they can get it done, but I think I agree with both of you. I don't think it's something that's going to happen for them here. Either way, getting the +1 score on the board, setting them ahead of scaffolding here for the time being would be a good spot to be in.
How do you even play around end of day? Like, I feel like what are you going to go bigger? Like, I mean, you've scripted your pulls here. It's hard
Just
to be like,
cooldown-wise.
oh yeah, it's fair. That's
Yeah,
one way
but have
of
you
looking
ever
at it.
practiced like doing the dungeon with... I guess you just have to kind of pretend that that's your actual timer, so you have to do the same thought process. So you probably have got some practice thinking about when to use your cooldowns if you're 2 minutes slow in an ecodome, which is effectively the sort of mathematics they'd have to do here, the calculus that they need to run. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be possible for them. I don't know the exact end of day timer. We'll have that up before it. We'll know for sure. We'll give you the official confirmation when we do have the answer there. But it is going to be very relevant for 07. Meanwhile, Scaffolding, no chance they'll be able to finish this dungeon before the end of day timer, which means they'll get full value out of the overtime here. They'll be able to finish this run. Hopefully they'll be able to avoid that wipe that they had right after this boss. Hilbrand, not the hardest boss, but it is a little bit threatening as well. It's one of those bosses that can, kill a random person in your group pretty easily.
Yeah, we've been going over like the damage values of some of the hardest hitting abilities in this Gambit, and like all of them are still in the 20s of millions, even on just the 21 key level, which makes it insane that we're talking about teams potentially timing 24, where those values are up into the 30s. You have to be perfect in this key. That's why we've seen even the 21 be reset here for Scaffolding a couple of times. So with that end of day timer quickly approaching, they really need to make it happen this run.
Purifying Burst is mitigatable by avoidance. So I think if there was a situation where these teams didn't have a bunch of avoidance, this Purifying Burst, you would have to see like perfect rotation through defensives on this. However, you can kind of take it, with minimal levels of mitigation from most of these players right now, because it only hits for I say only it hits for 20.5 million on a 21.
That's it.
Yeah, light 20.5 million. But then with the DR that you get from the avoidance, it's like, okay, yeah, it's not going to one-shot me.
Yeah, the avoidance is definitely something to look out for. But we have a replay here. 407. Oh my goodness! That's not a mob you're supposed to pull.
Oh! Did they deplete the dungeon?
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Well, we were thinking Pod agreed go for another dungeon, but we're now thinking...
Well, it's kind of good news. If they were already going to be missing the overtime, which we thought they were, now they get an overtime dungeon. So, glass half empty, glass half full.
Such an optimist.
Yeah, we are nearing the end of our day. They do still have another 2 minutes or so, minute and a bit, to be able to start another run. We will let you know, though, when the runs are officially locked in. Of course, our admins keeping track of all the timer in the back end. So, we do have Coin Flip working on the trash before Baron Braun Pike. This is for 105 points if they can get this run done. That'll be within a point of Scaffolding in 07, although, of course, both of those teams trying to advance to 107. That'd be a fitting point total for 07 to end their day at, right? 107. Oh, no! Coin Flip having a death here. It's going to be the Smite taking out their DK. Luckily, the B-Res does not need to get expended. They're right next to the graveyard right now, so the release Spirit button putting in some work.
Losing stacks another Prism is still pretty bad here. What were you going to say, Zyra?
It's not 3 p.m. yet. The curse of...
The curse isn't out yet.
Hasn't hit yet. Yeah, so that was just a natty death on a DK, which is not supposed to happen. Unfortunate.
Well, they're not through the hardest part of this dungeon, the very end.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Sir Braun Pike has yet to be engaged.
V2. Exactly, yeah. It's
Tettles needs more clips for his top 5 tomorrow. Let's go, teams. Get there.
Shout out Sir Braun
tomorrow
Pike.
It'll just be Baron Braun Pike's top 5. Alrighty, we do have Coin Flip getting ready to get in boss combat now. Meanwhile, Scaffolding hitting the Lust in their Hooktail trash section. We have all the trash that lives here except for one pack over on the side, plus a couple of bonus mobs in combat for Scaffolding. And it's great timing on the Lust. It comes right off cooldown. They hit it instantly.
Do you think that there's an outside shot they could two-chest this key after what we saw in this dungeon from them previously this weekend? They seem to be on pretty good pace right now.
They are on a very fast pace right now. I think if the run is perfect... yes? I want to say yes.
I'm thinking yes.
The run does have to be perfect, though.
They are going surprisingly quick. I would tend to agree with that. What do you guys think about the Lust? Because I feel like the Lust on these trash pulls and like doubling up the trash packs is kind of non-intuitive relative to what we've been seeing on live all season. But we saw even in the 23 earlier, Miscount jammed the Lust on the double pull there.
Yeah, it's a question of, like, does it allow you to do the pull that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do? Set up that chain quicker and get the mobs in without, taxing your AoE cooldowns, your crowd controls, your interrupts too much. So I think as long as you're accomplishing that, I like the Lust. But we do have some news as well from our tournament admins. All runs are now final, indeed have been for about a minute or so. So these are the last runs we will be seeing of the day. The deepest teams in their runs are Scaffolding and Coin Flip. We do have 07, who have just started off another Ecodome. Hopefully they can avoid one of these wipes this early. Oh no, Krona going down, and this is not going to be an onkable death as well, because he's inside that fire on the ground. So this is going to cost a battle res for Scaffolding. They still have one left over, but they won't be getting another for the next 10 minutes here. So they have to be very, very cautious. Avoiding too many more mistakes like that will be paramount to their chances. Look how cleanly they're placing those circles, though. Were it not for that death, I would say they have this boss on crazy farm.
Tettles, we gotta not let him speak. He's gonna keep cursing these teams until they've all wiped and we're done already.
Ooh,
we just gotta keep it
3
between
PM.
us. No.
Spooky.
No curse of Dratnos. Oh, yesterday was a spooky day. We're through. We're done with that.
Every day's
Halloween's
a spooky day
over.
for Dratnos.
That's right. The curse must be fulfilled.
They are dropping this fire incredibly clean. So something to note about the Cannonball Barrage is it drops around your character. It doesn't drop exactly on your character, but see, Scaffolding are like pixel stacked, and the only person that can actually grief their path that they're running was the tank there at the very beginning. And even still, this is the cleanest I've ever seen these Cannonball Barrages get dropped. This is unbelievable by them.
Yeah, were it not for that death, I'd be super singing the praises of Scaffolding here. Even still, I'm very impressed by it as they once again move as a unit, baiting all those barrages. And like you said, it's not one of those pixel precision baits, right? You have to give it some extra wiggle room because it can target in front of you and around you. So got to make sure you don't cut off your only escape, which can happen. That almost happened for them with that tank bait earlier. If that had been a little closer to the wall, they would have been in a lot more trouble.
Yeah, and the key reason is, like, you need your tank and your DK to be able to have 100% melee uptime on the boss.
I've got good news.
All right.
We had Gambit in our pool last weekend as one of the first dungeons. 3 of our teams last week two-chested Basilia's Gambit. I'm looking at the splits for the slowest of those 3 two-chests. Hillbrand split 840.
Okay.
Time Captain Hooktail split 1501, and they two-chested the key with 2 deaths. So Scaffolding, yeah, they're absolutely close to that pace here. 30% left on the boss, 35 seconds left to be on pace with the slowest of the 2 chests. I think they're within distance, guys. This can be done.
You said 1501?
Yep, 1501 Time Captain Hooktail. That was Polish Mountain.
I think they're going to be a little bit slower than that.
They're going to be a little slower, yeah.
But still in range, right? It's in the same ballpark, which is the important thing here, is we're having those old circles starting to expire. Nasty section here with the overlap with the Infinite Breath. Scaffolding having reversed their kite direction. Now moving the boss inland a little bit. These time bombs you have to look out for as well. They have 4 time bombs on their group now. Nasty dots on everybody. They're just trying to get the boss killed before these dots kill them. Kronos is going to expire in a second here as well, which is going to do a burst of raid damage. A little bit of danger here, but luckily it's just the tank and the DK, who's the second tank and the second healer, holding that other debuff there, so no problem. Scaffolding get it done 15-16. Yeah, very much on pace for a potential 2-chest here. Gonna need to be a perfect last section, though.
Something I didn't take into account is there are differing strategies, right? Some teams do more count at the start of the dungeon. Some teams do less count at the start of the dungeon. Our actual fastest overall 2 chests last weekend was from Anti-Clockwise, and their Time Captain Hooktail split was 1537. So if Scaffolding does have the same trash count strategy as Anti-Clockwise, they might even be ahead of pace here.
Wow.
Let's see, though. What are we planning on doing? It's very, very typical. We're not doing double stars here, are we? Okay.
Is that Patrol no CC?
Yep. Patrol no CC.
Oh, wow. That is... I mean, more often than not, that Ritualist that's in that Patrol ends up getting CC'd and, like, dragged into the boss late. So that way you don't have 2 Ritualists on top of a Starseer. But Scaffolding, going for a more aggressive strategy, it is going to be a little bit more technical in terms of being able to pull this off. Oh, a Pulsar. That Pulsar spawn is very close to that 3-pack. And so you see the DK not really wanting to walk all the way over there, trying to get a little bit of cleave from Remorseless Winter, but hard to target that Pulsar from where it spawned.
Yeah, really don't want to pull that extra pack here. That would be a disaster for Scaffolding.
Yes.
Looks like they're going to be able to handle it, though. And yeah, like you said, a lot of people do see that Ritualist. I think we saw a team accidentally pull it, and then it was fine. And I wonder if teams have kind of adapted and been like, oh, yeah, it's actually kind of fine.
If you have to slam down a bunch of your CC during the Pulsar happening, that can actually be very scary, because then you're losing those globals. And the Druid is actually one of the key contributors to CCing, and if they are having to actually heal through that Pulsar Orb, they're not able to commit things such as their Typhoon or their Incapacitating Roar, otherwise you're just going to die.
No time lost here as Andy
That's good.
Basil, rather, leaps right into the pack the second this trash pack is dead. Just one Ritualist now that they have to worry about. Still have to kill these Pulsars off, and they have less cooldowns this time around than they did for the first Starseer, but with less trash and only one kick, they should be good to go here. Of course, we've seen mistakes happen at this point in the dungeon for Scaffolding, but not with this level of pull. And it looks like, guys, I mean, they should be on pace here. 6 minutes 30 left for the 2 chest for them. If we pull Celia in the next 30 seconds, they have plenty of time.
Yeah, plenty of time indeed, although they will still have to do that fight very efficiently. And they're going to need to not have any deaths. No deaths at all from here on out. But yeah, into the boss we go right away. That Lust will be coming up within the 2 chest timer. They're going to have 2 sets of cooldowns within that 2 chest timer. 6 full minutes to deal with this boss. They are easily on pace. They just need to avoid any disasters here. Lizelle dropping super low. Forced to have that Battlescarred Veteran proc and use Last Stand here. So we're only going to have Shield Wall for the next minute or so as the big defensive option for the tank. Luckily, there's not too much tank danger here once these last couple of mobs go down. Looks like they're going to leave the Collapsing Star as well. Are we just going to heal a 4-stack and immune it?
I've seen this strat before from some teams and some high keys on live, where you press every single defensive available to you and you heal through this 4-stack. It is a bit brutal, and it costs you all of your defensives at the same time. There's not really much else to press your defensives on. You saw Speed there. He committed the turtle. We have the DK with AMS, so it's just Krona, Pillow, and Lizelle taking the damage there. Pillow ends up ironbarking himself, and Krona presses every single defensive that's up for him. And I mean, it's fine. You can only do that one time, though, but it does increase your boss damage.
Yeah, cool adaptation from Scaffolding to employ that strategy. I like it. I like it a lot.
Oh, Mr. Bonpike!
Here he is.
Back. He's got the belt.
Yeah, has to return the Halloween costume, but not for another couple of days, so gets to keep scaring everybody here in this priory. And everybody's health dropping super low. You can see a little bit of a kite actually coming out from Coin Flip, as there's some tank damage you need to really look out for here, but also that light spawn.
07.
We need to make sure that nothing is near that light spawn. Oh no, but 07 having a couple of deaths in their run as well. Things are just exciting all across the map here. They do have a release and a B-res. Actually, 2 B-reses are going to land, and 07's run is going to continue, but without that safety net of a single combat res for the next 10 minutes. No B-res whatsoever for this team.
This is like a non-releasable... Like, you cannot release in this dungeon at all in the second section, because you skip like 2 Sentinels on the way in here with Feign Death and with Shadow Meld. So there's no way that you can actually release and run back. So 07 are forced to basically commit those battle reses, unless Royban could have somehow gotten like a meld res out of combat. Maybe there could have been something there. How are you feeling about the timer, Dratnos, with the 2 deaths?
Yeah, I was looking at the meld res possibilities, although the meld was on CD for our healer, so that wasn't going to be possible, because of course it's used to skip those very sentinels that you talk about.
Yeah.
Yeah, timer I think is still... I don't want to say we're chilling, but I think it's definitely still doable, right? As long as we can stabilize this. Stabilizing is going to be the hard part. Playing the dungeon without a B-res, that's going to be the hard part.
What happened on the first boss? That's a slow Azakar split. That's like a minute slower than what we were seeing on the 23s. Their boss must have healed. It had to have healed. I don't see any other way.
Meanwhile, Scaffolding and Coinflip both working on their last bosses now of their respective dungeons. We have the 21 Solia 2-chest attempt for Scaffolding. They're in that second phase. Still 3 minutes left before that 2-chest will expire. And the good news is that Bloodlust is available. They're going to have that Ascendance in about a minute here. So I wonder how you set this up. I wonder, you probably just do another phase without Lust? and then on the next phase you pull the trash in and hit the lust?
It's going to feel bad for the DK. He wants to press this Breath Pillar combo the second it comes up here. Maybe you just say forget it for the Shaman and press the Lust here, but they're not going to do that. They're going to wait for the perfect opportunity to go. Maybe the DK can just press Pillar on its own and then wait to save the Breath for Lust. Maybe that might be the best play here.
I think you want the trash.
You do. I think you do want the Breath for the trash, and I think you want the Lust for the trash. So Pillar and Breath are going to be sent here.
You get another.
Maybe we just have Pillar only for the trash. It's probably okay if we have an Ascendance rolling.
You get another Breath of Cinder Ghoster in the timer. I think you're trying to maximize the number of uses here.
So do you want to just hold this Ascendance and do another phase without Lust and without CDs, and then go into trash with Lust at the very end?
I think coming out of this next phase...
These phases last a little bit too long to get full value out of the Lust before the 2-chest timer expires if you don't send it on this next one.
I think this next phase you have to Lust. Like, you have to Lust at him.
So after this next immunity phase, we're going into the trash, we're hitting the Lust, we're saying no Breath of Sindragosa, no problem, we have everything else. We're going to get this boss killed. Ooh, Krona, a little bit of danger there. Yeah, correctly backsteps away there. Very easy to get double hit with this configuration of relics, but he masterfully identifies that danger and solves the problem before it even arises. The Bloodlust does come out now for Scaffolding. The trash does get pulled, and they do basically need to get this killed before the immune phase. They could maybe kill it if it's at like 2% in the immune phase right after, but anything else, they will be missing that 2-chest timer. This is a huge opportunity for Scaffolding to claw back bonus time, and 07 are actually experiencing a healer death here. No B-res for them
it's
either.
over.
So this is going to be absolutely over for 07. The death now does come out. Andy trying to keep it going, but their healer is running back, is not in combat right now. The last couple of ticks of rejuvenation are trying to keep everybody alive. Vikman does have the meld. If Vikman can get back with the two... No, it's totally over.
Scaffolding are destroying Celia. They might get it before the intermission.
The trash isn't
dead. The trash isn't dead yet, though.
That's fine. 30 seconds. Oh, no. 14 seconds now because the death does take away 15 of those seconds, but they just have one last accomplice. Okay. And even with that death nearly griefing them at the end there, it is going to be a +2 timer for Scaffolding. So the last 5 minutes have gone beautifully for Scaffolding and awfully for 07. Scaffolding are now at 107 points with a 2-chest that they could potentially get an extra bonus point of value out of. So sort of at 108 if you think the 23 Gambit is something that they can do reliably, which that's a very high key level, so we can discount that a little bit. Meanwhile, 07 at 106 with that disastrous end in their Ecodome. That wipe was an expected one. The earlier one in their previous attempt, that was so tough, getting the extra big crawler at the end, causing them to wipe. And our last run of the day will conclude with Coin Flip getting a key on the board. This +20 Priory is moving them to 105. That cements our leaderboard with a clear frontrunner in Miscount, and then the other teams at 107, 106, and 105, setting us up for a photo finish here on Sunday.
So close across the board, especially in those middle rankings. Although Miscount today, they just set the bar so high. Again, it's incredible to see them really living up to the potential that time and time again they have striven to show us in the MDI. But, I mean, we've got an amazing set of teams here. I think tomorrow is going to be incredibly competitive. So, Zyro, looking at the leaderboard, what stories did you see emerge in our first 2 days from Group B?
I mean, I think the clear standout story of the first 2 days has to be Scaffolding. A super sketchy day one, lots of time lost due to wipes. But look at the last hour and 30 minutes for this team. 102 points to 107 points with a potential +2 in the 23 Gambit tomorrow. This team has really come into their own over the course of the weekend, and they're showing us why they were the second highest seed coming into the weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, they're backing it up, and we weren't sure, like you said, a bit of a rocky start, but it just goes to show that over the course of these 3 days, everybody can put the work in, and you can push those keys, and Scaffolding are pushing them up high and are in a good place for tomorrow. Now, of course, Drive Pug will be the team that is eliminated for today, but as we said earlier, we wish them well and hope to see them again in future MDIs. Now, we've got one more dungeon that's going to be added to the pool for tomorrow, so Tettles, which dungeon are you hoping to see?
That is a good question. I would like Halls of Atonement. I think that dungeon is kind of cool. I think that a lot of teams were playing very similar.
I would like Halls. It's like kind of cool. It's like,
Well,
it's like kind of fun.
Okay, well, so the alternative is Floodgate, which, teams played largely the same route in Floodgate that we saw last season. But Halls of Atonement, teams did end up coming up with similar strategies for Group A weekend, but I actually think that Halls of Atonement has a lot of different routing options, and routing options that weren't really taken into account in that place, where I think that there is a lot that is going on just in the HOA in general.
I agree.
I'm rooting for the Floodgate.
Okay.
I'm hopeful to see 07 in there. They had some really cool pathing in there. Now, the problem is, their Destro Warlock is restricted, which I actually bet they would use even for push keys maybe in that dungeon, because they did it in previous seasons, so maybe the Spec Variety rule would actually bite them a little bit if that's the dungeon tomorrow.
I know. I mean, I think both Halls of Atonement, Heddles, like you were saying, I definitely agree. There feels like there could be some more that we could see out of that one, but Floodgate, of course, is just always a challenge, and it's so fun, I think, at least for me watching it. I don't know about the teams playing it, but I think it's fun even for them kind of going through routing, seeing what they can accomplish, because it is one of the harder ones, if not the hardest, that we have in the pool. So it leaves a lot of room for the teams to rise to the occasion and find what works for them in it. So I think both could be a good pick, but we'll see what happens, which one ends up. And of course, we will also have our spec bans in full effect with the tallies coming in from days 1 and 2. So, Duratnos, with those spec bans, where do we think our teams ended up with what might be eliminated? You can just kind of spitball. We can kind of think about it.
Yeah, it looks like all 4 of our teams are going to be keeping their main specs preserved through until tomorrow, so shouldn't be too much danger of anything happening there. Again, something like 07 losing Destro Warlock is maybe the closest thing to something sad that will be happening for any of our teams, but otherwise, they've all the teams that qualified through here really played around that rule expertly.
Look at the Celia's Gambit splits here for Miscount. They did a 23 faster than the other 22s that we've seen. What are they doing, man? That team is not okay.
Or they're very okay. This seems very okay in my book. I mean, honestly, I love this for them. I think that Miscount, we've seen them come back each season. We've seen them have these moments where they shine, and it is so exciting to see them just really be able to put all of that experience just really, honestly, in the forefront here for us to be able to see. Now, will they keep it up tomorrow? I mean, they're in such a good place that they don't have to worry too much about making it through, but there's always the chance that the other teams creep up, and of course, they're looking ahead at Global Finals too, so looking forward to see what they are able to do. But we have a lot of things ahead of us still in the Mythic Dungeon International. Tomorrow, Group B Finals, obviously, but before we wrap up, just a reminder that the Midnight Beta test is also going live on November 11th. Players who've opted in can be selected to be testers, or if you upgraded to the Epic Edition, you get a guaranteed spot and access to the beta. More details can be found at Blizzly/Midnight Beta for anybody who's like, oh wait, hold on, I want to get in on that. So go over there, check it out, and see what you can get in on if you join in for the beta itself. Now, tomorrow, the Group B crown is on the line, and with it, 2 spots in our global finals. To find out which team will lock in and deliver the keys that they need to win, tune in at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET. This time, we're correct. Daylight savings time is catching up tomorrow, so, do the math, everybody. But it should be back to our regular time frames. If you come early, you'll also catch our pre-show. We'd love to see you there. So thanks for watching, everyone, and we'll see you then.